1. I fucking hate humans. Sirens pierced the air all around me. Maybe that's a bit harsh. Fine, I just hate humans. The wailing sirens filled the tunnels, a deafening alert of yet another nuclear storm raging on the surface. We all huddled hidden beneath the ground like ants. What was left of us, anyway? The last storm trapped us down here for months, or moons, as some people had taken to calling our survivalist passing of time. I just called it hell. But even that meant less and less as religions disappeared. I didn't blame anyone for forsaking any of the gods they had once worshipped when not a single one had come to our aid. Rations had diminished to crumbs in order to preserve provisions. I wasn't exactly looking forward to losing the essential weight I had just put back on. I picked at my still loose pants. At least I had a belt this time. I grimaced, remembering how I had come by the belt, the deceased patient I had taken it from. Survival. I twisted the black identification band around my left wrist. You have to survive now, little flower. I doubted my father would still call me that if he had seen what I had become. The things I had done to survive. Across from me, a little girl let out a small whimper, staring at me with wide, dark brown eyes, almost the same shade as mine. A green identification band glinted as she covered her ears. A man and a woman, her parents, I assumed, wrapped their bodies around the little girl shielding her. She couldn't be older than 3, maybe 4. The woman ran a comforting hand through her daughter's hair. A family, an anomaly these days, a relic of life before the war, a life that little girl wouldn't have been alive to see. We had been dwelling almost entirely underground for 6 years now. The message Auda repeated on the radio along with the coordinates as the end approached. All are welcome in Haven, humanity's last hope. I had delayed coming, the distrust and fear overwhelming. That had been a mistake. The idea of never seeing the sky, of being shut up with others who might have been an enemy, I hadn't been able to stomach it. I fought against it until I had no choice. Until I found myself sprinting here desperate. Then, the reason for my desperation died. I stayed simply because I had nowhere to go. No one and nothing. I had been right to be wary. It was always dark. There was no tracking time besides the noises, bells, buzzes, and alarms. We were left to believe the sounds represented the passing of time. It was disorienting. Now it felt normal. That frightened me. But what other option did I have? The land above was uninhabitable, decimated by the war. I was 15 when the war started. Tensions worldwide had been on edge for some time, felt by all regardless of nationality. Then it happened. It had been a Monday. I was dressed for school, complaining about a math exam I didn't want to take. I had pinned back my long, dark auburn hair with a pink bow to garner a reaction from my mother. She told me the bow looked lovely while tending to my 2 younger siblings. I still remember her distracted smile. Then my parents' cell phones had started dinging. My father had read the screen before grabbing the remote. The news filled our home, and everything shifted. A permanent fracture in my life. I hardly understood the gravity of it, but sometimes, those first harrowing images still drove me from my sleep all these years later. No one had been prepared for how quickly the war escalated. Technology broadcasted every moment across the entire world, into everyone's homes and phone screens, the coverage inescapable. It felt like no time at all until those broadcasts reached our backyard, until it was our towns and cities being shown, and the next, and the next. One endless live stream of humanity obliterating itself. In 2 years, humans destroyed the planet, countries, hope, and one another. Fueled by anger and fear, the media our endless food source. The enemy had seemed faceless initially, some faraway assault threatening our safety that had been easier. Once food and resources became scarce, neighbors became the enemy. Then illness turned loved ones into the enemy. I had kept mine alive while terrified I too would fall ill. I never caught it, but they didn't get better. Now I was alone. I wiggled my cold toes in my oversized boots. There had been billions of people before the war. Here at Haven, the population was a tiny fraction of that. It had felt like a lot in the beginning, each day bringing droves of people. The tunnels had felt cramped. Sleeping arrangements were scarce. But the nuclear storms picked up and the doors closed. Those left above died. The supplies dwindled and people began to starve. Cramped places bred disease. Suddenly, sleeping arrangements became available again, this time assigned by the leaders who implemented a rudimentary social system to help us survive. The family across from me should ignite some hope for humanity, that they had found a way to carry on and bring more life into a world hell-bent on dying. That alone should reignite my desire to keep fighting. Fight who, though? The enemy had been everywhere. It had worn many faces and appeared in so many forms until it destroyed everything. I didn't know what I was still fighting for or what we were fighting against. I couldn't change the broken earth, the raging storms that made life almost impossible, the radiation that blanketed the planet. I couldn't change that the remaining survivors were direct competition for the resources, including the little girl in front of me. Where did it end? The sirens stopped, my ears ringing in the sudden silence. Lights flickered on along the walls. The tunnels were better provisioned than I had imagined before arriving, outfitted with electricity and plumbing. The anxious sounds of my fellow tunnel dwellers filled the air. Then a loud buzz signaled that the tunnels were officially sealed. Lockdown had begun. I rose to my feet, dusting off my pants. I had been on my way to the mess hall for the evening meal, but that would be strictly rationed now. I glanced at the little girl one last time as her father scooped her up and continued toward the cafeteria. She smiled sheepishly at me before disappearing into the throng of people. She would eat, and I would not, as it should be, even as my stomach protested. I pushed against the current of people still making their way toward the cafeteria. They would be turned away. Only the young or elderly would eat tonight. The kitchens would run inventory before providing rations tomorrow. Pieces of conversation met me as I was jostled side to side. Another fucking storm. The last one ended not even 2 moons ago. I don't care what they say. I'm getting food. They can't starve us again. I hope the force all got in. My stomach swooped at the last comment, but I ignored it. Our underground society contained 5 sectors: the kitchens, the force, the hospital ward, sanitation, and expansion. Every person in Haven belonged to a sector. The assigned sector determined the color of an identification band we were all given when we arrived at Haven: dark blue for the force, white for the hospital ward, green for the kitchens, black for sanitation, and gray for expansion. An identification number was assigned, and written on the inside of the band, a primitive system for our survivalist way of life. The force was an allied group of mostly men and some women who maintained the peace below and scouted above, looking for resources and carrying out patrol. Early on, they had searched for survivors, which wasn't necessary anymore. It was the group Tristan kept pestering me to join, telling me my talents were wasted on expansion. He had a point, but swinging a pickaxe at a dirt wall was soothing and predictable after 5 years in the hospital ward. Now, I was 23 and felt more comfortable with death than life. In the ward, I had learned how to recognize certain illnesses, the signs of infection, the look of death. Every illness and injury someone contracted or obtained was documented in the health score system, which measured one's ability to perform in specific sectors. Health scores were our only currency. Mine was extraordinary. No matter the illnesses people brought in as others caught them, I didn't. It was why I had been handed a white apron in the first place. Shortly after I joined, they brought in a 2-year-old boy who had fallen sick. When he didn't improve, the doctors decided to cease treatment. But I couldn't walk away. I sat at his bedside until death took my seat. Next, they brought in an elderly man, covered in the dreaded skin disease that had swept through the tunnels. No one would touch him, but I stayed by his side. His last wish had been for me to look for the arrival of his wife and tell her that he loved her and had tried to find her. Again, I took death's seat until it arrived. An hour later, I sat next to a woman who had been stabbed over a bowl of broth, and so on and so on. Their faces burned into my mind, one never-ending procession of death. Families, friends, companions, the war had stripped so many of us of such things. People were often brought in alone. No one came for them as death hovered, so I remained, taking on many of the hopeless cases, righting wrongs. Eventually, rumors began to spread. People murmured throughout the sectors of the girl who could sit next to death and not die. They became fearful when I tried to care for them, afraid I might bring death to their door too. Death's angel, they called me. But now, Death's angel was no more. 6 months ago, when reassignment petitions came out, I had been first in line, demanding to switch to expansion. If I had been smart, I would have put down the kitchens, but those spots were coveted and nearly impossible to get. Plus, all the children were housed, taught, and kept there. I didn't want to be responsible for any more kids. Even if I had been able to get in, I would have walked alongside death again. People would come to me for food, and I would be left to turn down starving people. After years of near starvation, I couldn't do it. I was assigned to the expansion sector the following week. I grabbed my issued brown jacket and hard hat and reported to my new sector commander, who replaced my white band with a gray one and placed a pickaxe in my hands. I never looked back. Every day since, I swung my axe against endless earth. In the beginning, I would tire quickly, the axe too heavy, my arms too weak. Life in the ward involved physical labor, but it was different. 6 months of swinging the axe had left me stronger. Striking dirt relentlessly, falling into a rhythm until the rest of the world quieted. Each night I turned in my axe only to retrieve it again the next morning. A wonderful, monotonous existence. My feet slipped in my boots as I turned down the most direct route to the expansion sleeping quarters when voices caught my attention. 3 men stood toward the end of the tunnel. Great. Lockdowns always brought out the worst in people, not that they needed much motivation. "Where you going, sweetheart?" The tallest of the three called to me, strolling into my path. His identification band was black. They were members of sanitation. "Bed," I said dryly. "Care for some company." "I'm all set, thanks," I said. The shortest man circled around, boxing me in. The tallest stayed against the wall, his arms crossed. "Come now, don't you need someone to keep you warm through the storm?" The one before me taunted, closing the space between us. He was disheveled and pale, his greasy blonde hair tied back. I widened my stance, holding my ground. "With a face like that, you shouldn't be going anywhere alone, babe." His stale breath, seeped in booze, hit me. "Move," I demanded. "It'll be easier on everyone if you just go along with it." "Especially you," he said. The man behind me chuckled. "If not, poor Terrence over there is going to have to hold you down while I take my turn." "Hey, you went first last time, Tate," said the man behind me. My stomach turned at the knowledge that they had done this before, that some other woman had been held down between them. Anger grew in my chest, but my heart remained steady. Tate rolled his eyes. "Fine, I'll go last. That way, every time she thinks of our time together." He moved closer to me, reaching for my face. "I'll be the last face she sees. Get her, Chuck." The guy behind me lunged. My right hand flew to the pistol at my hip as my left grabbed the knife stashed in my waistband. I spun, flinging the knife into his thigh. The sickening sound of metal hitting flesh filled the tunnel, followed by screaming. Good, others would hear. I grabbed my second knife from my boot, bringing it up to hover at Tate's crotch. My pistol pointed at Terrence, who had frozen against the wall. Tate smirked. "You don't have the balls." I yanked the knife up until the fabric split. "I'm bleeding," the short one squealed. "The bitch got my fucking leg." One glance at the knife buried in the man's quad was enough reassurance to turn my attention entirely onto the other two. Terrence bolted, sprinting down the tunnel. Only one to worry about now. "Fucking coward," Tate called. I laughed, my pistol steadily pointing at his head. "Apparently, your friend likes having balls," I drawled, bringing the knife up a bit more until he squirmed. "If I hear even a whisper about this happening to another woman, I will find you, Tate, and I will be the last face you see." "Fuck fine, you fucking bitch. Take your pathetic friend and go." I moved in the opposite direction Terrence had run, though I doubted he was coming back. I knew a coward when I saw one. I kept my pistol pointed at the two remaining men. I'd go to the ward to remove that knife, or he might bleed out. Tate hoisted up his sobbing friend, blood soaking his pants. Another unintentional lesson from the ward. I knew where to aim to cause the most damage. I had always been gifted with a knife and gun. My father had thrust them into my hands at 15, and I hadn't put them down since. I looked at the knife buried in his right thigh. I would miss that knife. It was impossible to replace. But I would figure it out. I always did. They took 2 steps before Tate glowered back at me. "I love a moving target," I told him. They took off, turning right at the end of the tunnel. If they went to the ward, I could find their names. If they were dumb enough to pull it out themselves and the bastard bled out, I'd be able to read the death roll. Usually, it took a couple of days for people to go nutty down here during lockdowns. I sighed, attempting to place the larger knife in my sheath in my waistband. It was difficult. The fit was snugger. Taking it out unnoticed would be more challenging. I'd likely nick myself. I should have killed them and been done with it. But I knew the toll it took on a person to end a life, even when there was no other option, even when it was in self-defense or in defense of someone you loved. Quick footsteps approached. I shuddered and held my pistol steady, clicking off the safety. A tall, broad-shouldered man rounded the corner, his forest-green eyes shining like beacons in the dim light. I clicked my safety back on. "Sasha, there you are." Commander Tristan Hayes halted, noting my weapons, his fierce gaze scanning me head to toe. "What happened?" "I lost my favorite knife," I said plainly, returning my pistol to the holster. Tristan strode past me, and I turned to see the puddle of blood from Chuck's leg. Now there was no chance of keeping this to myself. Tristan rounded on me and planted his feet, crossing his arms. He stood a full head and a half taller than me, his broad shoulders blocking my way. He was in his dark blue force uniform, his chocolate brown curls a tangled mess from being above, his cheeks flushed pink from sprinting back to Haven. "How exactly did you lose your knife?" I knew I wasn't going anywhere until I told him what happened. He always demanded the truth, some foolish thing of his because he spoke it so freely. "Some guys tried to get handsy," I said. "I handled it at the expense of my favorite knife." "Guys plural." "Yeah, 3, I told him, walking toward the expansion living quarters. "Did you get their names?" Tristan asked, falling in step beside me. "I did." "Are you going to tell me?" "I handled it." Digging into the pouch on his chest, he handed me a tube of nutrient paste, and I grimaced. A disgusting, sticky concoction with crucial nutrients, electrolytes, and other things that tasted like hell and stuck to my mouth. The Force took it with them above. I detested the stuff, but I had eaten worse. "Thanks," I said begrudgingly. Our deal might have ended 6 months ago, but still, during lockdowns, Tristan would appear with paste and attempt a conversation. I ignored the reoccurring relief that he had made it in every time he found me. The paste was appreciated. It helped me survive. The conversation, on the other hand, did not. "You're avoiding the question, Sasha," Tristan told me as we turned down another tunnel, leading us away from the Force where he belonged. "You missed your turn," I said. A group of people walked past us, giving us a wide berth. "I'm escorting you back." "That's unnecessary." "I disagree. The expansion sector had 2 deaths just yesterday," Tristan said, undeterred. I snorted. It had been a horrible way to wake up. All the screaming. That's what happens when you steal from someone else's cot. The guy had it coming for months. Fucking with Travis was stupid. "You shouldn't." "Is anyone hurt?" I cut him off. I didn't want to lecture. "No, we're all fine." We didn't even make it to Outpost 1 before we got the emergency call to abort the mission. Unit 7 was safe. My relief grew. "Which is probably best," he continued. "Ingrid was at the new recruit's throat. I can't seem to find a suitable replacement for Lily." My insides turned to lead. This had gone on long enough. If no one's hurt and I'm not needed, then I think I can manage the last 100 feet, Commander Hayes. Night. "Sasha, wait." A strong hand gripped my shoulder, the warmth foreign. I hadn't realized I was cold. You are needed. Join my unit as a medic. Please reconsider it. You don't understand what's at stake. I don't care what's at stake, Hayes. You don't mean that, Tristan said. I met his emerald gaze brimming with life. I do, I snapped, shaking him off. Good luck replacing Lily. Before Tristan could respond, I slipped into the bustle of the expansion sector. I stopped myself from looking back, pushing past two men in an altercation. My hand brushed against my pistol, waiting. I was right the first time. Their shouts escalated as fists went flying. I fucking hated humans. 2. Tristan was right, of course. There was no relaxing in expansion, no security and no privacy. The expansion and sanitation sectors were notoriously dirty and overcrowded, crimes easily hidden in the masses. They were the sectors reserved for the leftovers, people deemed worthless to the other sectors due to past ailments. No one cared about your health in expansion, only your ability to work. I weaved through the earth-covered people. No one talked to me, thankfully. Not a soul had approached me outside of giving me my crew assignment. My former mentor, Dr. Kumar, had seen to that, sending Owen, another member of the ward, here to ask around for Death's Angel, spooking everyone. When he finally found me, he told me Kumar demanded I come back. I hadn't. I couldn't, not after losing Lily. I entered the oversized sleeping porch, a long, rectangular room with low ceilings, filled with rows of cots that stretched from wall to wall. I had lucked into a corner one. The occupant before me had died from a tunnel wall collapse. I grabbed my bag from under my cot and headed toward the communal shower. Big enough for 10 people, the square shower was occupied by 3 other women. My usual shower head remained empty. It had the best water pressure, but that wasn't why I used it. I disrobed and shoved the clothes into my bag, stashing it in the corner, then covered it with a tattered scrap of a medical tarp I had stolen, and placed my remaining knife on top of it. I turned the water on, locking on the mirror that was nailed to the wall, cracking the tile and the mirror itself. Once, I might have thought someone had placed it here for vanity. I didn't now. It was angled so the person could see the entire shower, eliminating the vulnerability of showering with your back to the entrance. I set to unbraiding my auburn hair. Slowly, it tumbled down almost to my waist, surrounding my sharp, angular face that hadn't filled out since the last lockdown. One of the women shut off her water and left. My rich brown eyes watched her before taking in my pale skin. It had been sun-kissed and tan once when I lived above the surface. My father had always told me I was beautiful like a flower. My mother had bought me skirts and dresses, anything to accentuate my femininity, countering my rigid demeanor. Now, no softness remained. Everything was honed from the years of survival. I started the water, unfazed by the frigid temperature, grabbing a bar of soap wedged behind the mirror. 2 more women entered, not looking my way. I rinsed the soap from my hair and scrubbed my body like I could erase the greasy feel of the 3 men circling me in the tunnel. When my skin started to prune, I turned off the water and grabbed the sweater I had been wearing, flipped it inside out, and dried myself off. I donned my only other clothing, a thick blue wool sweater, a bra, a pair of brown pants several sizes too big, and a pair of cotton underwear. I strapped on my pistol and knife, then set to washing my dirty set of clothes in the bathroom sink. I could have sent them to sanitation, but I had no desire to fight through the massive piles of clothing they returned monthly. This was easier. Finally, I tumbled onto my cot, but all I could picture when I shut my eyes was a searing emerald gaze. I had met Tristan Hayes 3 years ago. He had been brought to the ward after picking up something from above. A living inferno to the touch, he had been drenched in sweat, incoherently muttering. The other medical workers avoided him, terrified they would fall ill. The ward had its fair share of educated doctors, but most of us were just assigned there, learning on the go. Dr. Uri, the ward leader, had done a quick assessment before shaking his head. "You can give him some penicillin, but the rest is up to you, death's angel." Dr. Uri walked away, dismissing him. I gritted my teeth at the nickname, mocking my immune system's refusal to contract the diseases that claimed so many. I hated it. The tunnels had been thoroughly stocked. No one seemed certain who exactly was responsible for them. As droves of people raced here, no one cared who put out the message that granted us safety, only that there was hope. I accepted it at the time, but sometimes I wondered who had predicted we'd destroy ourselves into needing haven. The ward had a plethora of antibiotics, common medications, and other necessities as long as your health score was high enough to receive care. All care was predicated on health scores. If a patient's health score was low enough, and the odds were against their surviving, medical care moved to the next person. If you miraculously survived, your score dropped more. Drop low enough, and you were discarded to sanitation and forgotten. I didn't know what happened to those people. No one talked about them once they hid them away. It was cruel, but war had made cruelty the norm. If the patient had a history of illness since coming to Haven, was too old, or failed to recover significantly in 48 hours, treatment was discontinued, and the people dressed in white moved on to the next person who might stand a chance. The ward preserved our stock and hand-selected survivors. I hated that in renouncing our gods, we had decided to play them. I knew the resources would eventually run out. We needed the surface to stabilize enough to sustain life again. Some people had made projections on how long the nuclear winter would last, but they were just predictions. Regardless of how much they varied, the prognosis was the same. There was a countdown on this way of life, but the clock stopped in the presence of the man before me. Chocolate curls stuck to the stranger's slick forehead. His health score was excellent, minor injuries, but rarely any illnesses. Things were dire if doctors were giving up on a unit commander, but at least he wouldn't die alone. Determined, I moved the man to the isolation area, his weight crushing mine. I stripped him of his sweat-drenched clothes to reveal several tattoos spanning his chest and left arm. I squashed my curiosity and administered the antibiotics, then waited in death's seat. "Hang on, Tristan," I urged. "Stay with me." I remained by his side that night, repeating the words, watching for the moment his chest stopped rising. But it never came. Slowly, the color returned to his pale face. I constantly checked on him in the following days. I wasn't the only one. Multiple members of the force came to the ward demanding updates. He had people who cared for him. On day 5, he opened his eyes. Within seconds, he was trying to sit up, sweeping the area, taking in the isolation curtains. "You stayed," I whispered, barely audible. The world fell quiet as his gaze found mine. His staggering deep green irises, the color of grass and trees, something we no longer had, stole my breath. "You asked me to," he said. My stomach fluttered. I had asked him relentlessly to stay. I didn't tell him he was the first to have ever listened. I expected death's angel to be much more frightening. An air of levity graced his face, chasing the pallor away. I gathered my equipment to run his vitals. "How do you know I'm death's angel?" "I was dying, and I woke up to you." "And that means you're with death's angel." He surveyed me, an admiring light in his eye. "I don't know many brave enough to stay and face death." "It isn't bravery." I cleared my throat. "I need you to sit up so I can evaluate you." He rose, the sheets falling to a pile in his lap, exposing his tattooed arm, muscled chest, and strong back. My eyes ran over him, my heart hammering pathetically. His body in motion, alive, I couldn't look away. "Looking for something?" he asked, a knowing glint in his eye. I jolted, clearing my throat. "It's miraculous you're alive." Which was true. May I? "Of course." My hands went to his neck. The lymph nodes were swollen, but not like before. He watched me as if he were studying me. I unwrapped my stethoscope, placing it on his heart before moving it to his lungs. Deep breath. He obliged before asking, "How'd you get the name?" "I'm sure you've heard the rumors." His face tilted up toward me. The pressure of my stethoscope dissipated as I took him in. His shoulder-length curls fell away from his stunning face. "Yes, but I'd like to hear your version," he said. "I doubt many of your patients get to ask." "I can't listen if you talk." He fell silent. I moved around the bed, coming up behind him. A long scar ran along his right shoulder blade. The injury was noted on his chart, dated over a year ago. Knife to right trap, required sutures, 1 day in ward. I had been shocked he'd received the injury after the war. The force's only enemies were the elements and our dwindling resources. What had warranted a knife in the back? I placed the stethoscope on his back. "Your lungs sound better," I said. "The ward isn't at capacity right now. I advise you to stay for several more days." "How long have I been here?" "5 days." He swore. "Which bell are we at?" "13th," I informed him, grabbing his file for the 100th time. A 27-year-old unit commander. It seemed too young, but the war had wiped out most of the fighting-age men, an entire generation gone. "I'll give you until the next morning bell. Then I need to get back." "I'd like 2 morning bells, Commander Hayes," I said, closing his file. "1, I don't need my health score to drop. 2, I prefer Tristan. Should I call you Death's Angel?" "I prefer Sasha." "Do you have a last name, Sasha?" My family's faces swam before my eyes. I shook them away. They weren't here. My family name didn't matter anymore. "It's just Sasha." His green eyes locked with mine. I didn't know what he saw as he said, "Maybe you are frightening, Sasha." I had spent the rest of the day being pestered by Tristan and his endless questions, filled with an optimism I thought the war had destroyed. He was completely undeterred by my reputation. Maybe that was why I lingered. Maybe it was the life that radiated from him, or maybe it was the way his eyes lit up when he smiled. I stayed long past when I should have left. He asked my age, about the hospital ward, my medical knowledge, then turned to mundane questions about my favorite food and activities before the war. He told me he chose the force because he had enlisted during the war. He'd been told he was good at fighting and leading. He must be in order to be a commander already. He loved something called chicken fried steak with potatoes and gravy. I had asked what that was and instantly regretted it as he went into a long-winded explanation. Then he asked, "Is any of your family still here?" Everything ground to a stop. My insides seized up as walls slammed down. "I have to go get more stuff," I said lamely, ducking past the isolation curtain. I avoided his area for several bells. Eventually, another white apron found me, saying my patient needed me. I returned to his bedside and found him sitting up in bed, his curls messy, like he might have slept. Good, he needed it. Death avoiding me would normally be a good thing, Christian commented with a smile. But I'd like to be bothered right now. You should be resting. I don't rest. He shifted over on his bed as if he was giving me room to sit. You should. I took his temperature, leaning into the space he had created for me. Do you like to rest? He asked. No, but I couldn't say it. To rest was to let the events of the war catch me, to see my family's faces. I spent most nights by patients' bedsides. Is that a no? He asked, observing me. I stepped away. My shift is ending, Commander Hayes. Christian. I will see you tomorrow, I said firmly. Stay alive. Good night. It wasn't until I returned the following day, prepared to be bombarded with more questions, to find an empty bed, the sheets neatly folded, that I realized I had been looking forward to being bothered by him. I stared at the bed for several long minutes, then carried on, convincing myself I was thankful for his absence, until that tiny bubble of something long forgotten ruptured. I fell back into a routine and the safety of aloneness. Each bell closed off that part of me that he had helped reignite. I had lost count of the passing moons before he reappeared. I'll only see death, I heard him saying to the front desk worker. She and I are friends. I rounded the corner, my arms filled with supplies, and came face to face with a fully healthy Christian Hayes. He towered over me, his strength restored. His hair was pulled back, exposing his devastatingly handsome face that shone with a fierceness I had only glimpsed when caring for him. He had an untamed wildness, too free to be stifled underground. His forest green eyes found mine, and his white teeth flashed in a smile. Hey, Death, remember me. I was certain I'd never be able to forget him. I swallowed, nodding my hello. I've been looking for you, Christian said before leading me to a bed in the back of the ward where a force member, a black man, sat clutching his left leg, face pinched in pain. His pant leg was a deep burgundy. Can you help him? Christian asked after I had removed the man's pants to reveal a nasty gash on his left quad. I cleaned the man's wound. Stitches aren't really my forte. I'm just an assistant. I think one of the actual doctors would be best for this. I'll likely leave a scar. I don't care about the scar. Just do what you did for Hayes's score. The man gritted out, steel determination etched across his tense jaw. Shock shot through me. I hadn't realized he would notice that I lied on his forms, cutting his time spent here in half, saying I gave him bed rest orders instead. I had made the marks against his health score as insignificant as possible. It was dishonest and a complete abuse of the system, but the fear of a dropping health score usually caused people to avoid the ward until it was too late. I knew the consequences of waiting, so occasionally I would lie. No one had noticed before, or if they did, no one had bothered to say anything. Yeah, I noticed that death. Tristan smirked, his eyes flashing. My breath stilled. He was radiant, fully healed. Have you told anyone else? I whispered. Only those I can trust. Levi's a steel trap, Tristan told me. They both had that matted look to them like they had just descended from above. Can you help? I can't numb it, I said. I'd have to get permission for those medications. Don't care, just patch me up, Levi said determinedly. It'll hurt. Levi smirked at the challenge. Try me. So I did. 20 minutes later, Levi's thigh was properly stitched. To my disbelief, it looked better than I thought it would. Perhaps it was not the cleanest closure, but it lined up, and the stitches were uniform. To Levi's credit, he remained quiet. He joked through gritted teeth until Tristan laughed, his fingers slowly turning white as Levi squeezed desperately. I saw them out and marked no significant injury to Levi's form. I deposited the documents and carried on. Several weeks passed. No one questioned me, and I assumed the sutures had healed since I hadn't heard from Levi or Tristan. I was walking toward the cafeteria during a lockdown to be first in line when quick footsteps caught my attention. As they got too close, I grabbed my knife from my left side and whirled toward the sound. Tristan raised his hands, looking between the knife and me. Fuck, death, what's with the knife? What's with running up on a woman in an empty tunnel, Commander? I was coming to thank you. I saw Levi's file. He zeroed in on my pistol, also concealed on my other side. How many weapons do you have on you? Enough to eliminate whatever threat presents itself, I said, sheathing my knife and pushing past him. Why aren't you in the force? Tristan asked, keeping up with me. I believe you said you're here to thank me, I stated, brushing aside his question. I am, thank you. Levi's leg looks great. Great, I responded, continuing toward the cafeteria. Tristan kept up with me. I could feel his eyes on me. Looking for something, Commander Hayes. Tristan, he corrected, a smile playing across his lips. I stared at him, my spine steeled. Tristan's eyes swept over me with a meddling glint. Do you need something? I asked, irritated. So much for being the first in line. My unit has an assignment, he looked around, but no one gave us a second glance. A rather strenuous mission in unknown territory. It would be helpful if, when one of my soldiers got injured, they didn't fight medical care. If they knew, they could be seen without it hurting their score. You're asking for me to break the rules. Aren't you breaking them already? He challenged, his brows raised as he smiled fully. He was gorgeous. That's different. I made to leave. Wait, don't go. Look, I don't want my unit scared to execute this mission for fear of some stupid score. I don't want to lose any of them to actual illness or lose them because their score drops too low. I'm asking for your help, please. Only those with elite scores could serve in the force. If their score dropped low enough, they would be kicked out. More people pushed past us. At this rate, I would be one of the last in line, but I found it hard to walk away from the resolute look in his eyes. "There's a room near the ward," I said finally. "The first tunnel on your right, third door down on your left. As long as I can safely do so, I'll see your unit there." "Does anyone else know about the room?" Tristan asked. "I don't think so, except for my coworker Owen, but after I broke things off, we hadn't had a tryst in that room since. We had never been discovered there." "It's a deal then," Tristan said, extending his hand. "If you ever need anything." "I won't. But if you do," he pressed, "I'm at your disposal." I didn't take his hand. Instead, I retreated to the ward, saying over my shoulder, "I don't make deals with people, Commander." And yet, for the next 2 years, I found myself summoned to that room to tend to an array of injuries: a dislocated shoulder, stitches above a brow, a high ankle sprain, an infected cut, a concussion, a ferocious stomach bug that resulted in half his unit coming in. Tristan himself had wound up in the small room, pale and clammy, complaining to me between retching that he didn't understand how I wasn't sick. Tristan always brought his unit members in himself, reassuring them that I was the best, caring for them, checking in on me. They all looked at him with that same reverence. They raved about him in my care like he was one of those lost gods. How lucky they all felt to be in his unit. How just and considerate he was as a commander. How he refused to ever leave anyone above. They bombarded me with stories of his risking himself for them. How he was always honest. He was a good person, Tristan. I knew that before they sang his praises, but still, hearing them, maybe it made me work harder. I found a purpose in the work, enjoying the aspects of healing them, observing the love they had for one another, their faith in their mission, their unit, and themselves. They had found something that resembled happiness and ease among them. Until 6 months ago, when a woman in his unit named Lily fell ill. She had gone above sick, and by the time her partner Ingrid rushed her to me, no medicine I stole helped. She continued to worsen. Then she told me about her life, her secrets, her wants, and I knew. It was her time, even though the rest of them seemed determined to deny it. I didn't blame them. No one wanted to accept the end. The dying always did before their loved ones. I had been there once with my own sister, denying the inevitable, the obvious. I took Lily to the hospital ward, even as Ingrid begged me not to. I took death's seat, skipping my day off. I had gently stood when death finally came. Delivering the news had broken everything. Ingrid's screaming face twisted with rage and pain. Levi and Tristan held her back from attacking me. The other unit members gathered around, most sobbing by the time I left. I had severed their happiness and fractured whatever thing I had built with Tristan's unit. I had failed. The memories crushed any hope for sleep. Quietly, I slipped on my boots and set off in search of a distraction. I left the masses that were tossing and turning in their cots for the night, some making noises I didn't want to examine too closely. The tunnels were quiet as I ventured away from expansion to the main entrance of the force sector. "Sasha," greeted a man heading out for the witching hour patrol, a golden cross on his chest. "Patrick," I returned as I passed him. Patrick McMurphy was a member of Tristan's unit. A year ago, I had put Patrick's shoulder back in the socket. Even with the stolen muscle relaxers I had given him, Tristan and Patrick's partner were forced to hold him down. I wound through the forced tunnels until I came to a hall lined with doors. I stared down to where Tristan's unit lived. The thing I had broken between us when Lily died pulsed in my chest. I turned away. The closet, the deal was done. I knocked on the door of my current distraction. Jackson opened the door, smirked, and pulled me in. I had met Jackson in the tunnels as I wandered aimlessly, unable to rest in the crowded living quarters until the habitants were all mostly asleep. Jackson and I hadn't wasted time with pleasantries. He was cocky and annoyingly good-looking. He had short black hair, a damning smirk, and a swaggering demeanor that worked for me. It was always the same clashing of teeth and limbs. A frantic coupling that sprinted to the finish line. Jackson's complete uninterest in anything besides my body kept me coming back. If he knew what people called me throughout Haven, he didn't mention it. He had no desire to get to know me, which happened to be my favorite thing about him. 30 minutes later, I shimmied back into my pants, tightening the belt. "You want these?" Jackson asked, grabbing my knife and pistol from the small table. He held them out apathetically as he lay naked on his bed. His bunkmates had all disappeared when I arrived. "Yeah, thanks." I returned the knife to my waistband. Jackson watched me. "It's been 5 moons, Sasha. You still need weapons when you come here." I couldn't believe it had been 5 moons. Somehow I had lost track of time. The idea of one-night stands had lost its appeal, so here I was. "I like being prepared," I stated, donning my sweater. "Do you even know how to use them?" Jackson taunted, his brow raised. "Pointy end goes in first, right?" I shot back sarcastically. "Something like that," he said lazily, stretching his muscular body. I watched him momentarily before putting my damp hair into a low bun. Jackson tracked my lingering gaze. "Same time tomorrow." "Sure," I said, slipping on my boots. I walked out without a backward glance. Jackson didn't stop me. The tunnels were silent. I turned the other way and allowed my feet to follow their favorite path in the dark. I didn't know how long I walked. Only when the silence felt impenetrable did my feet lead me back to expansion. I was greeted by a medley of deep breathing, light snores, and the rustling of sheets. I fell into my bunk, sleep finally claiming me. 3. "Wake up. Command wants to see you," a harsh voice barked. My hand darted under my pillow, knife drawn on the figure above me within seconds. Ingrid stared between me and the knife, unimpressed. She was fully dressed in her patrol uniform, short blonde hair pulled back with a scrap of fabric. "I said move," she bit out. I sat up, fully clothed. Why would Command want to see me? "Some of us are trying to sleep," someone snapped. "Fuck if I know," Ingrid said, heading toward the entrance where Patrick stood waiting. I slipped on my boots and grabbed my father's pistol. "Are you sure?" I asked. Ingrid whirled, glaring at me. "I don't make mistakes and poor decisions unlike you. They requested you come to the gym." My heart steeled over as her shot landed. I hadn't seen Ingrid since Lily's passing. She wasn't telling me anything I didn't already know about myself. "Grab your belongings," Ingrid continued. "Why?" I demanded. What could Command want with me and all my things? Had someone reported me for stabbing that man? It seemed unlikely, but there were consequences for violence depending on the sector. "Take it to the hall." "It's only the 5th bell," someone shouted, others grumbling in agreement. I grabbed my items and followed her out. Patrick fell in line with her as he clutched a steaming drink to his chest. He nodded at me, and we left expansion. "Where's Rumi?" I asked once we were in the empty tunnel. Rumi was Patrick's partner, and they were usually inseparable. I had learned they both loved the witching hour shift while I cared for them in that closet. Ingrid's shoulders went rigid as Patrick said, "She's been off the witching hour shift for a couple of moons." There was no mistaking the bitterness in his voice or the look he threw Ingrid. We walked in silence the rest of the way. Ingrid wasted no time with goodbyes as she pushed open their living quarters door and disappeared within. "They're waiting in the gym. That way, 2 rights. Godspeed," Patrick said, following Ingrid in. As I got closer to the gym, more and more people in blue filled the tunnels. My anxiety grew. Command was a group of 5 leaders, one elected from each of the 5 sectors. Each leader oversaw their own sector, setting its rules, selecting the best candidates, and monitoring health scores from the ward's reports. Some rules spanned all 5 sectors, such as outlawing murder. However, it was up to each force commander, the title the force gave each sector leader, to report the violence and to seek justice for the victim. Some sectors were stricter about this than others. 6 months ago, I would have known why I was being called down. They would have discovered I had been forging health score documents. Now, though, I was a model member of the expansion sector. Stabbing that man had been self-defense. I knew command headquarters were located in neutral territory within the tunnels. To be called to the gym, the training ground of the force, nothing good could come from this. A clamor of noise hit me as I entered a set of double doors. I took in a sea of dark blue uniforms spread throughout the gym. It was a sweeping, cave-like room, 2 stories tall, almost as large as the cafeteria, broken into sections. A gun range ate up the entire left side, a group within practice shooting at various targets. In the weight area, another group performed a series of exercises. Others powered through an obstacle course. Lastly, a group sparred on mats spread out on the floor. A flash of dark brown curls caught my eye. Tristan took someone down on the mats, muscles gleaming with sweat under the bright lights. I halted, entranced. Tristan captured his opponent in a headlock, the man's face going pink as Tristan increased his pressure. The man tapped. I hated that I stared, but Tristan was a sight. He was everything Jackson wasn't. Jackson, while muscular, was lean, a sly look about him. Tristan was a raw, brutal force, like a clash of thunder that rattled the earth. "Don't drool." I whirled to find Levi smirking beside me, dressed in his patrol uniform. He nodded toward a door behind him. "They're through that door. Good luck, Death's Angel." He walked past me to a small group of force members nearby. I had gotten this far. I ignored the eyes that followed me as I moved through the sea of dark blue. Placing my hand on the handle, I took a deep breath and came face to face with command. "Ah, Death's Angel." A smooth voice greeted me. "Come in." In the middle of the room stood Lissa Burden, the most prominent command member, known in all sectors. A slender woman with jet black hair and cunning sapphire eyes, she was beautiful, but people whispered about her viciousness, which had propelled her through the ranks of the force at an alarming rate, until she stood atop them all as the youngest command member. I recognized the man to her right. Dr. Yuri Foster leaned on a cane, his spine curved with old age. He was the most senior commander and the head of the hospital ward. I avoided his gaze. "Hello, Death's Angel." Leon Terrell, the leader of Expansion, smiled at me, his white teeth a shocking contrast to his rich, light brown skin. The commanders of the kitchens and sanitation weren't present. "Thank you for joining us." "Have I done something wrong?" I asked, my hackles rising. Burden smiled, her stare hawk-like. "Your time in the expansion sector has been cut short." Confusion rippled through me. "What?" The door behind me opened and sure footsteps filled the room, stopping next to me. "Unit Commander Hayes, welcome," Burden said. Tristan stood to my left, his hair pulled back. He had donned a shirt, but the sweat caused it to cling to his muscled chest. I froze, my heart beating wildly. This wasn't a cage, this was a trap. "You looked good out there, Hayes," Burden said, her eyes lingering on his sweat-drenched shirt. "Hayes is my best unit commander. You two know each other, yes?" She gestured between us. "We do," I gritted out. "She treated me in the hospital ward several years ago," Tristan said simply. "Good. We reviewed your notes from your last mission above, Commander Hayes. We feel you are getting close. We decided your relentless petitions for a medic were valid. Dr. Yuri has assured me that you were correct. Death's Angel is a competent candidate. She was an excellent assistant in the ward." My stomach dropped. The time, medications, and extent of injury I had left off people's charts had made me look like a competent medical practitioner. Dr. Kumar personally saw to training her and remains convinced she is the ward's biggest loss. That haven is in good hands if she was on this mission, Burden continued. My heart twisted. Dr. Yuri also reassured me that she is unfazed by death and does not get ill. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end as my stomach bottomed out. Unfazed. You mentioned she has some physical training. Is that correct, Unit Commander? Burden asked Tristan. Lie, I thought desperately. Lie. That is correct, Tristan stated, looking straight ahead. I have reread your impassioned requests. She waved a pile of reports at us. I have reconsidered. Seeing as it is the mid-year petitions and your vacancy qualifies as an immediate need, Death's Angel is all yours, Commander Hayes, Burden stated. Shock rooted me to the ground. Most changes only happened at the yearly petition, but after a virus that had wiped out droves of people in expansion, leaving them undermanned, they enacted an emergency mid-year petition. Unless there's someone in the force who is an adequate replacement. There isn't, Tristan said. You're certain? I am. Commander Burden appeared disappointed. Well then, let's see what she's made of, she said. Tell me, Death's Angel, can you shoot as well as you save people? I don't know, I lied. Let's find out. Please hit the targets. Minutes later, I walked up to the firing line of the third shooting range lane, a force pistol in my hand. I secured the eye and ear protection as those around me did the same. The sleek force pistol was nicer than the one in my waistband. The command leaders and Tristan stood to my back. The units at the range paused to watch me. I refused to look at any of them. My heart felt like a growing war drum as rage coursed through me. Please, reconsider it, Tristan had told me yesterday. Had he already planned to force me into this? Any day now, Death's Angel, Burden prompted. I was surprised I could hear her through the ear protection headset, crystal clear in the earpiece. Our headsets were connected. I took a breath as my anger battled my pride. I could blow this. Aim like shit. I gripped the pistol tighter than I should have. My father's voice cut through. "You have to survive now, little flower." I aimed, pulling my arm down just enough to miss. "Jax, isn't that the expansion slut you've been seeing?" a Force member drawled. Fury dripped down my spine, my aim righting itself without a thought from me. We had destroyed humanity, yet the patriarchy had survived as I was slandered for something a man would be congratulated on. I glanced to my left, locking eyes with Jackson, surrounded by his unit. Tristan shifted behind me like he might say something. That pissed me off more. I gathered all my anger in that glance at Jackson. His eyes went wide. I clicked off the safety and emptied the magazine into the target, my arm barely feeling the recoil. Dropping the magazine from the gun, I cleared it safe and returned the pistol to Tristan, who reloaded it and replaced it in his holster. Burden smiled as she peered at the target. "What's next?" I challenged, yanking down the headphones and eye protection. "Don't you wish to check your shots?" one of them said. "No, the one on the bottom left isn't dead on. It's slightly to the right." I knew that because Tristan had exhaled loudly between the shots, pulling my focus from the target for the space of a heartbeat. "Fetch the target," Burden instructed Tristan. "Cease fire," someone called out. The shooting range went quiet as a red light illuminated above the targets. Jackson drifted toward me, trying to catch my attention. I ignored him. I shouldn't care what he told his unit about me. There was nothing between us. He had never shown any interest in knowing me. It was why I had chosen him. Tristan returned, holding the target, something like admiration on his face. I couldn't stomach it. Terrell whistled, looking at me. "We shall miss you in the expansion sector." "Welcome to the Force, Cadet Cadle," said Burden. Everything went quiet. I stared at her, my family name disarming me. Distantly, I heard Burden continue. "She's all yours, Unit Commander. She will replace your vacant position." "Yes, Commander." "There's still a vacancy in your unit's bunk, correct?" Burden asked, watching me. "Cadet Cadle will take it." "Yes, Commander." This couldn't be happening. I looked toward Tristan, anger roaring. He had gone behind my back. He met my stare, his face impassive. "I shall see you tomorrow for the start of your training, Cadet Cadle," Burden said. "Be in formation by the 5th bell. Commander Hayes, she is your responsibility. She should be ready to go above when the storm ends. I do not need to tell you time is of the essence. If she fails, we all fail. Haven is in your hands." 4. I left the gym alone. Tristan had grabbed my bag and offered to escort me to my living quarters, but I refused. I didn't want to be near him. My feet carried me down random tunnels, thoughts lurking a step behind me. My feet grew tired as bells passed, and my stomach growled incessantly. Eventually, I trudged back to Unit 7's living quarters. Thankfully, it was empty. My eyes swept over the common area. There were 2 worn sofas and a chair positioned around a rickety wooden table covered in papers, a deck of cards, and someone's ruck. In the left corner was a mat, Unit 7's sigil tacked on the wall above it. Their insignia, a fabric flag, was dark blue with a raven in the center surrounded by 7 stars, Ubi Vita Ibi Spes written on it. I didn't know what that meant. 3 doors lined the back wall. I didn't know where to sit, what to do. I was alone in someone's home. My thoughts pounced. I fell into the sofa, clutching my bag to my chest. Cadle. I stared at the front door and lost track of the bells, my last name reverberating among my bones, leaving me raw. As if hearing the name I had shared with my family brought them back from the dead. The name on the letter delivering the news of my father's death that sent my mother reeling. The heartbreak killed her. I had been left to care for my younger siblings, the last fragments of a family. The measures I took to destroy myself to keep them alive, only to fail. If she fails, we all fail. I knew how this would end. At some point, Patrick emerged from the room on the right. He stared at me, confused. "What are you doing here?" "I don't know," I mumbled. Patrick spared one more puzzled look before he left, probably in search of answers. My stomach gave a brutal growl, the ache jarring me to my core. I forced down more nutrient paste. I hadn't consumed real substance in a while. Once, I would have been clawing at the walls, desperate for food, but years of near starvation had changed how I saw hunger. I could go for another full bell rotation. My stomach protested. I ignored it, curling into a ball, closed my eyes against its distressed pleas. My family's faces greeted me immediately. I fought the ache in my chest, as hollow as my stomach. In the varying years since seeing them in person, I somehow remembered every detail and none at all. I didn't know which frightened me more, seeing them every time I closed my eyes or not being able to see them at all. To be haunted or to forget. I pushed myself up, desperate for a distraction, to be anywhere but trapped in my own mind. I needed to leave before anyone returned. The door creaked open, ruining my plans. The unit filed in. They all looked at me, too coordinated to be a coincidence. I did a quick head count: Levi, Patrick, Isla, Rumi, Ingrid, Damien, and entering last, Tristan. The room felt too full. I was used to cramped spaces, but those places were filled with strangers. This was totally different. I had healed these people, covered for them, talked with them, and I had run from them. Now I had to face them again, and it was all Tristan's fault. "Welcome to the unit, Sasha," Isla said, smiling. "Usually, we all take our boots off to keep the quarters clean." Her long, bright red hair was braided, displaying her freckles and the scar above her left brow I had left after stitching her up. Out of everyone, Isla had tried the most to be my friend in that closet. Everyone huddled near the door as they removed their boots, except Ingrid. Her sharp blue eyes locked on me. I saw the hatred there. I knew it and gladly welcomed it. "Ingrid, leave it," Damien advised, plopping down on the other sofa as Rumi made her way to the corner of the mat. Her inky black hair flowed freely as she rolled her neck, sitting cross-legged, and closed her eyes as if none of us were here. "Rums, you really going to meditate and miss this?" Rumi said nothing. "I hear you're supposed to take Lily's spot," Ingrid shot at me. "Ingrid, boots," Isla called, lining up the shoes according to size. "We all knew our Rent-A-Cadet would run its course," Patrick said, crossing the room. "We have to replace Lily. It's the logical thing." Ingrid whipped her head toward him, furious. "It's not your partner we're replacing, Patty, so I don't want to hear it from you." "Ingrid, it sucks," Damien said. "We all miss Lily, but we need a full team. The vacancy is holding us back. If you didn't want it to come to this, You shouldn't have chased all the other cadets away with your stellar attitude." Damien shook out his wavy black hair as he rested his head against the back of the sofa, exposing the light brown skin of his neck. Levi and Tristan remained by the front door, conversing under their breath. Patrick shook his head as he entered the middle door, clearly wanting none of this. The door shut and water started. They had their own shower. "They were incompetent and she won't be any better," Ingrid said, glaring. "But I matched it, more than ready for a fight, to release the things that were destroying me." "I didn't ask to be here. This is your commander's doing," I fired back, ignoring the pain in my chest. Fury flashed across Ingrid's face like the night I had told them about Lily's death, as if no time had passed. "Bullshit. You sure you didn't join the force to get closer to Jack's hole?" Ingrid sneered. "He brags about it at the gym." The room fell silent. "That's none of your damn business," I snapped, cheeks burning. I couldn't look Tristan's way. "That's how you operate, right?" Ingrid spat. "Bretta's friend from the ward told her all about Death's Angel sneaking off with another ward assistant, and then a guy from Expansion. Is that why you went there, just chasing the latest guy? What's next? The kitchens, sanitation. It's the place everyone's trash goes. You'd be at home." Ingrid's sister, Bretta, worked in the kitchens. Ingrid was the only one among them who still had living family. I didn't like how much she knew. The guy from Expansion had been a one-night distraction. It had been fast and forgettable, just something to chase away the death. I hadn't realized anyone knew. I didn't like how bare that left me feeling. Yet I recognized the hurt in Ingrid's eyes. I knew exactly what she was doing. If I were a better person, I'd have told her I understood, but I was. I stepped closer to Ingrid, dwarfed by her. "You could give it a try instead of living vicariously through my sex life. Maybe then you won't be such a hateful bitch." "Oh shit," Damien chirped from the couch, where his elbows now rested on his knees, his hazel eyes volleying between us. "I'd rather be a hateful bitch than the things they call you," Ingrid snarled. I widened my stance. Ingrid marked it. A part of me hoped she'd close the distance and finally land the punch she had attempted to throw 6 months ago. "Sorensen, enough," Tristan said, positioning himself between us. "She didn't take Lily's spot. No one can take her spot. Sasha is a part of our unit now. She's one of us." Ingrid whirled on him, radiating anger. "She will never be one of us. She doesn't deserve to be in our unit. Haven's future is on the line, and you force this on us." "She's a competent medic. She can help us," Tristan countered. "She doesn't even want to be here, Hayes. The rest of us can see it. You're the only one unable to see her for what she is." Tristan went rigid. "You are out of line, Sorensen," Tristan said with lethal quiet. I had never heard him speak like that. Tristan filled the entire room, ultimate authority leaking from him. Everyone in the room tensed. Even Rumi opened her eyes. "Go to the mess hall for evening meal," Tristan ordered. At the door, Isla held out Levi's boots from the neat line she had just formed. Rumi joined them to lace up. "Hayes," Ingrid began. "That was a direct order, Sorensen." "Everyone out," Tristan commanded. Damien rolled his eyes, stretching. Still, he slipped his feet into his boots, not bothering to lace them as the door to the bathroom opened. Patrick walked out humming, a towel wrapped around his waist, his cross resting in the middle of his bare chest. He stopped humming abruptly, taking in the scene. An exasperated sigh left him. Who pissed off Hayes? Damien raised his brows, pointing at Ingrid. Ingrid is mad that Sasha is a part of our unit. Claims Sasha doesn't want to be here, Rumi said, unfazed. Apparently, she had been listening the entire time. Patrick threw his free hand up. Obviously. Tristan turned his attention to Patrick. Calm down, Hayes. You know what it's like for us above. If she doesn't want to be here, how the hell is she going to be there for any of us? No offense, Sasha. I'm grateful for your help in the ward, but I wouldn't trust you to guard my back for a second above when you don't even have your own. Bingo, Damien muttered. His statement hollowed me out more than anything Ingrid had thrown at me. Get out, Tristan told him. Can I put my clothes on, or would you like me to go to the mess hall like this? Patrick shot back. Team no clothes, Damien quipped. Tristan didn't say anything as Patrick entered their sleeping quarters. I'll go, I said, moving toward my shoes. Patrick's comment ate at my already ravaged insides. Someone sighed heavily by the door, but I couldn't see. My path was blocked by Tristan. You'll stay, Tristan instructed, halting me. No, I think I'll go. God, Damien said from the door. At least we'll have entertainment this lockdown. You will stay, Tristan told me, his body stiff. You can't. Actually, Cadet Cadle, I can, Tristan said. I flinched against the name as he stepped closer until I had to tip my head back to see his face, the force of his presence enveloping me. I am your unit commander and you are a cadet. My cadet, Tristan declared with a quiet control that slithered up my spine, making me too aware of the inches between us. And if I do, I challenged as my breath hitched, betraying me. Okay, let's go, Isla urged, pulling Ingrid to the door. I glanced to find Ingrid smirking, enjoying Tristan's reprimanding of me. She made me want to fight harder, to siphon off the pain that had awoken at the sound of my family's name. Levi opened the door, waving them out. Damien cranked his neck back, but Levi pushed him after Isla and Ingrid. Patrick returned in full patrol uniform, buttoning his shirt as he walked past us. The fabric clung to his damp skin. Rumi leaned into Patrick's sulking frame. Come on, Patty, food always helps. I just wanted to sit on the couch until patrol, he grumbled. Rumi leaned her head against his side, patting his chest as he slung an arm over her shoulders. Was the witching hour bad? Rumi asked as they crossed the threshold. It's all bad without you, Rums. They left. Levi stood in the doorway, staring at the two of us. Hayes. We will be there shortly, Tristan said. Levi didn't say another word. The sound of the door shutting was his only goodbye. Tristan walked away from me and perched on the arm of the couch. Give them a minute, and we will join them. Do you need help getting your other things from expansion? I have everything, I told him. That's all you have. Tristan gestured toward my dirty backpack. I nodded. He blew out a breath. Look, I'm sorry. If I had known she was going to finally approve this move, I would have found you and told you face to face. You didn't know? I asked incredulously. Hard to believe. Tristan crossed his arms. Lissa didn't tell me she approved until I was in that room with you. But you requested me. My anger pressed against my skin. Yes. Right, I don't need to go to the mess hall. I wouldn't force myself on their unit. Sasha, you've lost weight since leaving the ward. So, You'll need the calories for the training tomorrow. You need to gain weight before we go above. I have no desire to go be with your unit. Our unit, he corrected. Look, Ingrid is struggling. She shouldn't have said those things. She didn't say anything that wasn't true. You don't mean that. Which part? I am fucking Jackson. I did all the other things. Tristan stilled, but I pressed on. I am not one of you, and I don't want to be here. Sasha, your skills will help us above. I have been petitioning for a medic for years now. They send us out with an aid bag and minimal knowledge. I need a real medic. You were the best option for us. I know this will take some adjusting, but it's what's best for everyone. Why? Because you decided it was. I shot back, anger burning in my chest. Because we need to complete this mission, Tristan said heavily. I don't care about your mission, I snapped. I liked what I was doing. Hitting dirt walls. Your skills were wasted in expansion. Tristan stood. That wasn't your call to make. I was trying to help you, help them, help Haven. My fury burst through. You can say you were helping them, but don't lie and claim you were helping me by going behind my back and forcing me into something I have never wanted. I didn't want to help your unit before, and I don't want to now. I have never wanted any of this. You seem incapable of respecting that. You might not have wanted to, but you did. Because you gave me no option. I stand by my decision, Tristan said, unflinching. You're medically competent, you have some training, and you're willing to bend the rules. Not to mention you can shoot. I know you're angry with me. I am furious, I hissed. I stormed over to my boots, shoving my feet into them. I needed to be away from this, from him. Fine, be furious. That doesn't change the truth. I whirled around. You want the truth, Hayes. Tristan crossed his arms. Always. Some distant part of myself screamed at me to just walk away. Instead, I said, when I helped you in the ward, I was doing my job. This, you helping me, that's not your fucking job. Quit trying to save me. Stop, stop, stop. The desperate chant beat in time with my heart. You're just delusional enough to think this will change something between us. It won't. Fucking give it up. Many times he had lingered in that closet after I had patched up his unit and sent them on their way. He had made a litany of attempts to knock down my walls, want to go to the bars. I can't thank you enough. You doing okay? You look tired. I was thinking about the first time I saw you, and I built the walls higher, making my soul impenetrable. I am doing my job, Tristan retorted, hurt swimming in his eyes. Trust me, if there was someone else they would be here. Find someone else. What of Haven's future? Don't you want to help those left? I thought of the health score system, the doors they had locked sentencing everyone above to their doom, those 3 men in the tunnels, all the death I had seen. Help Haven what? Haven was well on its way to finishing what the war had started. I grabbed the door handle. No. Where are you going? Tristan asked, but he didn't move. Jackson S. I shot over my shoulder because I knew it would hurt him. Let him see exactly what dwelled beneath. Sasha, Tristan called. I stopped. He'd fight me, make me stay. What? It came out more defeated than I intended. But all he said was, here's your new ID band. Your cot is the last one in the girls' room, door on the left. I snatched the blue band, tossing my gray one to the floor. I ripped the door open. Tristan didn't stop me as I left. I turned toward Jackson's room, but I didn't enter. That distraction felt tainted now. I walked past, my feet hitting the ground rapidly but not fast enough as my thoughts caught me, sending me in an all too familiar spiral, tunneling down and down into every horrible thing that I had become, until the beast within won. I didn't recognize the person pretending to be Sasha Cadle. She wasn't here anymore. 5. Morning, Sasha. Or do you prefer Death's Angel? Rumi said, yanking me awake. I bolted upright, knife in hand. You're in the force now, remember, Rumi said. I lowered my knife. She was fully dressed, her raven hair slicked back in a long ponytail. What bell is it? I croaked. I wasn't sure at which bell my feet had dragged me back here. Most had been asleep, though 3 sets of boots had been missing. I hadn't bothered deciphering whose boot owners might have been walking the tunnels like me. I had fallen asleep so deeply, I was still in the same position and dressed in the same clothes as yesterday. A little past the 4th bell. I'll take you to the mess hall and give you a tour before formation. Here's your uniform. Rumi gestured to the pile on my bed. There are new boots that actually fit you by the door outside. Your old ones went to recycling, as did your expansion clothing. Recycling, the term used for gear that was no longer required, whether from a sector change or the one I was most used to, items not needed after the wearer had passed. At the end of every shift in the ward, I had taken piles of clothes to recycling to be sanitized and redistributed, the wearers forgotten. I'm going to shower, I grunted. Personal items were strewn throughout the room, a trust thick upon every object left out in the open, something I thought we'd lost in the war. Even in the ward, I had never been able to leave my items around so carelessly. Those clothes should all be sent to recycling too, Rumi called as I walked out with my bag. I hoped she would be gone when I returned. There was too much life in these living quarters. It chafed against my skin. I left the room only to find Damien sitting alone on the couch. I almost darted into the bathroom, but the ankle captured in his hands halted me. I knew his left ankle plagued him. He had wrecked it during the war. He had confessed as much to me in the closet, doubled over in pain, rambling about the marks he already had on his health score. He had barely qualified for the force. Damien had asked me to keep his ankle between us. He didn't want anyone to worry about the pain he still suffered. I agreed before showing him how to wrap it, providing it more support when he went above. We never exchanged another word on the subject. I almost asked if he needed it wrapped, almost. The words formed in my throat before dying. No one wanted to discuss their weaknesses, not when their system had turned them into weapons. It was another thing that had chased me from the ward. We were all evaluated when we entered Haven, given a colored band, an ID number, and a chart. Anyone who carried anything contagious was isolated immediately. Doctors performed physicals and obtained a medical history on the others, while monitoring signs of radiation illness. Many made it to Haven only to die from the radiation exposure. It was a risk every person took to get here. In the fallout, we lost all technology, phones, televisions, cars, everything completely wiped out. The only option had been to make the trek on foot, exposing ourselves. I didn't know the long-term effects of my desperate race. I'd have to live long enough to find out. Those first years in the ward, I became convinced the health score was really a way to weed out those with too much exposure to make it, preserving our supplies, casting anyone too contaminated and defective into their own sectors, away from those who stood a chance. I had seen death, plenty of it. I had also seen all the injuries the body carried while still trying to live, how the health score caused people to hide everything that had gotten them here. The demons, physical and mental, that tormented everyone. I carried their secrets, tried to ease their pain and preserve their scores. The only benefit to losing technology was that all of the ward's charts were documented on paper forms. Accurate documentation relied on a person's honor, something I had long foregone. Damien caught my stare, determination blazing. Sometimes it was easier to pretend the demons didn't exist. I had been right to stay quiet. The door opened, and Damien quickly released his leg as Levi entered, carrying 3 steaming cups. "Morning, Cadle," Damien drawled like I had just entered the room. "She doesn't like being called Cadle," Rumi said. I turned to find her staring at me unabashedly. She flinched when Hayes said it yesterday. I stiffened. Rumi noted that too, like a snake in the grass, quiet, calm, analyzing everything and everyone. She had only said a handful of words when she was brought to the closet for a couple of injuries and illnesses. She'd bluntly tell me what was wrong, sit quietly as I helped her, and then she'd leave. Patrick filled the empty space. She had never come to me without him. "That's not for you," Levi scolded, swatting Damien's hand from the 2 drinks on the table, the third clutched in his left hand. "Why not? Who are you out fetching this shit excuse coffee for?" Damien asked skeptically. I couldn't remember the last time I had tasted coffee. Did our second somehow become the errand bitch? "No," Levi stated before taking a long sip. "They're for Sasha and Hayes." Calling it coffee seemed like a stretch. All of our food was a terrible excuse for what food used to be. Some days, a glutinous nutrient shake that tasted horrible was all they could even offer. I had heard rumors of a greenhouse-like lab set up before the war, but no one from the kitchens talked about it. They dried everything, extending the shelf life while robbing the consumer of taste and texture. What I would give to eat a real vegetable or piece of fruit. Levi's blue eyes flickered between me and the drink. His face yielded nothing as he watched me. I couldn't tell if it was a peace offering, a challenge, or just a drink. Levi had never returned to the ward or the closet after I had stitched him up. He seemed to be a relatively healthy person. I had also never glimpsed the man who had joked with Hayes in the ward the first time I met him. Perhaps he only used humor when in pain. Everyone handled pain differently. There were criers. Some wailed loudly, others silently bawled, endless tears flowing down their faces. There were yellers who fought every step, then the unflinching, silent kind, as if in shock the entire time. Rarely did a patient attempt humor or laugh instead of cry, like they couldn't sit in their pain, let alone let others. So their pain became distant while they joked. I was convinced Levi was one. "Can Hayes not get his own drinks now?" Damien asked incredulously. "Hayes never came back to the room last night," Rumi said. "He stayed out all night." She sat on the mat, rolling her neck. "Why? He wasn't on patrol. Have him. And Damien stopped, glancing at me. I wondered who Hayes might have stayed out all night for. He doesn't have to tell us what he does with his free time, Levi said. I clamped down on my curiosity, slamming a wall down. I enjoyed being anonymous among the masses. Here, they cared about one another's comings and goings. I'm going to shower, I said. I didn't want to know why Tristan had stayed out all night. I didn't want coffee. I didn't want any of this. Death's angel, do you want the drink or not? Damien asked. I looked over my shoulder, the coffee steaming and enticing. I couldn't meet Levi's gaze as I turned away from it. No. Dibs, Damien exclaimed to a rustle of movement. I can't believe you thought that would work. Desperate to shut them out, I grabbed the bathroom handle, but it twisted beneath my grip and pulled open. I stumbled forward, colliding into a very solid body, a very hard, warm body. Reality ground to a halt. The skin beneath my hands was still damp, tattoos sprawled across the rippling muscles. I hadn't checked if the bathroom was in use. I had been too distracted by Damien's ankle. I looked up and instantly regretted it as our gazes collided. Tristan smirked down at me. Cadet. Cadet, I got you a coffee, Levi said. It's still hot. Technically, you got them a coffee, but Death's angel denied you, Damien chimed in. Looking for something? Tristan asked, arching a brow at me. I snapped out of my daze, snatching my hands away and stumbling back. Embarrassment flooded me, my body burning. Damien and Levi had just seen me act like a complete idiot on my first day. At least Rumi was meditating. I could feel Tristan watching me as I stared at the hole in my left sock. I had been so angry and off-kilter that I hadn't considered what living here would mean. Suddenly, the proximity felt crushing. I felt cornered. Discomfort flipped my stomach. Tristan strolled past me as if unconcerned. My traitorous eyes followed him as he stalked toward the table, his towel wrapped low around his waist. I drank in every ounce of bare skin until I found Levi shooting me a knowing look. Damien clutched the coffee that should have been mine. Tristan lifted the cup to his lips, taking a sip as he groaned appreciatively. I hated what that sound did to me. Thank you, he told Levi, who saluted him silently with his own cup. Turning to me, Tristan said, I suggest you get moving, Cadet. I don't tolerate lateness for any reason. I kept my mouth shut as Tristan leaned against the side of the couch, causing his towel to pull to the side, exposing his strong thigh. He took a long sip of coffee, his gaze never leaving me. Damien snorted. I think she's actually speechless. Congratulations, Hayes. If I had known taking my shirt off would have this effect, I'd have done it a long time ago, Tristan teased, his lips tugging up. It made him even more attractive. I had been able to deny it when I lived far away from here, from him. Now, anger overtook my mortification, yet I couldn't find the right words to fire. I lifted my chin and slammed the bathroom door behind me like a coward. A chorus of chuckles followed me as I leaned against the door, attempting to shake off the humiliation. I had seen naked men, plenty of them, or I thought I had. Tristan made the others look like boys. I heard Levi say something I couldn't make out. Damien's loud laugh rang out, followed by, I cannot wait to see how this plays out. My money is on Death's angel, Levi drawled. Tristan rumbled something in return to more chuckles. Assholes. I ripped my clothes off and yanked the shower knob, welcoming the freezing water that pelted me. I had no axe to swing at the wall, no forms to lie on, no distraction from this. My heart hammered against its cage as I shivered against the cold. The door remained closed, voices rumbling on the other side. I didn't want to be part of the force, but I was showering alone. The imbeciles on the other side were annoying, but they meant no one would barge in and attack me. My shoulders relaxed in a foreign way. For the first time in years, I closed my eyes and let water wash over my face. My face slammed into the mat, the wind leaving my lungs. For what felt like the 100th time, I peeled my body off the mat just in time to have my arm captured and pulled back. The tendons in my arm strained to the point of pain. I tapped. Again. "Go get a drink, cadet," I heard Tristan call as my arm was released. The cadet walked away. The first go on the mats was against a new cadet from the last sector change. I didn't try, even as my body screamed at me. When she captured my arm in seconds, I debated letting her snap it. Sure, it would hurt, but then I would be useless to the force. Tristan had called the fight as if my thoughts were spoken out loud. "I thought you said you took jujitsu before." He frowned, staring down at me. I ignored his extended hand and pushed myself up. "I was 15. It's been 8 years," I spat, touching my left cheekbone. It ached wildly. My ribs hurt as well. Even if I wanted to fight back, I didn't have the strength. 8 years ago, I always had enough food to eat. I had been safe. The mats had been a game to siphon off trivial anger, a hobby, nothing more. Fighting hadn't been a hobby for a long time. Every touch, every move made me reel at the hell of the past 8 years. My abilities had become a necessity. I could have pivoted in her grasp, got the upper hand. It wasn't about my abilities, it was a matter of trying, and I couldn't. I didn't know how to just spar anymore, how to find the game in the fight. I didn't want to. "You took on 3 men the other day," Tristan said, watching me. "That wasn't hand to hand." It was still 3 men. Several people on the mats shifted their attention our way. It was different, I told him simply. It had been for survival. I wouldn't have started you on the mats. Does it even matter? There's no enemy above, right? Why do I even need to do this? After what Lissa said, everyone not in our unit is your enemy, Tristan informed me as a whistle filled the room. Burden had addressed the force assembly that morning. Her words still rang in my ears. "The vacant position in the coveted Unit 7 has been filled," she'd said. "Commander Hayes wasn't satisfied with one of our own. No, he insisted on someone from expansion. Every member of the force is worth 10 of those in other sectors." Commander Hayes disagreed. He was unimpressed with you all seeking mid-year petitions. His new cadet will skip auction completely, which seems unfair. Seeing as we are in another lockdown and we won't have fresh cadets for another 6 moons, I would like you all to help oversee Death's Angels' welcome to Unit 7. Lissa Burden had come to a halt in front of me as whispers broke out. I had steeled my spine, rigid against the onslaught of attention. People shifted from formation, craning to see Death's Angel. "Welcome to the force, Cadet Cadle. You might have been the ward's unbreakable little angel, but here." Burden sauntered closer until I could smell something sweet on her breath. "I will ensure you break. Maybe you'll even wish for the death you seem intent on evading." I narrowed my eyes, doubtful. Someone groaned next to me as Burden stared me down, then turned on her heel. "Make the angel fall," she declared. "All of you. That's a direct order. I don't allow angels in my ranks." She leaned into Tristan, saying something saved only for him before storming out of the room. Now I rolled my eyes at Tristan. No one has done anything. "That's because I'm here," he said with such confidence it grated on my nerves. "But you'd be foolish not to think they aren't all looking for your weaknesses. You're a lot of things, but stupid isn't one of them." "Fine," I said. I held out my hand. He looked between my waiting hand and my face. "My things." Tristan had taken my pistol and knife prior to allowing me on the mats. It had left me feeling too exposed. Tristan shook his head. "You won't need them on the course," he said simply and walked away. I cursed under my breath, facing the death trap ahead of me. The obstacle course was elaborate. Ropes hung from the ceiling, several walls loomed, random bars and ladders scattered far above, and other parts that I didn't even know how to describe. The rest of the force might never get their chance at me if I fell and broke my neck. I wondered why Burden would allow me into the force at all if she intended to take me down. Did she purposefully want to weaken Unit 7? What, exactly, was the nature of her relationship to Tristan? I hadn't missed the way her gaze had lingered on him yesterday. "You might want to try on this one," Levi said next to me, shrugging on his shirt. His eyes met mine like he knew exactly what I had been doing on the mats. Unlike Tristan, Levi had sparred the entire session, easily handling each opponent. Levi was lean and wiry, his dark skin wrapped tightly around each defined muscle. He had anticipated each move from his opponents, being a step ahead of them before they even moved. It was mesmerizing. Damien came up on my other side. "He's right, above is a lot like this. Unfortunately, we don't wrestle up there. No matter how many times I ask," he said, shooting a wink at Levi. Levi chuckled as he walked off. "Can't fault a guy for trying," Damien told me, Isla joining us. "He's just such a sight on the mats." "Everyone is a sight to you, Damien," Isla said, elbowing him. He smirked. "It keeps things fun." "I've missed the obstacle course," Isla said, excitement etching across her freckled face. I turned away quickly, the scar I had left above her eyebrow leaving me uncomfortable. I had been devastated when it had been Isla they brought in with a deep gash above her brow. Anyone else I could have stitched up and made the scar minimal, but Isla had fair skin covered in freckles. There had been no hope in matching up the small speckles as I closed the wound, leaving fractured, mismatched splotches on both sides of the scar. Isla had talked to me constantly in the closet, thanking me and asking questions, and I had repaid her with a scar. "Yeah, well, you're the only one, you masochist," Damien claimed. I silently agreed with him. Isla simply shrugged. "Call it what you want. I owe you Cadle." She doesn't like being called Cadle. She flinched when Hayes said it. Rumi's voice spoke from behind us, causing me to jump. "Really, why?" Isla asked, slowing. "What do you want to be called?" Damien asked seriously as we stopped at the edge of the obstacle course. "Fuck, isn't someone supposed to be on patrol?" I exclaimed, sick of being bombarded by all of them. "Hayes pulled everyone from patrol today for your first day," Rumi informed me. I glared at the man ahead of me who laughed at something Patrick said. Does it matter what she wants to be called? Ingrid approached, wrapping her head with a makeshift headband from a piece of purple fabric, clearing her face for the task ahead. She won't last. She doesn't have what it takes to be in the Force. Ingrid strutted away. Isla shot me an apologetic look. I ignored it as she jogged off after Ingrid, who stood with Tristan, Levi, and Patrick. Ignore Ingrid, Damien told me quietly. She's always pissed off these days. She can't move on from losing Lily. They were more than partners. I know, I said stiffly. So what do you want to be called? Damien asked, thankfully letting it go. Oi, hurry up, Patrick shouted in our direction. I pushed past Rumi and Damien, making my way toward the course. You need to think on it, I get that. New sector, new you, right? Damien called out behind me, causing my shoulders to go tense. I don't think that's it, Rumi said quietly from behind me. I missed my silent wall of dirt. An hour later, I found myself agreeing with Isla. I might also be a masochist. It wasn't a shocking revelation. While challenging to the point of humbling, the obstacle course wasn't as horrendous as I had initially thought. There was little communication involved with the unit. It was me battling myself, a war I was well acquainted with. The only time I was forced to rely on the others was to scale the tall walls. The unit formed a human ladder. The first time they did it, they moved so quickly, I almost missed it. The second time, I had been thrown in the mix as people braced and climbed over one another with complete trust. The only obstacle I didn't stand a chance at was climbing to the top of the rope like the rest of them. Even Rumi's petite form shimmied up the rope with ease. She snaked her way through the rest of the course. Her only issue seemed to be far distances, her height working against her. Patrick was always there, bridging the distance. Ingrid handled the course like she did everything, with brute force. Levi seemed to take it on with complete seriousness, everything calculated and precise. Damien bitched and laughed his way through it. Once or twice I swore I caught him favoring the ankle he had held hours before, but a well-placed joke hid his movements. Tristan made the course look like child's play as he called out encouragement and praise to his unit, whether hanging by one hand or jumping through the air. Tristan somehow handled the task easily while being aware of the rest of us. But it was Isla who kept catching my attention. She practically danced through every obstacle, a smile on her face, leaping off things, landing like a cat, and climbing the rope the fastest. I watched her as I sat on my ass after tumbling down the same rope. Isla hung suspended 15 feet from the ground. She smiled at me as she swung back and forth, gaining momentum before releasing with a laugh. She sailed through the air, grabbing another bar effortlessly. She used to be a gymnast, Damien said, coming out of nowhere, extending a hand. I rolled to my knees and stood. Damien clapped his rejected hand with his other, shaking his own hand. You know, it will be unbearable if Ingrid is right, and she will be right if you can't accept help. Good. Cool, Cadle, Damien shot back. Cadet, from the beginning, Tristan yelled from somewhere overhead. I made my way to the start, working through the obstacles as the choke hold I held on the thing beneath my skin gave way. Those 2 years in the closet, I had tried for them. It only led to more pain, more loss. I knew their mission mattered. I didn't know what it was, but it meant a lot to them. I saw in Tristan's eyes every time he danced around what they had been tasked with. They were all fighting for something. Something up there mattered to them. But I couldn't carry any more. I reached the end of the course. The rope swayed gently, waiting. The unit paused to watch me. We had all acted like we were an evolved species before the war. We had been delusional. When the war tore the world apart and the trappings of polite society fell away, we were little better than beasts. When Lily died, mine had roared within me, vicious and unyielding, an ugly, ruthless thing. I stopped trying to fight it. I gripped the rope. Stairs burned into me with each pull. Sweat poured down my spine. Midway, the beast raked its claws down my insides, and I tumbled to the ground, my back slamming hard to the mat. Again and again. A six. A series of bells later, I sat in the mess hall, inhaling the plate of food in front of me. My whole body screamed with bruises and aches. I could hardly believe it was only lunchtime. The force ate in a smaller, different room from the oversized main cafeteria. Most of the long tables were already full, but that wasn't what held my attention. There was a levity to the room. The people were relaxed, their trays full of food. There was the usual shake, but also freeze-dried fruits, nuts, some kind of dried meat. No one rationed the amount I put on my plate. I had a million questions, but I kept them to myself. Heads had followed me as I filled my tray and took an empty seat, but no one in blue said or did anything. I couldn't tell if I was relieved or disappointed. Even though my blue outfit aligned me with the others, I sat alone. My uniform wasn't oversized or disgustingly overworn by someone else. The blue color was slightly faded, but the stitching remained in good condition. It was the first piece of clothing I had worn since going underground that fit me. My waistline was a bit loose, but that was a common thing among survivors. I wiggled my toes, my boots snug and comfortable. Yeah, the Death's Angel. That's what Kaleo said last night. Burden confirmed at formation this morning. I froze at the whispering, my head slowly rising to see two cadets talking at another table, side-eyeing me. They whipped around when they noticed me looking. I focused on my plate, blending in until I was just a drop in their sea of blue. The bench flexed. I glanced up as some of the unit took their seats around me. I swallowed my groan. Did any of them ever do anything alone? Rehydrated freeze-dried beef, or is it venison again? Isla asked, sitting directly across from me. Venison, Patrick said around a mouthful as he sat close to Isla. I took a bite, ignoring them. Isla smiled at me encouragingly. The texture is odd for meat, but you get used to it. It was different, almost soggy, but it was indeed meat. How long had the Force had access to meat while the rest of us ate porridges, broths, and nutrient shakes? Anyone else notice Kaleo was absent this morning? Damien asked, plopping down near me. Rumor has it he is fucking around with someone else. He threatened to kill someone from Unit 2 for coming to his room last night. He's being sketchy. You're going to ruin my appetite, Isla said. Kaleo likes being unit commander too much to mess things up with Burden, Patrick said. You know everything, Damien said, brandishing his fork as Rumi placed her tray in the middle of Isla and Patrick. They made room for her as she sat between them. Tell them Kaleo is up to something and fucking around behind Burden's back. Dude, keep your voice down, Patrick hissed. Everyone watched Rumi as she pushed her food around. "Stop fishing, Damien." I took my last bite, my plate now clean. My stomach protested in an entirely foreign way. It was full. "Kaleo is Unit 5's commander," Isla explained as Levi took the seat next to her. "Levi, tell Rumi that Kaleo is stepping out on burden," Damien demanded. "I don't concern myself with Unit 5's shit," Levi muttered. "You sure used to," Damien said through a mouthful. Patrick bit back a chuckle. Isla's eyes flickered to him. "Abbott wasn't in 5 when they were together," Rumi said. "Thank you," Levi sized up Damien. "And whose unit haven't you concerned yourself with, Dame?" "I'm a man of varied taste. Plus, it gets dull down here. I need a place for the restlessness." Damien shrugged, popping another piece of dried fruit into his mouth. "Cadle gets it, don't you?" My spine went straight as his hazel eyes twinkled, taunting me. "Which sector's the best?" he asked. "Am I missing out by keeping it in the Force? I feel like the ward has to be filled with givers, which might be fun. The kitchens would all want to cuddle after. Expansion doesn't really intrigue me, though. Seems dirty." I leashed the beast as its hackles raised. "Ingrid said you hadn't been with sanitation, probably for the best. Good to have standards." Damien grinned. Isla blanched. "You might have to find out for yourself, Dame," Levi drawled flatly, taking another bite. "You're running out of interested parties in this sector." Heavy footsteps sounded behind me. The only 2 open seats were next to me. I couldn't think of 2 people I wanted to be stuck in the middle of less than Tristan and Ingrid. "Sit, Sorensen," Tristan ordered. Clearly, I wasn't the only one. Damien made room as Tristan took the seat between us. I tensed as warmth radiated from his body mere inches away. Ingrid lowered herself on the other side of me. I gave her space, only to collide with Tristan. Electricity coursed through me at the contact. I bit back a groan. Damien leaned forward. "We'll finish this chat later, Cadle. I have more questions." "Questions about what?" Tristan asked. He hesitated before grabbing his fork, causing his arm to brush against mine. I looked around wildly. The tables around us were full, but no other unit seemed to sit as close together as this one. "Oh, I was asking Cadle about her experience with other sectors," Damien said, winking at me. "You know, in the bedroom." The use of my family's name sent my shoulders to my ears. Tristan shifted as he grunted, taking a bite of his food. My heart thumped wildly in my chest. Fuck this. I had no shame in how I had chased away the hell of daily life. "The ward isn't full of givers," I snapped, my spine ramrod straight to the point of aching. "They give all day. They're selfish and needy in bed. The kitchens do cuddle. It's suffocating. Expansion may be dirty, but they have endless stamina and amazing arms. I'll let you know about sanitation soon. Any other questions?" Damien shook back his dark hair, grinning at me. His eyes shifted to the next table over, his question obvious. I followed his eyes to find Jackson, who watched me briefly before looking away, saying something to a blond guy beside him. Tristan's arm stilled next to me. "And the Force, where do we fall into the mix?" Damien jeered. "We're the best, right?" I pulled my eyes away from Jackson, meeting Damien's. "Your sector is the neediest, most insecure, selfish group of children. You're all looks and no substance." Wait, that's not fair. You chose Jack's hole. Even I wouldn't go there. Damien scrunched his nose in distaste. Tristan stabbed with his fork like he had a personal vendetta against the rehydrated mush. My left leg began to bounce even as I tried to still it. I needed out. This was too much. I stood up, brushing against Tristan. Ingrid muttered something under her breath. I didn't need to hear it to know it was a dig at me. Across the room Jackson stood, jerking his head toward the lockers. "Range in 15, cadet," Tristan said, a muscle in his jaw flexing. "What did Burden say at the briefing this morning?" Patrick asked. 12 and 5 are officially on restock only. Mission is ours, Tristan answered. Kaleo won't like that, Isla said quietly. What about the weather? Patrick asked. According to the radar, it's clearing. The rest of the conversation was lost as I followed Jackson into the locker room. It was empty. Sasha, Jackson said, leaning against a locker. Or should I call you Cadet, or Death's Angel? Any attraction died in a deluge of frustration. Just Sasha. You know, I waited for you last night, he confessed, his hand latching onto my belt loop, pulling me closer. I let him. Why didn't you come? I was busy, I lied. Being a cadet, Jackson drawled, his gaze raking over my blue uniform. You didn't tell me you were interested in the Force. I wasn't interested. Sure, he said, not an ounce of belief there, his other hand running down my side. You didn't tell me you were Death's Angel either. His index finger teased my waistband. You didn't seem interested in talking, I retorted, touching his chest. I didn't think you had anything of interest to say, Jackson admitted. Imagine my surprise to find out I've had Death's Angel in my bed for 5 moons. His hand stilled on my gun. I gripped his shirt. Imagine my surprise to find out I was the expansion slut. Jackson shrugged, his hand leaving my side only to find the base of my neck. You ventured all the way from expansion, and you weren't exactly quiet, Death's Angel. They heard. I stiffened. They heard us or heard it from you. It's hard to keep secrets in a unit. Jackson chuckled, his mouth finding my neck. I pushed against his chest, halting him. You'll understand that soon enough. You get access to the secrets of the boot-kissing A-team. They walk around like they're better than everyone. Hayes is the worst. He acts like he's the fucking Force commander. I straightened at the thought. The door opened, and I turned to find Unit 7 entering. Tristan's green eyes took in the scene, something dark reflected in the depths before looking away. Ingrid immediately scoffed at us and beelined for the door on the other side. I stayed in Jackson's arms, solidifying for them what I already knew about myself. Range, cadet. Tristan's authoritative tone rang out, not looking my way again. Children, Damien tutted at us, a wicked grin on his face as Isla pushed him forward. I gotta go, I said, leaning back, but Jackson's hold on my belt loop stayed, tugging me back to him. You coming by tonight? Jackson asked. My eyes flickered over to the door where my unit started to exit. I swore Tristan's steps paused, but he left without another glance. Forget the bastard, Jackson encouraged, his mouth close to mine now. Forget about tonight. I can be quick now. You're hot in the uniform. I could hear others entering the locker room. We had an audience. Lunch must be done. Come on, Death's Angel, Jackson cooed. Come play, I'll be quick. He cupped my ass. I hovered my lips above his, my hand drifting lower, inching toward what he wanted. I stopped just above his belt buckle. I could hear people moving about. I grinned, not bothering to keep my voice down. I thought that's what you had been doing all this time, being quick. His eyes flared as I pulled away, leaving his need for me evident to everyone in the locker room. I glanced down before meeting his gaze. Any quicker, and I'm not sure there'd be any point, Jackson. I turned and left, my auburn ponytail whipping behind me. I made my way through the gym. Jackson was turning out to be true to his nickname, but I hadn't put much stock in my own worth in some time. Perhaps we were one and the same. Maybe that explained why I had stayed for 5 moons. Either way, I should be done with that particular distraction. Light footsteps settled into the same rhythm as my own. My shadow had returned. "How much of that did you hear?" I asked, looking straight ahead. "All of it," Rumi said as we passed the mats. "Are you going to share any of it?" "Not unless I feel I have something to gain from it," Rumi confessed. "He isn't a nice person." "I'm aware." "Is he great in bed?" Rumi probed. "You just told him he wasn't, and you told Dame the Force is the worst," Rumi reported, like she was building a case. "Why do you care?" "Because I'm trying to figure out if you're lying to us, him, or yourself," Rumi said, staring at me. "Why does that matter?" "Because what people lie about shows what matters to them, what they're afraid of." "Nothing matters to me anymore," I said, irritated by her bluntness, the truth in her words. "You may want that to be true, but we both know it's not." "And what do you lie about?" I demanded. "Why would I tell you when you're hell-bent on destroying everything you claim doesn't matter to you?" Rumi asked. "Stop following me," I snapped. "I don't need a tour guide. This won't win you any favors with me." "I'm not trying to win any favors." Everyone but Ingrid drew straws last night. I drew the shortest one. It should make me feel better knowing Rumi was here out of some lost bet and obligation. I should be relieved. Of course, this was probably Tristan's doing. "I don't want a damn babysitter," I said louder, coming to a halt. The sea of blue churned around us. Rumi's eyes glittered. "You don't know what you want. This unit is my family now. Hayes says we need you." We aren't going to question him, especially after Lily, but we aren't going to let anyone, especially you, ruin anything for him for us. Haven is relying on us. Turning away, she said over her shoulder, "If you can't get out of your own way, then get out of ours." A 7. Rumi hadn't said anything shocking. Not truly. Unit 7 had sung Tristan's praises while I mended their injuries. I knew they admired him. I knew they were close and had one another's backs. I shouldn't be surprised they had banded together to protect him from me. Still, my chest felt empty. In the aftermath of Lily's death, everyone but Ingrid had tried to make sure I understood that they didn't blame me. And I had abandoned them, letting the beast roam free. I was the creator of my own hell, so why did I feel this way? "Here," Tristan said, passing me ear protection and a force-issued pistol before walking away without a look in my direction. The rest of the unit lined up in their own lanes. The sleek, clean pistol gleamed in my hand. I was better fed and clothed than I had been in years. The gun was nicer than anything I had to my name. but I longed for my grimy pickaxe and a dirt wall to swing until I fell into a rhythm, lungs ravaged, and I couldn't lift my arms. "Warm up, shoot the targets," Tristan informed us and edged to his voice. The rest of the unit rustled around me, putting on eye and ear protection. The targets ahead were similar to the ones from yesterday. I had been shocked at my accuracy. I hadn't shot a pistol since coming to Haven. I assumed I'd be rusty, but it had been natural, like riding a bike. Shooting had always been easy for me. My father had made sure of that. A month or two into the war, before it had reached our shores, my father had woken me as the first rays of sun blanketed the bleak horizon. We had hiked into the woods behind our house. He had been silent the entire time before abruptly stopping and pulling out a thermos of hot coffee with milk. He loved black coffee, but he ruined the entire thermos for me. He silently poured me a cup into the lid before taking a long drag from the thermos. He stared at me for what felt like an eternity. Finally, he withdrew his pistol and checked it before holding it out to me. "I'm going to teach you how to survive, little flower." He had given me a thorough rundown on the gun, showing me every part until I could recite everything. He taught me how to quickly unload and reload it. Then he had stomped off, setting up targets and talking me through each one, giving me tips, siphoning his old military training to me. "Go ahead, shoot the targets," he said. "I'm right here." I hit all but one squarely, easily. I thought it had been pride on his face as he hugged me that day. Looking back, I think it was relief, that I might stand a chance, that I could take the helm while he answered the military's call one last time. He took me out every morning, never shooting too many rounds, claiming I would need them one day. He showed me his ammunition stash. Then he showed me his medical kits, teaching me basic field knowledge. Until I stood a chance. "You have to survive now, little flower." Staring down the aim of the force pistol, I wondered whether my father had already anticipated the outcome of the war as we trudged out into those woods. He must have known he would be drafted, that my mother wouldn't fight for us. When he taught me how to survive, did he know what it would cost me? What I would lose trying to ensure survival for our entire family? Had he realized that with each trip into the woods, his little flower lost her petals? "Clear," Tristan called out. The red light flipped to green, and the sounds of shots rang out around me, my ear protection still around my neck. The old pistol in my waistband was all I had left of him now. I remembered sitting in our kitchen the morning he was to leave. It was one of the most vivid memories I had from before Haven. I wasn't surprised that memory stood the test of time. Somehow, regrets always do. The war had reached us. The sun breached the horizon as I sat at the table with 2 cups of coffee. Black the way he liked it. "We can't go this morning, little flower," because he was leaving. "No milk." I shook my head, taking a sip, shuddering at the bitterness. My father took a seat across from me, taking a drink from his own before placing his pistol on the table. "This is yours now," he said. Bitter tears filled my eyes. "You know how to use it. You know where everything is hidden. I have prepared you the best I can. Don't go." "I have to." "Let others fight out there. Stay here, fight for us." "I am fighting for you. I have to try to handle this before it gets to you. It's my duty. I have prepared you, Sasha." Angry tears fell as I shook my head. wishing I could make it untrue, wishing just once he chose us over his obligations to the military. Even in retirement, he answered their call. "The first time you really have to use this," he told me, tapping the gun, the barrel facing the rising sun. "If you think you can't, or if you find yourself hesitating, remember who's at your back." "Always point your gun in a safe direction," I recited. "No, that isn't what I mean. Your gun's safety is impeccable. I mean when you have to kill for the first time." My startled eyes found his grave ones. "Remember why you're pulling the trigger. Remember who you are fighting for and what you are keeping alive. Don't hesitate between your life and anyone else's. You pull the trigger. Do you understand? Remember who's at your back." I thought I understood. "Later, we can deal with the damage of using it. I hope you never have to. I believe our military will win." He stood from the table, making his way to the fridge. He returned a second later, pouring milk into my coffee until it was a pale tan. "You can do this, Sasha. I'm never going to forgive you for leaving." Those were my last words to my father. I had been angry and refused to say anything as he embraced me goodbye. I hadn't said I loved him. I hadn't said thank you. I hadn't said I was scared. I had let my anger win. The same anger that walked beside me every day along with the damage. Faces swarmed my vision. They weren't my family. My father never got the chance to tell me how to deal with the damage. What did you do once you had destroyed yourself? When everyone you pulled the trigger for was buried beneath you and no longer behind you? What did you do when no one was at your back? "Cadet," Tristan thundered, cutting through the trenches of my memory. "You didn't put on your ear protection," Tristan said, walking into my stall, his voice muffled against the ringing in my ears. The rest of the unit huddled around my lane. I had missed the entire warm-up. "When I give an order, you follow it. Do you understand?" Tristan growled, fuming. "This isn't a joke, Cadet. We go above the moment the weather is clear. You have to be ready." I scanned the empty range, the light above still green. The rest of the unit crowded at my back. I pulled on my headphones, flipped off the safety, and took aim. I didn't breathe between shots. Each one landed perfectly, in a fraction of the time it took everyone else. I checked my rounds before holstering the gun. Damien whistled. "If we ever have to shoot anything, Cadel does it." I turned to find all of them staring at the target. Even Ingrid couldn't hide her awe at my accuracy. I tried not to think about the way my father's eyes had crinkled as he checked those first targets, smiling at me. Tristan wasn't looking at the target, though. He was looking at me. I didn't know what he was thinking. I didn't want to know. "Where did you learn to shoot like that?" Levi asked. "Are we done?" I demanded, fending off the memories. "Were you in the military during the war?" Patrick asked. "Great job," Isla chimed in. "Could you do it with your eyes closed?" Damien asked. I whipped my head toward him. "That's a stupid fucking question. When you kill someone, you keep your eyes open and you watch the damage. Are we done?" Everyone fell silent. Several of them looked at me like they understood, but most seemed shocked by my words. How many of them had had to kill to be here? "No, we aren't done," Tristan informed me before looking at the others. "We have to do the house." "You can't be serious," Damien interjected. "The obstacle course fine, but the house is for cadet grunts." "You mean like her," Patrick said. "There is no incoming class for her to complete it with," Tristan said. Damien crossed his arms. Yeah, but she already has her unit assignment. She doesn't need to prove herself. There's no auction. We don't use that above anyway. Plus, it's her first day. Lissa doesn't see it like that. She wants us all to do it with her. It'll be a good refresher, Isla said. Did she ever tire of being positive? She shoots well enough. She might be fine on her own. It's what she wants, Rumi said quietly. I'm not doing the house with her, Ingrid grumbled. As they squabbled among themselves, I looked back at the targets. I swore I saw my father inspecting the marks, shooting me a smile. I shook the image away, cramming it back into the ruined depths of my soul. I don't remember asking anyone their opinions, Tristan said, silencing them. Is anyone going to bother telling her what the house is? I asked. Hell, Damien claimed. It's a close-quarters tactical training exercise, Levi said. Typically, incoming cadets are broken up into teams and then pairs, Tristan explained. Throughout a couple of moons, they practice the house. On the fourth full moon, they compete live in front of the entire force. Then unit commanders bid at auction for cadets they want in their unit. What if the unit doesn't have openings? I asked. The unit commander makes room by dropping someone, Levi told me. What happens to the ones who are dropped? The entire process seemed cutthroat. Petitions, unless someone claims them within one full bell cycle, Levi said. So the unit commanders can just ditch people, I asked. Yup. Some commanders drop unit members every year no matter what, Isla said, looking at Tristan. He had never dropped one of his unit members, I realized, returning every bit of their loyalty. Finish your history lesson in the locker room, Tristan said. I want above low radiation gear. Keep the full suits for later. This is really happening, Damien asked. Tristan nodded and walked away. You have 15 minutes. The last one back is the scout. Fuck that, Isla, don't dawdle. Damien bolted toward the locker room. What about her? Ingrid called after Tristan, jerking her thumb toward me. She has a locker with all her gear next to yours, actually, Tristan called back. The rest of the unit trudged after Damien, who had already disappeared into the locker room. Whatever being the scout entailed, it evoked enough motivation to get everyone moving. Several minutes later, I stood before a fully stocked locker in complete shock, gawking at all the items neatly placed inside. A pack that was filled to the brim, a second pair of thicker boots, several pairs of socks all neatly folded, a second blue uniform, a patrol uniform, and a thicker gray uniform with plates and buckles. There were other items, thermals, a helmet, and ear and eye protection. Everything sat militantly folded and organized by the size and color of the item. I ran my hand over the items, all for just one person, me. My current possessions consisted of my outfit, 2 pairs of threadbare socks, an old journal, a pen, the remnants of my sister's cardigan, a dwindling ammunition stash, and my weapons, a pistol and 2 knives. One knife, I reminded myself. I had buried the other in Chuck's leg. A pang of regret and longing racked me. I was supposed to check the death records and ward, but I had forgotten the moment I stood before command. Ingrid ripped her shirt off next to me before immediately pulling on her thermals. She moved quickly, with no intention of helping me, which was fine. I had no desire to be near her. I glanced over, assessing what she grabbed. I disarmed, hiding my father's pistol and knife in the locker beneath everything, then pulled on the thermals and socks. Again, everything fit me. The fabric wasn't stiff or overworn. It was warm and felt like an embrace compared to the garments I had grown accustomed to. I ran my hands over the gray fabric once more before I glanced over for my next step, but Ingrid was gone. I whirled to find her striding toward the exit, her helmet in hand. Amazing. I fumbled through the items in my locker, grabbing the thick-plated gear Ingrid had on. It was heavy and oddly cold beneath my fingers. There were buckles, straps, and pockets. How had Ingrid gotten it on so quickly? I grabbed the pants, which were far less intimidating. I pulled them on. Again, they fit, snug in the right places but easy to maneuver in. I began threading the thick belt. "You missed a belt loop," a warm voice said to my right. I turned to find a cadet with rich brown skin and long braids standing several lockers down from me. I ripped the belt out and started again. "You missed it again." "Here," she said, walking toward me. I widened my stance instinctively, readying myself. She smiled, throwing her hands up, just offering to help. I have never been into making angels fall. I scanned her wearily. She noted my hesitation and quickly removed her weapons, laying them in her locker before extending her hand. "Wilma Abbott, you stitched up my friend once. I always said if I met you, I'd say thank you." Slowly I extended my hand. "Sasha," I said. "I can fix your belt if you want," she offered, releasing my hand. "Or I can just point to the one you missed." "Point." "Here," she said, gesturing to the back. "Doing the house." I nodded, rethreading the belt before fastening it. Wilma stripped off her patrol uniform. "Better you than me. Hate that thing," she confided, grabbing a towel from her locker. I grabbed the top, overwhelmed by all the parts. It resembled a straitjacket. "I can help," she said. "I'll help her," Levi said, coming up behind me, tossing his helmet into my locker. He was impressive in all his gear, lethal as he stared down Wilma. "I was trying to help," she said. "We all know where your help gets people, Abbott. Go away," Levi shot at her. Wordlessly, he pulled the first piece on over my head before pulling the plated part on and set to fixing a series of straps and buckles. Wilma receded as if Levi's words had wounded her. She didn't hide the anger in her voice. "She's putting us on restock duty instead of the abyss." Fucking restock. She's making this a damn game so she can watch Tristan fail, and you know it. We should be banding together. "He's not going to fail. We all fail if you and your little medic project fails. We got rid of medics for a reason. We are running out of time. This is a waste." "I see Kalio's influence has ruined you," Levi said coldly, tightening the last strap. Number Hope did. She grabbed her towel and stormed off. "What did she mean?" I asked Levi. "We only have 3 minutes left." Rumi's quiet voice greeted us as she braided her long hair, her cheeks flushed like she had hurried here. "Yeah, and whose fault is that?" Levi asked, shoving my helmet into my hands. He was angry, the quiet composure shed for something the beast within me knew. I glanced between Wilma's empty locker and Levi's rigid form. Rumi had said at lunch that they were together at one point. "You stitched up my friend once," Wilma had said. Had she meant Levi? "She needs boots," Rumi commented. I glanced down at my feet, covered in nothing but warm socks. Then I suggest you do your job and see that she has what she needs and is at the house on time, Levi told Rumi. He ripped his helmet from my locker and stormed out. A part of me wanted to ask Rumi what that was about, but the other part, the part that knew that anger, the part that never wanted people butting in, won. I grabbed my thicker boots and began lacing them up. "We need to go," Rumi said, dumping my discarded uniform and boots in my locker before closing it and heading out. I followed her. "Shitty shadow moment by you." Rumi didn't bother to respond as she led the way toward the house. We walked through the central hub of the force sector, where formation was held, which was empty, and entered the gym. Besides the gym, every area I had ever been in throughout Haven was about the same dark, tight spaces with stone walls and dim lights. The ward and main cafeteria had sweeping, two-story ceilings like this. The height felt freeing. I turned to Rumi. "Wilma said they got rid of medics. Why?" Rumi didn't even look my way. "Because Command isn't concerned with us living as long as we complete the mission." My steps stalled, but Hayes, our unit commander, wants both. "Congratulations, Rums, you are late, making you the scout for the house," Tristan called out as Rumi approached a door directly across from the room I had entered yesterday. The rest of Unit 7 waited, fully suited up, several with their helmets already on. I hurried to catch up. "And, witching hour?" Rumi asked. Helmet in hand, Tristan entered a code on a keypad on the wall. I had thought Levi was impressive in his above gear. He was, but not like the man before me. Tristan's hulking frame was even more pronounced, wrapped in thick plates, the thicker boots making him even taller. He was intimidating and stunning, his brown hair unbound. "Just scout duties," Tristan informed her, his gaze skating over me. Patrick tucked his cross necklace beneath his gear, giving Rumi a sad smile. "Soon you'll be back, Rums." "Not soon enough," Rumi claimed, shoving on her helmet. Ingrid grimaced as she pushed down her face shield. "Inside, and I'll brief everyone," Tristan said as the door clicked open. Beyond was a small, dimly lit room. The fit was tight with the 8 of us in our gear. "Welcome to the house," Tristan began. "I'm going to skip the long, intimidating explanation about the threat that could return at any moment. We'll use last names during the exercise. No call signs since Cadle hasn't been above." I flinched at the name. I was tired of hearing it, but I was even more tired of the power my last name held over me. Rumi's helmeted head turned in my direction. She tapped the side of her helmet, as did the figure beside her. The shields came up, exposing both Rumi's and Isla's faces. "Hayes, I think last names are difficult for her," Isla said, throwing an apologetic glance my way. "She needs to be comfortable with last names," Tristan stated, laying his helmet down on one of the benches along the side wall. I glared at him, and he smiled, crossing his arms, the thing between us pulsing. "Roll call." Damien hit the side of his helmet, his face coming into view, a laugh escaping. I haven't heard roll call in years. How many years had they been together? "Consider this a healthy refresher for us," Tristan said. "Complacency breeds mediocrity," Tristan called out, every inch the commander. "Are we mediocre?" "No, Commander," the entire unit responded. A contagious smile spread throughout them. For once, the creature that always went for blood hesitated, their oneness quieting it. I didn't think so. Tristan smiled. It lit up his entire face. My stomach swooped at the sight. I chose everyone here for your strength, your commitment, and your willingness to watch out for your teammates. I knew this didn't apply to me. Every single one of you, Tristan said, his eyes landing on me like he could hear my doubt. His eyes didn't leave mine as he called out, Tristan Hayes, Unit 7 Commander. Levi Williams, second in command. Patrick McMurphy, Operations and Weapons. Rumi Sato, Engineer. Isla Ford, Operations and Intel. Ingrid Sorensen, Comm and Weapons. Damian Cruz, Comm. Everyone watched me waiting. I gripped the helmet tightly. Sasha Cadle. I bit out the last name before I could choke on it. Medic, Tristan finished for me. Weapon check. Assault rifles and pistols were handed out, everyone ensuring they were safe. I holstered my pistol for the exercise and held my assault rifle awkwardly. I had shot one before, but I had never trained with one like I had a pistol. McMurphy, the rules for the house, Tristan said. Patrick lowered his helmet, his cross securely hidden beneath. Treat every firearm as if it's loaded. This wasn't new to me. Keep your firearm pointed away from other people. My father had always said, in a safe direction. Keep your finger out and away from the trigger until you're ready to shoot. I swore I could hear my father's voice. And be aware of not just your target, but everything beyond it. I shook the ghost of my father away. Right, Tristan said. We'll be using wax ammo for this round. With virtual enemies and hostages, the sky will be clear for round 1. No birds. My brows bunched together. Isla leaned into me. Birds are just people on the observation deck. The sky is the ceiling. It'll be transparent. You'll see the observation deck above the entire time. Sometimes we turn it on so they can see you, but you can't see them. Depends on the simulation. Round 1, as in more than one round today, Damien asked over Isla. And partners? Ingrid asked, cutting Damien off, her arms crossed. Ingrid stared daggers at me. If I was truly to replace Lily, I would be Ingrid's partner. There wouldn't be a need for a virtual enemy, whatever that was, if the two of us were paired up. Tristan seemed to come to the same conclusion. Rumi and Patrick had already moved, standing close together. I realized that the closeness I had witnessed, the anticipation of one another's moves and needs, was born from their partnership within the unit. Patrick held her weapon as Rumi checked his straps and gear, moving without a word, a trust there I hadn't experienced in any relationship. Ready, buddy? Isla asked, nudging Damien. It's been a while, Damien said, checking her over. We got through it together the first time. We can do it again, Isla reassured him. You carried me through it, Damien confessed. His joking demeanor was absent, there was an unease in him. Isla dropped the mask to her helmet as she hit something on Damien's chest. Damien laughed, shoving Isla. There must be communication devices in the gear. Damien dropped his mask as well. Levi glanced at me, but Tristan gestured toward Ingrid. Williams with Sorensen. Cadle's mine, Tristan ordered, and my heart thumped hard. Levi raised his brow. For this round, Tristan added, grabbing his helmet as he walked toward me. Levi began a rundown on Ingrid, who looked unimpressed. I tilted my head toward Tristan as he stopped before me. Fuck, I wish he had paired me with Levi. Everyone said about inspecting their partners, handing out gear. Tristan hesitated before me, a wariness to him. The cruel words I had thrown at him ate at me. I'm going to check you, Tristan told me. I held my breath as his hands grabbed at buckles and straps, brushing against me every so often. I fought the shivers that wrecked me with each brush of his hands. I was pathetic. Who did your gear? Levi, I mean Williams, I told him as he finished his assessment. Don't I need to check you? I asked hesitantly, feeling too exposed. No, I'm fine, Tristan murmured. Everyone gets checked, including commanders, Levi stated, hidden behind Tristan. Complacency breeds mediocrity, Levi reiterated, a mocking edge to his tone. Fine, have at it, Tristan stated. I lifted my hands but hesitated, unsure what to check. With his free hand, Tristan tapped the side of his chest. Check these, they keep the plates secure. I grabbed the buckle, giving it a light tug. No, like this, Tristan corrected. 1 second his free hand was at his side, the next it engulfed mine, calluses scraping against the back of my hand as he tugged the strap harder. And this one, he said, pulling my hand to the other side, repeating the action. My heart beat against my ribs. We aren't using live ammo today, Tristan said. You'll understand this better by the time we do. I'll have Isla or Rumi run over it with you. Usually, you would have classes and demonstrations to get acquainted with everything. We don't have that time. Lissa wants you in the house now. Just stay with me and observe for the most part. I wanted to spit that I didn't care, that I didn't need to be coddled. I wanted to be vicious, but I just stood there, lost in the green depths of his eyes. Stay with me. You going to hold her hand through the exercise as well, Hayes? Levi asked. I yanked my hand away from his warmth. I hadn't realized I had left it there. Tristan grabbed his helmet, putting it on quickly, the face shield concealing him before he placed mine on, and voices met me. Second, Ford and Cruz. Then Cadle and me. The rear is Williams and Sorensen. Tristan's voice spoke into my helmet. Everyone arranged themselves, falling into order. Rumi and Patrick stood at the front. The helmet was large, with a shield in the front. It was suffocating. Tristan bumped me, handing me a gun. I took it, my hands clammy for the first time. The gear was suddenly too tight against my skin. Rumi stood at the door, Patrick close to her. Damien was next, Isla at his back. They must have been conversing among themselves based on how they moved with one another. Tristan tapped my chest, and I glanced at his, where 2 buttons sat. My sweaty fingers ran over them. You good? Tristan's voice asked me from within the helmet. I nodded, even as unease made my gear tighter. You can say no. They can't hear you. The button on the left is for partner communication. The right is full unit. I couldn't, even as my heart picked up speed. Everything in there is fake. You won't get hurt. Stay at my back and watch the others. This first one is just a run-through for you. I think Lissa wants to shock you. Next round we will work on corners. Williams is behind you. No one talks in there. If Rumi holds up her arm, you freeze. Silence is a good thing. If she shoots, the room isn't clear, Tristan told me. I nodded again. We're going to the whole group now. Patrick tapped a screen along the wall. I buried my curiosity at the amount of technology the Force had reestablished. while other sectors had little to none. Patrick's voice took over the helmets, reading off the details of the mission displayed on the screen. Right. Mission 11,202,611. Extract 2 hostages. Hostages will be in white. All others are considered enemies. All enemies are to be killed on sight. Location is a city building at night, Patrick continued. A young boy's face flashed in my mind. What are you doing out of bed, Eli? I heard a noise. I was hungry. I know you told me to wait until morning, but I'm just so hungry. We have to preserve our stores. Mom would have fed me. I pushed the memory of my little brother away. The force seemed determined to give life to all my ghosts. Mission 11,202,611 is a go, Patrick said into my helmet. I had missed the rest of his briefing. A hissing filled the room as the steel door before us slid open automatically to a dark room beyond. Switching on night vision. Scout entering. Rumi's tiny frame entered the room beyond, Patrick close on her tail. Tristan turned quietly, hitting something on my gear. My pulse pounded in my ears, a relentless whooshing drowning out the others. The shield before my eyes shifted, distorting the image. Rumi silently moved through the room, the others following. The quiet sounds of everyone's breaths and the occasional boot scuffing against the ground were the only sounds. It was too quiet. Levi nudged into me, setting my feet into motion. Damien and Isla disappeared beyond. Tristan reached the threshold, his left hand reaching back, finding me briefly before disappearing. I crossed into the dark room beyond, my pulse becoming painful. I heard Levi behind me. The steel door hissed shut, sealing the unit inside. The first room was small, like an atrium of an office building. Furniture from before the war littered the room. Art was on the walls with chairs and a small sofa. It was dark, too dark. Were the items real? Rumi disappeared into the next room. No one else spoke, but they all moved in dance-like movements. I thought I understood what Tristan meant about corners. I didn't. I watched Isla and Damien enter the next room, almost back to back, maneuvering their guns in a way I had never seen. I might have been able to hit targets with unfaltering accuracy, but this was something entirely different. I didn't want to be a member of the Force, but now I realized I didn't deserve to be. My hands grew clammy against the sleek metal of my gun. I entered the second room, but gunshots filled the air before I could even take in my surroundings. My hands shook against my will. Hostage in sight. Patrick's voice spoke into the helmets. I jumped. Then I saw the room. Time froze. I froze. The enemy and hostage looked real. The holograms looked like real people, an adult man and a young boy. Yeah, well, Mom's gone. A noise in the corner grabbed my attention. Terror surged through me. Eli, run. My heart slammed against the plates as cold sweat coated my entire body. They weren't real, I reminded myself. Everything in here was fake, but my hands shook at the sight of the young boy being held hostage. You're going to give me your food or I'll kill him. Take whatever you want, just give me my brother. Sasha. Undiluted fear coursed through me. It'll be okay, Eli. It'll be okay. Take the food, it's all yours, just give me my brother. I heard a laugh, then a scream. Then a gunshot. The room was closing in on me. The man had killed my brother and I had killed the man. He murdered Eli because I hadn't given him a snack before bed. Eli shouldn't have been in the kitchen. He should have been safe in bed. He was dead. I had failed him. My lungs seized. I had failed. Late. Voices filled the helmet as my heart hammered against the plates until the voices blended together. I had hesitated. No, I had more than hesitated. I froze. My breath sawed out of me even as I stood rooted to the spot. I had failed. Abort the mission. More voices mixed. End the fucking mission. My face shield lifted, and green eyes filled my vision. I felt my weapon leave my grip. Sasha, are you okay? I couldn't get words out. All I saw was my brother's panicked look as the man drove a knife into his side. The intruder hadn't needed to. I told him he could take whatever he wanted. Sasha, Hayes said again, devastation etched across his face. You're safe. It wasn't real. Hayes, birds, Levi said into the helmet. I jumped at the sound. Tristan hit another button on the helmet and the sound went quiet. Tristan turned, looking toward the observation deck, and a pair of boots moved above. Fuck, Tristan muttered, turning back to me. I'm going to have to go handle that. Are you okay? No, I was okay. Nothing would ever be okay again. Everything had been taken from me. Why couldn't he understand that? Far away, my head nodded, but I wasn't in my body. I was in the pantry of our house as blood covered the floor, clutching Eli to my chest. Stay with the unit. I'll be back shortly. We'll figure out a different approach, Tristan told me, his concern potent. I watched him leave, but not really. The rest of the unit shifted around me as the lights came on, and we stood in an empty room. The furniture, the hostages, the art, everything besides the walls had been holograms, lifelike, high quality, like from before the war. The Force had technology from before the war. That should have been interesting to me, but as I closed my eyes, all I saw was crimson red, soaking into my pants until they became wet before reaching our food, spoiling the bottom layers. I didn't realize a body held so much blood, especially one that small. There was a clicking noise. I startled. Hey, I'm just taking off the helmet, Levi said softly, so at odds with his normal dry tone. He pulled my helmet off and the suffocating feeling with it. I started gulping oxygen. Someone get her some water. I heard movement. Is she okay? What happened? I don't know, something triggered her, Levi informed them. Was that Burden? No, Kaleo. Burden's fucking lapdog. Shit. Yeah, shit. Footsteps sounded. Ingrid stood holding water, but for a second I saw my little sister nervously peeking around the corner. Don't come in here, Lara. Don't come in here. A sob threatened to work its way up my throat. I grabbed my neck. Not a sob. I was going to vomit. I turned, wide-eyed, and fled. Through the steel door, past the entrance to the briefing room. Through the gym, the other soldiers a blur of blue. I ran into the lockers, and through a door in the back I had seen Wilma go through, praying it was the bathroom. I had guessed right. I slammed into one of the stalls and retched violently. Again and again, my hands held the toilet in a death grip. Only when I was sure every ounce of food I had eaten in years was gone did I crumple to the floor. Tears dripped down my face. Sasha, Rumi's quiet voice came from the other side of the stall. Go away. I'll help you remove your gear and put it away. When you're ready. I sat in the hell that was my mind as time became irrelevant, freezing as it had in the house, like it had frozen each time someone I loved died, each time I took a life. The agony ate me alive until the thing that dwelled in me returned, feasting on all of it. Rumi didn't say a word when I finally left the stall. She didn't rush or try to console me. She just walked me to the end of the room where a large group shower sat. Without a word, she took off the plates, the belt, and the pants, stripping me until I stood in just my bra and underwear. Soap S in there. I'll put your stuff away. I'll be back with a towel and clothes. Isla is at the bathroom entrance. Rumi walked away. I showered, only partially aware of the lukewarm water and the soap, going through the motions as I attempted to piece myself back together, shoving my skeletons into the cramped closet and locking them away. I shut the water off and walked naked to the edge of the shower. Rumi waited, handing me a towel and my blue uniform before she bent down and grabbed my undergarments. She stood quietly as I toweled off and put my uniform back on. For once, I was thankful for her perpetual silence. I didn't have to explain or be told it would be okay. "Ready?" she asked when I was fully dressed. I nodded and she led the way. 10 minutes later, I sat down with a plate of food. I pushed it around the plate. My appetite was nowhere to be found. Patrick, Rumi, Isla, and Ingrid were across from me. Damien and Levi sat to my left, the seat to my right open. Tristan hadn't returned. The group was subdued compared to lunch. Eyes flickered my way before returning to their plates. "Do you want to talk about it?" Damien asked. The rest of them all rounded on him. "Dame, seriously." "What? We're all going to pretend she didn't fall apart." "Shut up, Damien. You were the one who said you wouldn't let her guard your back." Attacked Dame. "If she wanted to talk, she would." "Would she?" "Jackson is looking at you," Rumi said, nodding behind me. I twisted to see him nudge toward the lockers again. I pushed myself up, too tired to stay with them. Rumi had given me an out. Maybe she hadn't intended to, perhaps she had. Regardless, I latched on gratefully. "Hayes said you should stay with us until he returns," Levi said. Something in me snapped. I might be in his unit, but he doesn't control my fucking life. I stormed from the table, beelining for the locker room. "Let her go," Levi said behind me. I charged into the locker room, head first into Jackson, who stood with his arms crossed. Clearly, my shot earlier had struck a nerve. "Any quicker," Jackson sneered. I rolled my eyes, trying to find something to fire back. I had nothing, my arsenal as empty as my chest. "Trying to impress your unit?" Jackson asked. "If I was, wouldn't that make us the same?" I asked, but there was no bite to it. Jackson laughed. "Are you coming over for a ride? I'll make it quick." I sighed. "It's over, Jackson. I should have ended it a long time ago." "Sure, I'll meet you at my place." Jackson smirked. "Keep the uniform on." I watched him walk away, disgusted by his cockiness. I went to my locker, where Rumi had replaced my above uniform haphazardly, ruining the pristine neatness. I dug under everything until I found my father's pistol and knife. I strapped them on and darted into the tunnels. "Cadle, wait up!" Tristan's voice rang out from behind. "Go away, Hayes," I shot back, exhausted, tired of the company, the prying, all the attention. I was just tired. I had been for years. I had held it at bay, hid it behind walls, handled it alone. Now I was drowning. Every defense I had crafted threatened to crumble. My brother's memory clung to me. Cadle. Stop calling me that, I snarled, whirling around. Tristan stopped just out of reach, his face tight. He was still in his gear. A few curls fell into his face like he had run his hands through it. His face was heavy with concern I didn't deserve. The Force uses surnames, Tristan said. You're going to hear it a lot. You have to get used to it, cadet. The anger, always one breath away, rattled within me. I welcomed it, anything to keep away what had started to fester within me. So I'm cadet again. Tristan sighed like he might be tired too. Yes, you are a cadet in the Force. You have to get used to being called cadet and cadle. Great. Anything else I need to get used to since you've hijacked my life? What were you doing with your life? Tristan demanded, stepping closer. Swinging an axe at dirt every day for a damn sham of a sector, punishing yourself because Lily died. Was I supposed to just watch you throw your life away? No one asked you to watch. But I did, Tristan gritted out, bearing down on me. I watched you throw away your talents in the ward, watched you pick up that stupid axe instead of coming here, watched you. He bit back his next words, but I knew what he had been on the verge of saying. Watched me what? I pushed, needing to hear it. Tristan shook his head, his mouth a tight, thin line. Watched me what, Hayes? I repeated slowly, holding his stare. Say it. I needed him to say it. I needed him to reveal that he saw who I really was, to completely destroy the man who had stayed with me instead of following death 3 years ago. The man who had given me an afternoon of something good in a world I had convinced myself was bad. The man who had eased something he didn't cause. To draw a line between us, one I had forgotten about the moment he smiled. I watched you try to throw away your worth on someone who doesn't deserve you. I felt his confession like a physical blow, hollowing my lungs. You don't know what you're talking about, I fumed, trembling against the force that dwelled within me. I do. He's a fucking buffer so you can avoid what made you freeze in the house, Tristan said. So what? I used him as a distraction. I didn't ask for your opinion. I don't need the judgment from someone doing the same damn thing. His warm breath hit my face as he forced a laugh. I'm doing the same thing as you. How, Sasha? You're using me, Hayes. His brows raised. What are you talking about? The Force got rid of medics, correct? Yes, a muscle in his jaw flexing brutally. But you couldn't accept that, so here I am. His green eyes flared. I had caught him off guard. It was a selfish decision by command, he said unapologetically. The people brave enough to look for a future for Haven should be protected. My unit matters to me. Life matters to me. I won't apologize for that. The risk is too great. What risk, Tristan? There is nothing above. Tristan didn't meet my eyes. I'm a unit commander, not force commander. What does that have to do with any of this? Tristan ran his hands through his hair, more curls tumbling free. I am not cleared to give you that information without Lissa going after my unit, and I will never give her another opening. Until she's convinced you're trustworthy, my hands are tied. You fighting us every step, disobeying orders, isn't helping my case for you. So you want me to just follow you and keep your unit safe without knowing anything. Tristan's calmness broke as he strode toward me until I had to tilt my head up. My breath caught at the intensity in his gaze. No, I want you to know, but she's fucking right. You're a damn flight risk. I'm trying to help, but I'm left wondering if I'm not wasting everyone's time trying to convince you this is necessary. So no, I don't want to leave you in the dark. I want to include you. But I took an oath for my unit and Haven. I will not risk either. I stood speechless as Tristan turned, abruptly stalking off. He only made it 3 steps before he stopped, whirling on me. You know what I really want, Sasha? I shook my head as he started toward me again. I want you to give a shit about anything, about Haven, about them, about yourself. Then you are wasting your time, I whispered hopelessly. Tristan's jaw ground together as he shook his head. You can make a difference. You are capable of something hardly anyone else here can do. You can save people's lives. It's why you're here. That's the only reason I'm here, Hayes. I bit out, the air between us too thick as my skin tingled at the anger leaking from him. Tristan said nothing for several seconds, the air filled with nothing but the sound of our breaths as he just stared at me. Words evaded me as he completely closed off, cold and withdrawn in a way Tristan never truly was. Yes, he drifted away from me. That's the only reason. Formation is at the 5th bell. Storm is clearing above. We need to be ready before the end of this moon. With or without you, Tristan said, his voice flat. I will not fail them or this mission. I stood frozen until his retreating back disappeared. My rage dissipated, leaving me too bare. I turned, my feet dragging me away. I should have stopped and gone into our living quarters. They would be empty, everyone else was at the mess hall. Or I could have chased Tristan down and fought with him more. Or I could try, just try at anything. But that familiar heaviness blanketed me. I raised my hand before a familiar door. Jackson would be inside waiting. I could knock, lose myself in the distraction Jackson provided. I should knock. The door yanked open and 2 of his unit members filled the doorway. Jax, she's here, one of them said, pushing past me. Come in, Death's Angel, Jackson practically purred. I knew you'd always come back. All I could see was Tristan walking away. I changed my mind. You what? Jackson asked, his swagger faltering. I have to go. I turned and fled. Sasha, what the fuck? Jackson yelled as I ran from the force sector. Tristan's heated words chased after me until I reached a door I had avoided for 6 months. My pulse refused to slow as I pushed the door open. The closet remained untouched, a dusty, empty cup on the floor next to a rag. I stared at the empty cot. All I saw were hazel eyes that refused to halt their joyful dance in the face of death. Lily, I saw her on the cot as if it was yesterday. Take me to the ward, Sasha. I do. Lily attempted to push herself up. I don't want to ruin this place for them, for you. They're going to need your help after I'm gone. They have to keep going. I shook my head, denying that look, the smell of death, a leech draining her. You might get better. Lily smiled weakly. You agreed, no lies. She had made me swear I wouldn't lie about her health the day Ingrid had carried her here. I want you to get better, I confessed, bargaining with death again. I hated that I couldn't accept that it did no good. Losing her would dismantle the unit. Lily was their life source. The war hadn't broken her. She checked in on everyone almost as much as Tristan did. She always brought their favorite thing or covered a shift. No jokes or debts owed. She loved them freely, and she was dying. Her hand wrapped around mine. This might destroy me too. But I won't. You know it. I know it. Desmond knows. He was just here, Lily told me, gesturing to the empty cup beside her bed and a rag filled with food. Her older brother came every morning after his shift in the kitchens. My parents are waiting. Take me to the ward, please. Let me go home. I had carried her into the ward, offering to get the others. Don't. I've said my goodbyes in my own way, Lily said, still holding my hand. Her eyes refused to stay open for long. Where did I leave off? The knot in my throat choked me. She had been telling me her wants, hopes, disclosing everything she held dear, all of it about her unit, making sure I knew what to watch for as if she expected me to fill the chasm she would be leaving. I hated that I knew I never could, that no one could. Hayes, I whispered. That's right. Lily's eyes closed. He's a special one. I hated everything, all of it. I couldn't grapple with all the hatred for the war, at my father for leaving, my mother giving up, failing my sister and brother, living beneath the ground, Lily dying. The nickname I earned from being left alone, at others for being able to carry on while I remained a ghost of myself. I sank onto the cot, curling into a ball, alone, all my anger writing itself, tearing me apart. The only thing I truly hated was me. 9. Time lost its construct, oscillating between giant leaps where I found myself face down in my bed with little recollection of getting there, too tired to shower, to unending stretches where I was trapped in my own mind with every damning memory, the house dredged up. My trip to the closet had woken all of Lily's secrets. 2 weeks had passed. No one heeded Burden's order to make me fall. I was certain it was due to the constant presence of a Unit 7 member, one of them glued to my side every second of every day. My life had become a game of Russian roulette. I was the lone bullet in the revolver Unit 7 passed among themselves. Damien had enthusiastically taken first watch. He asked endless questions, spanning from my dreams before the world ended to my favorite song. When he asked me what my favorite food was, the memory of Hayes in the ward swam before my eyes. I refused to answer anything else. He pivoted, giving me a thorough history of the Force. Like everything in Haven, the Force was a pathetic excuse for what the military had once been. Over a couple of days, Damien filled me in on different unit roles. There were 17 units. 1 to 4 were communication and operations units, larger groups that never left Haven. They managed the inner workings of the Force, skipping formation and operating mostly out of sight in offices. 1 to 4 fucking bores. They think they're in the Force, but are they? Units 5, 7, and 12 were the exploratory units, and in a competition of some sort involving the same mission Tristan said he couldn't tell me about. Burden's made it a fucking competition for her own sick pleasure, Damien muttered. Kinda like the target she put on your back. Units 6, 8, and 9 were the central patrol units swapping between above and beneath, depending on the moon cycle. Unit 10, he claimed, was the douchebag unit. The only thing they excel at is being insufferable. Bet you can guess who's in that unit. Speaking of which, where is your booty call? I haven't seen you sneaking off lately. I didn't tell him I had ended it with Jackson. Unit 11 is weapons. Unit 14 runs intel. Unit 15 stands guard within the other sectors. I had seen Unit 15 members in the cafeteria and in the ward during high influxes of patients and lockdowns. Unit 16 is charged with judicial shit. They mostly guard cells. 17 is inactive now. The entire unit left during petitions a couple of years ago. They were a tech unit. Why? Not sure, but the entire unit defected. What about Unit 13? I asked, mentally tallying the units. There isn't one. Why are you guys superstitious? Burden walked past us with several force members. Tristan was among them. Something like that, Damien said. He stopped his history lesson and began filling me in on the drama and gossip of the force. I decided the sector was rather incestuous. They all seemed to be hooking up with one another. I know Rumi's convinced Kaleo is just with Burden, but I'm not buying it, Damien said in the weight room. I know Rumi thinks she knows everything, but she's wrong about this. Burden's the force commander. Isn't that frowned upon, sleeping with subordinates? Or had we let that bit of propriety die in the war? I mean, yeah, it's frowned upon for everyone but her. It happens, though. People just keep it quiet. She'll eviscerate a unit commander if she finds out. She loves public humiliation. Damien set down a pair of dumbbells, favoring his ankle. It's bothering you, I stated quietly. The others dispersed throughout the area, not looking our way. It's constant now, but I'm fine, Damien confessed. What you do to it? He had never told me what exactly happened. He only let me examine it once in the closet after Isla and Patrick had left. Whatever had happened to it, it hadn't healed properly. I didn't know how he laughed as often as he did if that pain was always present. I survived, he said. Damien moved past the topic, filling me in on more hookups, tangled love triangles, and messy breakups. In relating all the force's gossip, Damien didn't mention a single member of Unit 7. Finally, I caved, while we filled our trays with food. What? No information on your own unit. Everyone in Unit 7 celibate. The laughing demeanor vanished. I don't spill family secrets, Cadle. I had crossed a line, apparently. Our 4 days together ended. Lily's knowledge on Damien followed me. If he stops joking, he needs you. Loyalty matters more to him than anything else. He'll have your back no matter what if you're loyal. Damien didn't joke as he passed me to Isla. Isla handled being my partner like she did everything, with a smile plastered on her face and endless positivity. Things like I believe in you, you can do it, great job followed me around the gym. She invited me to join her everywhere. Besides being a permanent ray of sunshine, Isla was very informative. She slowed down to explain everything to me. She helped me get my gear on and off, breaking it apart and explaining it until I could get my gear on alone. I could check gear before the house simulations and knew each uniform. With each grin I received, Lily's warnings echoed. If Isla stops smiling, run to Damien. I think he's the only one who really knows her behind the mask. But Isla smiled until she handed me over to Patrick. Patrick tolerated me. He had no patience with his partner being anyone except roomy. But he was a walking encyclopedia, rattling off facts and stats as we moved from one place to the next without a look in my direction. He informed me of the evolution of the Force, how the units grew with the needs of Haven. The judicial system they had implemented, which Unit 16 oversaw, seemed to intrigue him most. "The bylaws are fascinating," he said. "If I wasn't in Unit 7, I'd want to be there, rewriting the laws for humans. Be a member of the group who finally gets it right." I hid my snort. I didn't think humans were capable of getting it right. Had we not proved we were only good at fucking it up? The only time Patrick truly seemed inclined to pay attention to me was when we were at the range. He watched me load and unload each weapon during target practice, analyzing and cataloging my every move. "Who taught you to shoot like this?" he asked. "You have military training, that's obvious." "Does it matter? This and the house are a waste of time. You never know when an uprising or threat will present itself," Patrick said, touching his cross necklace. "Complacency breeds mediocrity. We don't plan on letting what happened before happen again. It's why I joined, to protect those left." I had never seen Patrick without the necklace. Lily had told me, when Patty can't let go of his cross, he's at war with himself. If he keeps touching it, he's lost in memories. Usually means he's close to self-destructing. Patrick's fingers brushed against the gold. He tolerated me for one more exercise. We had only been in the tunnel for 5 minutes. I hadn't adequately managed my corners, putting the entire unit at risk, according to him. He stomped up to Hayes, growling for the entire unit to hear, "I am done with this. You already forced the witching hour shift. I have a partner." I was passed to Ingrid. We lasted one full bell rotation. I had been ready for a full-out brawl before the second bell tolled, but rather than fight me, she ran from me. I constantly chased after her as she stormed from one thing to the next, ignoring my very existence. She wasn't the worst partner. We operated in complete silence. Everyone seemed to want to avoid her and in turn me. She was a force of a person, unyielding and stronger than most, both physically and mentally. Her stoic, unfazed demeanor only cracked when her eyes found mine. "Ingrid is the toughest person I know, but deep down she isn't," Lily had said. "She's convinced she doesn't belong. You remind me of her sometimes. Fuck, I love her. I'm sorry she'll hate you for this." Ingrid dumped me at Levi's feet. Levi was the easiest to work with. He was quiet but calm, unlike Rumi's ever-watchful stillness or Patrick's brooding silence. Levi's quiet had an ease to it, like maybe he had accepted this way of life, that he was at peace with the war. He didn't give me a history lesson, didn't encourage me, didn't gossip, and didn't run away from me. The peace lasted until the mats, where I found myself in another arm bar. The cadet released my arm, walking away like rolling with me was a waste of time. I swept the pieces of hair from my eyes as Levi crouched next to me. "Still not willing to try then?" he asked. I couldn't tell if it was disappointment lacing his question. I shoved myself off the mat, walking away to get water. Lily's advice on Levi had filled my insides with lead. If you want to piss off Levi, half-ass something. He hates when people give up. He demands commitment. His stealthy steps followed me. I didn't peg you as a runner. If you're not willing to try, there's nothing for you here. Go find Hayes. He was in the house last I heard. Tell him I said to make the decision. He left, beelining for the mats once more. A complete dismissal. When I reached the house, apprehension snaked down my spine. It wasn't only my experiences in the house that left me restless. Tristan hadn't looked my way in 2 weeks. He hadn't participated in his unit's babysitting. Didn't acknowledge me at meals. It was almost as if I didn't exist, like he was preparing for Unit 7's impending mission and had made up his mind it would be without me. I should have been relieved. I was. Inside the entry room, Tristan sat on the bench, holding a tablet. He wore patrol uniform pants and a t-shirt, his hair half up, chestnut locks grazing his shoulders. A notepad rested on his knee and a coffee against his lips. He placed the cup on the bench when he noticed me. "You need something?" he asked nonchalantly. He picked up a pen and wrote something down on the notepad, a curl falling into his face. "What are you doing?" I asked. "Paperwork. Evaluating all of our house exercises," Tristan said, tapping his pen against the papers. "Did Levi need something? It's his day, right?" My skin crawled at his words, heating my blood. "The babysitting was your doing." Tristan wrote something down on his notepad. "I wouldn't call it that. Burden put a bounty on you. I took that personally." Green eyes met mine. "They're watching out for you on my orders as we wait for our assignment. What did Levi need?" "He sent me to tell you to make the decision," I said, ignoring the guilt pooling in the pit of my stomach. "You didn't try on the mats again," Tristan stated. There wasn't disappointment in his voice, only resolute acceptance. He tapped the screen once more as he grabbed his coffee, taking a long drink. Patrick's voice from the device filled the room. "I am done with this. You already forced the witching hour shift. I have a partner. She can't do corners. She's a liability. We are wasting our damn time. She doesn't want to be here, Hayes." The helmet audio was crystal clear. Tristan hit the screen again, silencing it, but Patrick's words thundered through me. I could feel the weight of the unit's stares as their face shields went up, exasperated and done with me. It was as if I was back in the house. Patrick wasn't wrong. None of them were wrong. My throat suddenly felt too tight. Tristan's cup hit the bench and I snapped my head up to find his eyes on me, waiting. I should apologize, say something, assure him it wasn't them. It was me. It wasn't that I didn't want to be here. I didn't much care to be anywhere but back at that table in my kitchen, before the war, with a pink bow in my hair. The part Tristan wanted, the part that cared for people, life, was trapped there. "Would you like to see what Patrick's talking about?" Tristan asked, hesitation heavy upon his words. Still not willing to try then. I didn't know how to try anymore, how to exist the way the rest of them did. Tristan wrote something down on his notepad, giving me time, or maybe he was carrying on because he knew the answer. That thing inside me snarled, my heart falling silent. My legs shook as I moved toward him and his offer. His pen froze against the page. Those depthless green irises locked on me. All right. I didn't know why I said it. I told myself it had nothing to do with the emptiness in his expression or the coldness leaching from the man who had once smiled freely at me. Tristan placed his notepad down and stood slowly, his moves measured as if he knew one wrong move might spook his prey. He tapped the screen several times before he handed me the tablet. Just watch this all the way through first. I held the edge of the device as Tristan moved in close to me. I could smell his coffee. On screen, Tristan led the unit as the scout, Levi on his tail. Entranced, I watched as Tristan and Levi moved, flawless and efficient. I didn't know if I could ever move like that. The way Tristan pushed on and cleared a room without a backward glance, without a word, displayed complete trust in the man behind him. He placed his safety, his life, in someone else's hands. I couldn't do that. Patrick and I followed on the screen. There was no confidence to our movements, Patrick looking back at me multiple times as I hesitated, my movements uncertain. Damien nudged me on from behind. I had no foundation to my stance. "See, right there," Tristan said, his arm brushing against mine to tap the screen. I saw how my presence created discomfort, a trickle effect affecting everyone in his unit. "See your front foot. It's a bad placement, narrowing your stance, and your muzzle isn't high ready or low ready. You've got great gun awareness with your pistol, but this is different." Tristan leaned farther into me, his warmth engulfing my right side. I fought the urge to sigh and lean into it. "You're in between, which isn't an aggressive stance or a safe one." I stared at the screen, unseeing, as it played again. Tristan leaned down, his breath brushing my ear. The tablet shook against my will. He was too close. "Right here," Tristan whispered. Tristan took down 3 enemies on the screen, moving with dominating precision. Lethal power exuded from him. Shots rang out. I flinched, and Tristan shifted closer, his hip against my side. Tristan stepped away, taking the tablet. I mourned the loss of his body against mine almost immediately as the cold air swarmed in, eating away all traces of his presence. "I can show you," Tristan offered, something like hope lacing his words. "We don't have to do a full simulation." He didn't resemble the man I had seen on the video. The fragility of his optimism was tangible. I thought about smashing it into a million unfixable pieces. How many times had I strangled his belief in me? "I want you to give a shit about anything, about Haven, about them, about yourself." I couldn't care about all the things he wanted. I knew where caring got me. I was wasting his humanity. "I'm not in my gear," I said, a horrible excuse. He didn't take it. "We don't need gear. It'll just be footwork and gun placement. We can cover partner movements too. No one is using the house today." Tristan moved toward the screen on the wall and hit buttons quickly, like if he moved fast enough I couldn't run off. The door hissed open. He grabbed the rifles, cleared them safe, and held one out to me. His gaze met mine, knocking the air from my lungs. Undiluted vulnerability shimmered in the depths, his coldness lifting. I wished that he would ice me out completely, and I could be done with this with him. The weapon in his hand felt miles away. I reached out. His shoulders sagged, relief playing out across his face as I took the rifle. I followed him in against my better judgment. I found myself at a corner as Tristan watched me. The room was fully lit, the sky closed, the observation deck out of sight. There was no projected hologram furniture or people, just us. I took a step. "Freeze right there," Tristan said seriously. I did, my balance off. He approached me. At some point he had tied up his hair into a low knot to devastating effect. "May I?" he asked me as he approached me from behind. My skin prickled at his approach. I nodded. I tried not to tense as he lined up behind me, the heat of his body assaulting me. Neither one of us moved for a moment. He hadn't approached since we entered. He'd kept his distance, coaching from the sidelines. That had been hard enough, his gaze burning through me, my skin ablaze. "Okay, bring your foot back to where it was before you took the step," he instructed, voice deeper as his chest brushed against my back. I did as he said, my balance becoming unstable. His hands quickly found my hips, steadying me as he guided me back. They disappeared just as fast as I found my footing. I attempted to breathe around his presence. My heart picked up its pace. His right boot nudged against mine as he tapped my right leg lightly, forcing it farther out. "Move this up, toward the corner but not over it. That way you widen your view but don't allow the enemy a way to get a shot on you." I shifted my foot forward, my gun shifting. "You can't do that," Tristan said. "I think it's what upsets Patrick the most. He's very adamant on firearm safety." "If he's so adamant, you'd think he wouldn't tense up when he pulled the trigger," I retorted viciously. "Pulling the trigger is hard for him. He's overcome a lot," Tristan said plainly, a protectiveness in his tone. "We're talking about you. Fact is, you're staying in your sights too much. It's a black hole. Your angle is wrong for low ready, and you don't punch out enough for high ready. You're hesitating, and that indecision is affecting you." You hesitated. In that single moment, you second-guess your gut and people die. You die. I shook my father's advice away. "I haven't trained like this." "But you've trained with a pistol." "What do I need to do?" I asked, diverting the conversation. I couldn't discuss my father, his knowledge, and all the damage it left me with. "Can I?" Tristan asked, stepping into me. "Yes." Tristan lined up our legs and wrapped his arms around mine. His body pressed against my back. My heart suddenly beat in my throat as his hands guided mine and the gun, angling the muzzle at a 45-degree angle. "Low, ready, up, prep, press," he said into my hair. "Got it." Yes, it was more breathless than I intended. I focused on the movements. "Good again," he prompted, and I repeated the motion. "High, ready, out, prep, press," Tristan explained, once again moving my arms. "Understood." I nodded, not trusting my voice. My pulse hammered against my skin. We ran through it several times. "Which one do you want as we make the corner?" he asked, his voice even. "Hi," I murmured, suppressing a shiver. This was just basic instruction. Him helping me be a better unit member. That was it. "All right." His hands released mine, but he remained close. "Go ahead." I moved the rifle into position like he had just shown me. "Good, that's good," he said behind me. "Now this one." He tapped my outside leg with his boot, nudging it as his hand grabbed my thigh. I sucked in a shaky breath. "Move it all the way to here." He guided my leg out, following behind me as we turned the corner. "Feel how your foundation is more stable." No, I couldn't feel anything but his body against mine again. My pulse rioted beneath my skin. "Let's run it again," he said, his warm breath brushing against my neck. "This time." A loud slam filled the room. His head snapped up to the observation deck. How long had someone been watching us? "What was that?" I asked, scurrying away from his touch. "Birds." "Do you know who?" Most likely Burden or Calio, he bit out, clearing his throat. Where were we? His cheeks were flushed. Had he been just as distracted by his body against mine? I put space between us. Thanks, I have it from here. I'll figure it out. Sorry for wasting your time. A frown twisted his handsome features as he watched me. A distant detachment seeped into his features. Good, I thought. I raised my chin as I handed him the weapon. Sasha, Tristan started, taking the rifle, his fingers brushing mine. I held his gaze as his hope crumbled. Lily's words blared like a siren. Tristan will carry it all for everyone, no matter what it does to him. He will protect them, regardless of the cost. If you ask something of him, he'll go to any length to help you. To be in his unit, it was the greatest honor of my life. We all stand a chance because of him. I couldn't ask him to carry the things I harbored, the lengths he'd have to endure. There was no end to the horrors I hid. Patrick's right, I stated, yanking my hand away. About which part? All of it. I left. 10. The following day, Rumi waited for me in our living quarters. I was back under the ever-watchful eye of my original shadow. Lily's words on Rumi sounded. Rumi sees everything, knows everything. If she ever asks anything of you, know that she has considered every other feasible option and probably failed, so do it. After breakfast, the rest of Unit 7 had broken up for a day off. Hayes had taken off on patrol, the rest making their way to some of the doors off the gym near the tunnel I had yet to venture into. Patrick had returned to our sleeping quarters, dark smudges under his eyes from the witching hour shift. Instead of escorting me to formation, Rumi led me to the mats, where Ingrid stood before a line of cadets. Before slinking away, Rumi said, Ingrid is overseeing the boars sparring today. You're to participate. I'll be back. Stay with Ingrid. Cadets pair off, Ingrid said. Don't fucking hurt anyone or I'll hurt you. I don't want the paperwork, got it? No one moved. Get on with it, she barked. I sparred several times. The cadets were sloppy, but still, I let the matches end with me getting pinned or tapping out. It seemed to bolster my opponent's confidence, which was fine with me. I just needed to get off the mats. Ingrid continually smirked. My last opponent easily handled me. Each time I was pinned, the beast ravaged my insides. It seemed to become more intense, the screaming need to fight. I silenced it again. I sat on the mat, catching my breath. No hand was extended to help me up. Ingrid called an end to the session, then left. I dusted myself off as the rest of the cadets headed toward the lockers. I relished the moment alone until the hair on the back of my neck stood on end. Not even a breath later, someone crashed into me, slamming my face into the mats. Pain exploded in my cheek. The attacker was bigger than me, giving them an advantage. He flipped me onto my back. I thought they'd never leave you alone. A man chuckled, aiming an elbow for my face that would break my nose. All the fight I had choked down broke free. I barely blocked the intended blow, pain exploding in my forearm. Danger, my body screamed. Real danger, not just sparring. A familiar calm descended. I scrambled for my knife and pistol, but the attacker took a fistful of my hair, yanking my head at an odd angle and flipping me to my stomach, his body pinning mine. My hand found the knife handle but was caught between the mat and my hips. It's nothing personal, Death's angel, the man said. I'm gunning for the unit commander. She'll promote the first person to make you bleed. Just a broken nose or black eye will do. Somewhere in the background, I heard shouts. He pulled my head back farther, my neck aching and scalp screaming. A small gasp left me. The man laughed. I've heard that sound from you in my sleeping quarters. Maybe I'll make it up to you after this since you've grown tired of Jax. He said you like it rough. Someone in Jackson's unit had decided to attack me. My mind raced to find a way out of this. The eyes. What did you say? The shouts were growing closer. I'll take the black eye, I like my nose, I sputtered, buying time. My hand wrapped around my knife. I'll have to fuck you from behind either way, I guess, with a busted face, the man said. I wiggled beneath him, fighting against the pressure there, like his words worried me. Eager to begin, huh? Before I could respond, I felt myself being tossed onto my back. My legs tangled with his as I kicked fruitlessly. I had only seconds as a young face with blonde hair appeared. I brought my knee up, colliding with his testicles. He moaned, twisting slightly, sending him off balance. I took advantage, throwing my weight forward while I locked my leg around his. In a whirl, I found myself straddling the man, knife held to his throat. He cursed viciously, reaching for me, but he stilled at the realization of the knife I pressed into his skin. My other hand wrenched my pistol free, aiming it between his eyes. Murray, what the fuck? I heard Jackson call out. You don't have the guts to do it, Murray spat at me. They were all the same. I flipped the safety off and smiled as his face paled. I stole a glance at the audience we had. Unit 7 stood at the edge of the mats, Levi at the front, his arm out, keeping the others back. Damien, Rumi, Ingrid, and Isla looked on. Everyone in the gym from Unit 7 had come. I leaned down, increasing the pressure of the blade, not enough to slice him, but enough to make him squirm. What do you think Burden will give the first person to get their ass handed to them by Death's angel? The man snarled a vile threat at me. Think about it, Murray, and you'll have me to deal with, Levi threatened, a vicious promise there. Murray stilled. I replaced my pistol, making sure the safety was on, and held on to my knife just in case. I pushed myself up and backed away. You don't belong here, expansion slut, Murray snarled. That job should have been one of our own. I flicked my wrist. With a solid thud, my knife rested in the mat an inch from his face. Murray blanched, his fear palpable. I felt bodies shift around me, followed by soft muttering. It's my spot, I said coldly, masking the tremor in my voice. I never miss on purpose twice. Come at me again and I'll bury that knife in you. Ingrid moved on Murray, capturing his arm in an iron grip. Sasha, shit, are you okay? Jackson asked. I tensed. I hadn't seen him since I had thrown a grenade at whatever was going on between us and went to the closet. Jackson gaped at me like he had never truly seen me before. Levi remained nearby. I tried to hide the shake that was setting in from the attack. It always did. Sometimes my body shook so badly that my teeth clattered together. I fisted my hands against it, attempting to rein it in. Jackson moved closer, but Levi blocked his path. Fuck off, Williams, Jackson spat. I'm not going to attack her. Someone from your unit just did, Levi said, not moving an inch. Not that Cadle needs protecting. If she could take on Murray, she'd wipe the floor with you. Damien wrenched my knife from the mat before handing it to me. I couldn't hide the shake in my hands as I put it away. I felt my legs begin to tremble, the adrenaline disappearing completely. Jackson glared. Clearly, Murray underestimated her. Now fuck off, all of you. Seems like a common mistake in your unit, Levi said. The others circled me in a protective shield. I didn't know whether it was to conceal my trembling form or provide a unified unit. I didn't care as I gave in to the shake momentarily, working through the worst of the adrenaline leaving my body. Is he the reason you ran off, Sasha? Jackson demanded. Now that you're in the force, you think you can do better. Levi chuckled, facing him down when heavy, sure footsteps approached. I half expected to see Tristan striding our way. It was. A formidable man stood before me, a block of muscles, covered in tats, held together by a domineering arrogance. Kaleo, you're interrupting, Levi said. It's Unit Commander Kaleo. I came to say hello. Kaleo extended his hand as he peered into the unit huddled around me. Slowly, the rest of the unit moved out of his way. I took his hand quickly. Unit Commander Kaleo. I went to drop his hand, but Kaleo held on as he dragged his scrutinizing gaze up my body. I fought the shake but failed. This frail, frightened little thing is the infamous Death's Angel. I can't fathom why Hayes worked so hard for you. You seem, he paused. Tension bracketed Levi's mouth, but he kept it firmly closed. Kaleo grinned, unremarkable. I see why Commander Burden was against this for so long. You don't deserve to be here. A good thing, seeing as your time in the Force is probably up. Rumi shifted beside me, but Levi spoke. Explain, Kaleo. Commander Burden wants to see your little angel. Something about pulling a weapon on the mat in the middle of sparring. Tusk. Hayes's unruly misfits causing problems again. Kaleo dropped my hand at last, his arrogance suffocating. And it's Unit Commander Williams. Forget again, and I'll get you on the witching hour shift. Rumi broke her position, her cheeks flushed. How did Burden get the information so quickly, Kaleo? Kaleo looked Rumi over like he was sizing up his next meal. Mystery to me, Kaleo claimed with a shrug, but he didn't correct her use of just his surname. With me, Angel, I won't bite. He flashed his teeth, a stark contrast to his golden skin and midnight black hair. Go and don't do anything rash, Levi said. We'll figure it out, Sasha. Trying to train the misfit. Admirable, Williams. His eyes slid to the rest of Unit 7. You always did love a hopeless case. Kaleo chuckled as he walked away, and I followed, glancing to see Unit 7 already scattering. By the time we arrived, the worst of the shaking had subsided. I realized Kaleo had led me to the door that Burden and the unit commanders always exited before formation. Come on. Burden hates being made to wait, Kaleo said. I silently followed him into the room, where a round table sat before a large board displaying a weather report from above and unit assignments. You've been quite the attraction this moon, Kaleo said, close enough that his breath ghosted across my neck. I stiffened and he chuckled. Truly is sad to lose such entertainment, but Hayes doesn't deserve a leg up. Kaleo brushed my tangled hairs away. A chill ran down my spine. I doubt he could handle you anyway. I itched for my weapons, but Levi had told me not to be rash. Kaleo seemed to track my line of thoughts. Good misfit. He knocked on a door along the back wall, and a female voice rang out. "Come in." "After you." His grin snapped the remaining tethers to my fear from the attack. Glaring at him, I entered the room. The office was sizable and luxurious. The space was more comfortable than anywhere else I had seen since entering Haven. Hell, since leaving my family home. The walls were draped with dark red fabric, giving the room a warmth that the stone tunnels lacked. A plush leather couch and 2 chairs sat before a heating unit. If I squinted, it might have been a fireplace. A tattered rug adorned the floor. Across from the sitting area was a large oak desk littered with stacks of papers. I saw the ward seal on several of them. There was also a framed photo, a bowl of candied fruit, and a small device that resembled a cell phone. Perhaps some people had had time to bring possessions when they first broadcast Haven as our last hope. On the wall hung a large map of above, littered with large X's and small colored flags that journeyed farther and farther away from Haven's main tunnel entrance. Weapons. Burden sat behind the large desk in a leather chair, camouflaged by her endless belongings. Her dark hair was down, the waves surrounding her cunning face. I turned to find that Kaleo was gone. When had he left? I hesitantly grabbed my knife and pistol. I was handing her a vital part of myself. She grinned like she knew, coming to a stand. She wore nothing but a black tank top and tight black pants. She didn't have any of the signs of starvation most people below still carried. Burden appeared strong and healthy and unmistakably pretty. Asking twice really irks me. She sauntered around her desk, patting its surface. I didn't move. A part of me wanted to say no, defend my actions. I didn't. I laid my last ties to my father on the desk, promising myself I would get them back. "That wasn't so hard, was it?" Burden asked, hopping onto her desk. The beast rustled just under my skin, but I bit back my retort. "Oh, so you're learning," Burden relished. She popped a piece of candied fruit into her mouth, dragging her gaze up my body until I felt as if I were under a microscope. "We have something in common, you know," Burden finally said. I didn't know what I had expected her to say, but it certainly wasn't that. "I'm sorry. I've wanted to talk with you one-on-one since he mentioned you. He hasn't been cooperative. He's always been protective over his units to his detriment. But this is different. Why does he want you? I mean, besides what I saw in the house yesterday. That was, well, obvious. Can't say I see it." Burden tutted. "So I went on a hunt into the entry log and your file trying to understand your history and what made the Death's Angel so necessary. The probabilities of you making a difference out there and actually saving someone, well, the stats are against you." But still, he insisted. "Hayes?" I asked, confused. "Yes, he's fought for this whole medic thing for a long time since he met you. He's been denied, but he's a committed person. He found a way to sway the kitchens and expansion commanders. Sanitation agreed as well. Majority won. And here you are," Burden said bitterly. "Why hadn't the ward been on board with bringing back medics? That didn't make sense. We both entered Haven with a sibling, you know." Shock shot through me. "How do you know that?" "My hunt." "What does that have to do with anything?" I asked, uneasy. "Because it makes us alike. I entered with a brother. He died in expansion when a tunnel caved in. I guess it serves him right for going to expansion. He had no ambition, no drive. You share that with him. You're a true marksman, I'll give you that. That seems to be your only redeeming quality. You're weak. You have no fight to you on the mats. You failed at the obstacle course. She paused, grabbing another candied fruit, her eyes gleaming. And you continue to fall apart in the house. If you don't freeze, you derail the entire unit with your ineptitude. My heart picked up its pace as if it were a time bomb. She slowly chewed the candy. The only remarkable thing about you, besides your aim, is your health score. The fact that you are still alive. They aren't, though. Burden tapped the stack of papers with the ward seal on them. My heart stuttered to a stop as Burden fanned the records before me, smiling. For such a competent member of the ward, all of these are signed by you. She licked her finger and began to thumb through the papers, reading them. Death from stab wound, death from unknown virus, death from infection, death from childbirth, death from another unknown virus. They just keep going. What do they have to do with this? I could be called weak, a liar, a slut. The list of names Burden or anyone could throw my way was endless. I deserved most of them, even earned some of them. This, though, was too far. It wasn't something I would ever apologize for. I would never forgive myself either for being unable to save them. So fuck not being rash. Fuck command and fuck Burden. The door to the office flew open. I turned to find Tristan eating up the entire doorway. Unit Commander Hayes, you're supposed to be on patrol, Burden declared, placing the papers down. I was, but I beat Williams in our last sparring tournament, Tristan said smoothly, his eyes locked on Burden. He didn't spare me a glance. Loser had to take a patrol shift, no questions asked. I had forgotten, but Williams found me and reminded me. Loud scraping filled the room as Tristan pulled a chair over to me. Here, sit, he commanded before dragging the second chair over for himself. There was an air to him, the commander he sometimes showed, devouring the oxygen in the room. I didn't fight him, quickly taking the seat. He sat beside me, his broad legs spread as he leaned back casually, like we were not in the force commander's office awaiting my termination. So fill me in, Tristan prompted. Your cadet. I was asking my cadet what happened, Tristan said. It was Commander Hayes next to me. I had been wrong. The beast growled in recognition of his barely leashed fury. She was there, and according to my intel officer, you were not. She is pulling the footage for me now from the force cameras. I'll make sure you receive a copy. My operations officer was pissed at being woken up after the witching hour shift. I am sure you saw his report on the brawl outside the East Bar. His gaze zeroed in on the ward documents. Maybe you haven't. You seem to have had your hands full today. Burden sat stiffly upon her desk, the gloating gone. Tristan grinned at her. Regardless, he has assured me that in Section 2, Paragraph 5, Addendum 6, a force member is permitted and expected to defend themselves against an internal threat. Any actions taken by the force member in self-defense will be properly reviewed, and the attacking officer will be subjected to a full review before the 5 sector leaders, and face possible discharge from the force if the attack is deemed unprovoked and detrimental to the progress of the force, haven, or human life. Any weapons used in self-defense are excused unless used to take life. In the event of the aggressor's loss of life, the force member will be subjected to a full review before the 5 sector leaders and the weapons confiscated. There was more, but I assume that's enough for you. Burden shifted, and Tristan rested his elbows on his knees. Cadet Cadle, did you know your attacker before today? No. Have you given Tom Murray a reason to attack you? No. Did you draw weapons? Yes. Did you fire your weapon? No, but I threw my knife next to his head, I told them. If they were getting the video footage, I might as well be honest. Tristan's jaw flexed. Whether to hold back a groan or laugh, I didn't know, but he continued. Does Murray still live? Yes. Was he harmed? His ego was. Tristan stood, a smirk playing across his lips. Well, that takes care of that. My cadet was involved in an unprovoked attack and acted in self-defense. The attacker, Tom Murray, was left alive and will be subjected to a review as to why he attacked a fellow member of the force. Any use of the weapons is excused. Cadle does not require a full command review. Therefore, any discipline is left to the cadet's unit commander. Tristan reached past Burden to retrieve my weapons, his face hovering inches from hers. Which is me? Relief flooded me as Tristan turned, handing me my father's pistol and knife. With his back to Burden, he finally looked at me. His anger immediately winked out. Your loyalty knows no bounds, Unit Commander Hayes, Burden gritted. Tristan faced her slowly. You once admired that about me. I leaned over to see past Tristan. Burden stood rigid, something like hatred in her dark, cunning eyes. Yes, well, you once knew where to put that loyalty. I put it in people who deserve it. Always have, Tristan retorted, shoulders stiff. Whatever this was between them, it had turned personal. And some girl who gave up on the ward for expansion is where you've decided to put it. She quit once, and she'll quit again. She's useless in the house. She doesn't put effort into anything, yet you still claim she's somehow beneficial for your mission. I do. She pulled a weapon on the mats, Tristan. You ordered the entire force to make her fall. What did you expect Cadle to do? You wanted proof she was all in. There you go, Tristan snarled. Time is running out. I needed a medic and I got one. I'm running my unit and mission how it should have been run from the beginning. I'm done with your game, Lissa. It's Force Commander Burden, Burden hissed through her teeth. Tristan shook his head. Only when it's beneficial. Take your cadet and get the hell out of my sight, Burden demanded. Tristan turned, ripping the door open. I won't stop my unit from defending themselves, nor will I stop preparing them. Fury leaked from him. It was a side of Tristan I had never seen. He gripped the door like he would break it. Call off your dogs, Force Commander Burden. I've already told you once. If this is between you and me, keep it there. Leave my unit alone. Tristan allowed me to walk out, but I heard him continue. Those papers, that's low, even for you. Murray is in a holding cell. I will confirm with the other commanders of his review. He's done in the force. Tristan slammed the door and took off, passing me. I hurried to keep up, falling in line with him. I should thank him. Tristan stared directly ahead, content to walk in silence. I swallowed whatever I wanted to say to him. Only when we reached the door to the commander's locker room did he speak. I wondered if he was going to reprimand me, if I had caused too much trouble. He stared at me, but there was no anger in his gaze. "Are you okay?" he finally asked. After everything I had just heard, his concern was if I was okay. I nodded. He sighed. "Good. Look, what I said in there, I meant it. I need a medic. Haven needs this mission completed. I can't lose. I need my unit to be safe." He shook his head, his hands fisted at his sides. He widened his stance, preparing for a fight. Guilt pelted me. My viciousness had done this. "Hate me all you want," Tristan said, leaning closer. My heart found my throat. "Hate me for ruining your life. Hate me for being here. Blame me. Fight me. You need somewhere to put your rage. I'll take it. I can handle it. I can live with your hate, but I am asking you." His chest heaved with a shaking breath. "I am begging you to try for them, for Haven, to trust us. Help us complete this mission and you can be done. I'll personally see you get the sector you want and," his throat bobbed, "I'll leave you alone for good. Tristan will carry it all for everyone, no matter what it does to him." Words evaded me at the desperation etched across his face, at the storm he was willing to weather for his unit. Burden had been right. His loyalty knew no bounds. But where she had spatted at him like it was a mark against his character, I didn't. I never had. I felt it settle deep within me, the admiration I already felt for him, and something else, something dangerous. I buried it, along with the feel of his body against mine, refusing to acknowledge what I harbored. His gaze searched mine, the silence growing. Finally he said, "I have to go. Most of the unit is at lunch." He turned on his heel and left. I watched him walk away, then headed toward the locker room. Though my stomach growled, I didn't have it in me to go to the mess hall. I didn't want the looks or the whispered conversations about the attack from the rest of the force. I opened my locker, placing my weapons within, then stripped down and wrapped myself in a towel. I didn't want to feel in debt to the unit for showing up, for helping me, for having my back. Not when I hadn't given them a single reason to do so. I had given them endless reasons to let Murray ruin me, to watch me fail, to want me gone. Yet they had shown up. I entered the showers and let the lukewarm spray cascade over me. Unit 7 was good in all the ways I was not. They were good like Tristan. Unit 7 cared about Haven, about their mission. But more than anything, they cared about one another. I closed my eyes, the water running down my face. I grabbed the bar of soap and scrubbed every inch of myself. I washed my hair, tangled from Murray's hands and the mat. A moment during the attack lingered in my mind. When Murray had flipped me and I had kicked wildly, my leg landing just right, locking around his, a feeling had bloomed in my chest. Preparing for my next move, I had felt something. Could I trust them? Could I trust myself? The question pulsed through me, intertwining with the beat of my heart. Lily's final words joined the fray. "Thank you for listening. I know you think I'm insane for telling you about them, but that's the whole point to love and live, isn't it? To protect them until the very end. To know someone will have their back, will love them after you're gone. To trust those left to keep going." I had to at least try. I had to keep going. 11. I found the gym weirdly quiet. I had been on my own for a long time. Since Lara had passed upon our arrival to Haven, I had grown used to my solitude. But in less than a moon's time, the thing I claimed I wanted so badly felt off. There were no signs of Unit 7. Unsure what else to do, I headed to the living quarters. I made the final turn and approached the door. I reached out to open it, but voices caught my attention. I froze. "He has a point," Patrick was saying. "You had all week to figure it out," Tristan responded. "Someone has to be her partner. I just got confirmation that the weather is stable. We have 3 days and we go above. Unit 5 moves out in the morning for restock. Unit 12 will be right behind them. This needs to be decided now." "Hayes." "Save it, Sorensen. No one expects you to be her partner. You've had multiple partners over the last 6 moons and none of them have worked for you. You'll be stuck with one of us. You should have stayed with her earlier." "I didn't know Murray would attack her," Ingrid protested. "Lissa put a damn bounty on her," Tristan fired back. "Even if she didn't, we protect our own." A beat of silence, then Rumi said, "Patty and I aren't changing." "Didn't expect you two to split up," Tristan said. "I'd like to stay with Damien," Isla said hesitantly. "Back at you, baby girl," Damien chimed in. "Why isn't she your partner, Hayes?" Isla asked. Silence lay heavy among them. I pushed the door open. "Does anyone care what she has to say on the subject?" They all watched me. Rumi sat in her typical spot on the mat. Patrick and Isla were on one of the sofas, their knees touching. Damien perched on the arm of the other sofa, where Ingrid sat bristling. "I do," Tristan said, leaning forward in the chair. The words he had said, begging me to try for the people in this room, clung to me. The door behind me opened again. Levi entered in his patrol uniform. His gaze swept over everyone. "What did I miss?" he asked as he removed his boots. I followed suit. "We were all debating on who should be Sasha's partner for our mission above," Rumi said from the mat. Levi strode over to the sofa Isla and Patrick sat on, leaning against the arm. "Well, Cadel," Levi asked. He held up a hand as Damien had been about to talk. "I want to hear from her." I swallowed, searching for my voice. Levi looked at Hayes, an unspoken conversation passing between them. "It's you or Hayes," I said to the room at large. "What happened with Murray and Burden?" Levi asked, evaluating me, his face giving nothing away. Everyone jumped in. I was amazed at how much had occurred while I had been taken to Burden's office, at how quickly they had snapped into action. Patrick had been woken up by Damien and fetched the legal information for my case. Meanwhile, Damien had thrown on his patrol uniform and searched for Tristan, splitting up the sectors with Levi and Rumi. Ingrid had escorted Murray to a holding cell. Isla had rushed off to the intel departments, demanding video footage. Levi had found Tristan, and they had met Patrick, who had the case information in hand and informed Tristan of the laws, so that he was fully prepared by the time he reached Burden's office. Then everyone fell silent, waiting to hear what happened in the office. Tristan waited, letting me lead the conversation. I didn't want their pity for the papers Burden had shoved in my face. I didn't want to tell them about Kalio's taunting or the fight between Tristan and Burden. "Burden tried to tell me I was done in the force until Hayes arrived," I said. "He had all the information, and she had to let me go." Damien whistled. "Bet that pissed her off." "Good," Patrick said. "I wish I had seen her face," Rumi muttered viciously. "Thank you," I said quietly. No one moved. The room stilled. Thank you for being there, for helping me. The silence that followed was uncomfortable, almost painful. I refused to meet Tristan's gaze I felt searing me. Did you hit your head when Murray took you down? Damien demanded. I snorted, shaking my head though my cheek throbbed. So, who's your partner, Sasha? My eyes locked on Tristan, heart beating against my chest. Tristan searched my face. I couldn't. I couldn't be what Tristan wanted. I couldn't silence my demons. He would realize that. He was good. He deserved someone good. I'll be her partner. I tore my gaze from Tristan to Levi. His face gave nothing away but steeled determination. I waited for relief to flood me from avoiding being Tristan's partner. But I need to know, are you going to try? Levi asked. A deep seriousness settled into every facet of his face. Hate me for ruining your life. Hate me for being here. Blame me. Fight me. I can handle it. I can live with your hate. I am begging you to try for them. Yes, I said, my heart slamming into my ribs. Okay then, Sasha Cadle, I'll be your partner, Levi said, extending his hand. I placed my hand in his, and he shook it, an understanding there and a challenge. Now that that's settled, I'm going to go eat, Levi said, putting on his boots. The air in the quarters thinned until the others began conversing and moving among themselves. Isla and Patrick began talking as Ingrid headed toward the bunk room, the door closing behind her. Rumi sat, eyes closed, meditating. Damien tugged a pack of cards from his pocket and began shuffling. Patrick's eyes snagged on the cards. Four-hand game? Damien asked. I'm in, Patrick said, scooting forward. Yeah, I'm in, Tristan said. Me too, Isla said, settling next to Patrick. Damien glanced back toward the bunk room where Ingrid had shut herself in. Rumi sat meditating, still as night. Should we play for clothing? Damien asked, wagging his brow. You never grow up, Dame, Patrick said with a laugh. I stood frozen among them. The ease, the closeness, the loyalty. They weren't just in a unit together, it was more. They were family, and I was a festering wound, completely out of place. Someone has to keep it fun around here, Damien said with a shrug. Everyone grabbed their cards from the table and inspected their hands. Tristan's green eyes found me over the cards. I had no excuse to give him for not being able to be his partner, just my cowardice and brokenness. I'll play for clothes, Tristan said, watching me. I swallowed. Damien hooted. There he is. Let's do it, Commander. He vaulted off the couch and ran into the bunk room. Rums, you going to join? Don't leave me alone, Isla pleaded. Rumi didn't move from where she meditated. I know you can hear me. Get your boots on, Cadle, Levi said. I'm not hungry. Damien returned with several bottles. Patrick laughed. Who'd you go down on to get all the booze, Dame? A gentleman never tells. Damien winked, laying the bottles on the table. I need a sweater, Isla muttered, running her hands down her shirt. Layers. Against the rules. You play in what you're in, Damien told her, and she glared. You wanna be dealt in, Sasha. No better bonding than booze and nudity. Tristan's eyes flickered my way again. Patrick took a long swig. It was Henderson, by the way, Damien told Patrick, who proceeded to spit some of his drink out. No, Isla exclaimed, swatting at Damien. You kept that from me. Damien shrugged. Sorry, sunshine, he bought my silence. He doesn't know you well enough. This isn't nearly enough for your silence, Patrick said. I was slightly offended, Damien said, feigning outrage. Hey, partner. Levi tossed my boots at me. You're with me. We have 72 bells to get to know each other. I'll go first, Tristan said, grabbing the bottle. Damien grinned. I love off-day haze. Shame you all can't join. You could wait until tomorrow, Levi, Isla said, moving her cards around. Patrick passed her the bottle. She scrunched her nose but took a sip. We should at least toast to the end of a legacy, Patrick said. You two have been partners for what? 7 years, Tristan and Levi said together. I wished I missed the look between them, the resolved acceptance laced with a heaviness I knew. Stay, Levi, Damien coaxed. Come on, I swear I won't make one joke this time about you not drinking. Levi opened the door. We are going to eat and then spar. Then Cadel is going to climb that rope. Bet you wish you picked Commander Day off as your partner, Damien said. Hit me. He tapped the table as Tristan took another long drag from the bottle. I waited for the relief to fill me that I had avoided being tied to Tristan. I waited and waited. Relief never came. Something else did. I shut the door on the merriment within. Damien's taunts of regret over my choice of partners reverberated in every one of my bones as Levi's weight crushed into me. How do you get out of this? Levi demanded, my body contorted as we sparred yet again. We had walked in silence back to the mess hall where Levi filled 2 plates, placing one before me as we sat. I'm not hungry, I told him. Eat anyway. You still need weight on you, Levi said between mouthfuls. Only after I cleared my plate, my stomach stretching to the point of pain I hadn't experienced since I was a kid, did he allow us to leave. He took me to the mats, where we stretched while Levi grilled me on my jiu-jitsu experience, digging up memories I had forgotten I still held. Then we sparred and sparred and sparred. I struggled to the point of embarrassment. Levi kept pushing me, uttering snide remarks that made me see red, tricking me into engaging. Each time he grinned at me, eyes flashing, invigorated. I saw a sliver of the man I had stitched up all those years ago. The ease heightened his handsome features, illuminating a charm he hid away behind his usual immovable scowl. He loved sparring, I realized. It came easily to him the way shooting did to me. We might have been friends forever ago when life existed above the surface, when I found the same high from sparring, when it had just been an outlet for the things I had thought were worth stressing over. Get out of this, and we can move on, Levi said as he baited me. I huffed against his weight and request. You're bigger than me, I've told you that. So was Murray. Do I have to make some crude sexual advances to make you fight, or can you just do it on your own? Fuck off. We can talk about what made you freeze in the tunnel, Levi told me. I snapped. I shot my arm between his while I sought leverage and acted. Limbs were flying until I got my legs around his neck. Levi tapped. I rolled off of him, gulping oxygen. Levi pushed to his feet. Not too bad. He walked off. I stayed on the ground, my pulse slowing in the quiet. This late, no one else was here. Levi loomed above me just as my heart settled into a regular beat. Sweat dripped off of him. I saw a sly smile spread across his face before I rolled to the left, avoiding the drips. I pushed to my feet. You did that on purpose. Maybe. Drink your water. I took the cup he held out for me. I didn't know what drove the question, but something Damien had said lingered. What did Damien mean about not drinking? Levi took a long drag of water, his scowl finding him again. I don't drink anymore. Why? Because when I did, I didn't know when to stop. I became all the things I hated about the people who once mattered to me. Do you drink? I shook my head. No, I'm scared of who I'd be if I did. I don't think I should. I understand. They would too, you know, Levi said quietly. I began to move toward the obstacle course, but Levi's next words halted me. Just because someone's demons look different from yours, or they've found a way to hide them better, doesn't mean they don't have them. After 2 cups of water and the shortest reprieve known to man, I tilted my head up, watching Levi scale the rope. It's right here, Levi called from the 3/4 mark. This is where you give up. Figure out what you need to push through it, he coached, climbing the rest of the way up with just his arms. Show off, I thought as he quickly touched the top, then descended. Your turn, Levi told me, walking toward his cup of water. Why? I demanded. Because we are going above, Levi said. You haven't been up there. It isn't like before. The places we're going, he paused, running a towel over his head, mopping up the remaining sweat. It's not easy. There's a reason partners don't want to change. It was part of the reason Hayes had us all take turns with you to build unity. That and to fend off Burden's threat. I disagreed. Thought we should just get it out of the way. You wanted someone to jump me sooner, I asked, brows high. Levi didn't hesitate. Yes. Thanks, partner, I bit out. It wasn't personal. I was your only real option for a partner, and I needed you to try. If Murray attacked you 2 weeks ago and you fought like you did, we could have proved Burden wrong and got on with our mission. And if I didn't fight? Same thing, we could have stopped wasting our time and got on with our mission. His words hit me in the chest. Hayes disagreed with me. He wanted to give you time, prove Burden wrong without violence. He wanted to protect you and give you a choice. It would have killed him, publicly humiliated him, but he would have let you go back. And you wanted violence, I asked. Levi shrugged. I'm not considerate like Hayes. Why does Burden want to kick me out? Why does she want your unit to fail? That's a question for Hayes, Levi told me. There it was again, their loyalty to one another. The thing beneath my skin bristled against it as Levi took a seat on the mat. Climb the rope. I stared between him and the rope. You're going to need me up there, Levi said, whether you like it or not, and I'm going to need you. I need to know you're going to try. I need to know you'll push through whatever you're fighting up there. Levi tapped his head. So climb the damn rope. I gripped the rope and pulled myself up, muscles screaming, sweat trickling down my temples. I didn't even make it halfway before I tumbled back to the ground, the air whooshing from my lungs. That was a shit attempt, again. Levi stretched out and leaned back on his hands. It was the most relaxed I had ever seen him. If I suck so bad, why did you choose me as a partner? I spat, sprawled on my ass. 3 reasons. Most important, you're a fighter. Everyone in Haven is a fighter. Not like you. I've only met a handful who fight like you, Levi confessed. The issue is you're fighting the wrong enemy. His comment landed as brutally as my usual blows. I glared at him, the beast demanding blood. He didn't balk. I get it, Levi said. I spent most of my life doing the same thing. I don't know what happened to you or what demons you're fighting. It's not my place to know, and I'm not here to force you to get over them or judge how you're coping with them. His words were so at odds with his causal posture. I am telling you to fight them. You're here. Fucking fight like that means something. I tore my eyes from him, gripping the rope. Taking a deep breath, I began to climb, one hand above the other. I pushed past my grip, attempting to give out. My heart protested as it raced against my effort. The raging pulse reminded me I was still here. I didn't know if being here meant anything at all. Maybe the problem was it meant everything, that I remained and the ones I loved didn't. I pushed the thought away. If it were Lara still here or Illy, I'd want them to live, to be more than what I'd let myself become. I pulled harder and tightened my thighs around the rope, pushing myself upward. The ceiling grew closer and my siblings' ghosts grew louder, threatening to pull me down. No, you're the knight, Sash, I'm not scared. Every failure I had committed I pushed through. There was no encouragement from Levi. The top was nearly within arm's reach. I think you're braver than even Dad. Mom's just tired. She didn't mean it, Sash, I'm not scared. I could fight. I had been fighting for years, but my failures had turned that fight inward. I didn't know how to change that if I could. I stretched, pushing against my feet until my thighs burned, the very tips of my fingers brushing the top. I'll be right here. You are the best big sister, I'm not scared. I inched up, my legs shaking until my hand rested flat against the cold stone ceiling. I had done it. Loosening my grip and tightening my legs, I let myself slide back down. My hand found my chest. I had touched the top. I waited for pride to trickle in. It was as elusive as the relief I had longed for earlier. Instead, I only felt acceptance. I was still here, and I would fight for them. That's enough for today, Levi said, standing. Let's head back. The others should be thoroughly drunk and passed out by now. I followed Levi, exiting the gym. He didn't congratulate me. He didn't pry. You said there are 3 reasons you agreed to be my partner, I said as we walked through the tunnels. I did. What are the other 2? Levi glanced my way. I'm a shit shot and you're sniper level accurate, covering my weaknesses. Last reason. You don't want to hear the last one, Levi said, sizing me up. We turned down the tunnel to our living quarters. Try me, I retorted. Partners should be strictly partners, Levi said. Otherwise, it complicates things, sways your judgment. I don't know what you're talking about, I muttered, stopping outside our door. Keep telling yourself that, Cadle. I must have tensed because Levi demanded, out with it. What do you want to be called? You hate your last name, I get that. Do you? I snapped. I do, but I don't think I hate it for the same reason you do. So is it Sasha, Death's angel? You seem to hate that too. Death. Just Sasha, I said. I suggest going straight to bed when you get in there, Sasha. Levi stepped away from the door. Aren't you coming in? I asked. Nah, I have things to do. Not in the mood for the debauchery and lack of sleeping quarters. Good night. Levi took off down the tunnel. I pushed the door open, unsure what he meant by lack of sleeping quarters because the room was quiet, the party from earlier put to bed. I glanced down to see 5 pairs of boots. Someone else was missing besides Levi. I unlaced my boots, kicking them off next to the untidy row. Clothing piled on the mat in a forgotten heap, the pieces themselves as indiscernible as the possible owners. Light snores drifted from my bunk room. Other sounds floated to me from the boys' room. I froze, my back straightening at the soft, breathy sounds mixed with a deeper accompaniment. None of my business. It was none of my business. I blocked out who might be beyond the door. "You're back," said a groggy voice. I moved closer to find Tristan resting on the couch. Relief finally trickled in. Tristan sat up. He was shirtless. In the dark, I allowed my eyes to travel over every exposed inch of him as he rolled his neck and stood, swaying slightly. A blanket fluttered to the floor, leaving him in just his briefs. Common sense ebbed out of me. "You lose?" I asked despite myself. A sleepy chuckle escaped him. He tugged at his waistband. "I'm in shorts." "Underwear," I corrected him, my gaze locked on his muscular chest. "It's clothing," he said with a shrug, stepping closer to me. I held my breath, his presence eating up all the oxygen in the room. A different kind of want found me, one I had never dared breathe life into. "I didn't think you'd come back tonight," he told me, his eyes tracing the outlines of my face, the strand of my auburn hair that had come loose. "You thought Levi would keep me out all night?" I asked. "I wouldn't put it past him. He'd de-work himself to death if we let him." Tristan raked his teeth across his bottom lip as he stretched out his hand, giving me time to pull away. I stilled, my heart careening off, wild and desperate, as he brushed the wild strand of hair behind my ear. My stomach fluttered at the gentleness of the gesture. His hand drifted down my neck, resting at the base. His thumb fit perfectly in the small hollow of my throat. "That's not what I meant, though," he murmured. I tilted my head up, shivering against his blazing touch. His hand remained. "What did you mean then?" My voice didn't sound like my own, breathy and soft. "I thought," he swallowed, those green eyes locked on his hand on my neck. Disbelief etched across his devastatingly handsome face. "I thought you'd be busy. With other things." "I ended things with Jackson," I admitted, too honestly. My pulse hammered beneath the steady pressure of his hand. His eyes found mine. I didn't know what was held in their depths. He drifted closer to me, the space between us almost non-existent. "Walk away," some sane part of my brain urged, but I stayed. "Why?" Tristan asked. I shrugged. "You know why," a voice whispered. I stared at the man before me. Just wasn't what I was looking for anymore. "What are you looking for, Sasha?" Tristan asked, drifting into me more, his voice deepening. For that single moment, I allowed myself to be lost in him, in what it would feel like to close the distance. His powerful body pressed against mine with nothing between us. My hands tangled in his hair as he explored every inch of me, being on the receiving end of all of him. My core blazed as I met his stare, that seemed to ask for permission. What if just once? Just once I gave in to the thing I was afraid of. Would I be able to stop? I was leaning into him. His hips met mine as he gently caressed my side. I should pull away. I was better on my own. I couldn't let myself need someone like him. "Sasha," A groan came from behind us. I jerked away as reality flooded in. Tristan's hands fell, but his eyes remained locked on me. What had I been thinking? Stupid Matt, Damien slurred. The thing I had mistaken as just a pile of clothing shifted, and Damien stood fully naked as he blindly stumbled to the other sofa, falling face first into it. I stepped back. Sasha, Tristan uttered quietly. My name was almost a plea. You're drunk, Hayes, I told him, turning away. A warm hand wrapped around my wrist, the grip loose, giving me an out as Tristan stopped me. Don't do that. Things from before the war, grass and trees, life slammed into me as his eyes searched mine, containing all the things I didn't have any more. The want in their endless depths was scorching. I couldn't look away. I should run. No, he should run, spare himself. It's for the best, I muttered, my throat tight. Tristan tugged me toward him. I let him. His other hand cupped the side of my neck, and I shivered against the heat in his touch. I think you're wrong. I wanted to be wrong. His forehead met mine. My heart slammed against my ribs, the desire I had ignored for years decimating my defenses. His eyes closed. Our lips were inches apart. I pressed my hand against his chest, his heart galloping. I'm not wrong. Green eyes opened unafraid. You're scared, because deep down you know I'm right. I pulled away, cold air assaulting me. You're drunk. You couldn't handle me even if you were. I shot Kalio's words from earlier at him and fled. My words were as destructive as any bullet. Weeks ago, I told Damien, when you kill someone, you keep your eyes open and you watch the damage. But I was a hateful coward. I darted toward my bed and did not look back. The only one in there was Ingrid's sleeping form. I had no idea where Rumi was. It wasn't until I lay alone in the dark, staring at Isla's empty bed, that the beast found me. Tristan was good and kind. With a roar, the demon devoured everything that told me I might deserve a man like him. I welcomed the pain and didn't staunch the flow of agony as my soul bled out. 12. Morning. I turned from the noise, my entire body balking at the movement. My face throbbed from catching the fall from Murray. The rest of me hurt from Levi's relentless crusade. Something else ached as moments from last night pelted me. I ignored the pain in my chest. You were groaning in your sleep. I cracked my eyes open to find Rumi braiding her hair on her bed, already fully clothed. Isla's and Ingrid's beds sat empty. What time do you wake up? I grumbled, turning again in an attempt to find a comfortable position for my demolished body. Recently, second or third bell, early enough to shower in the gym. It has warmer water. My shoulder screamed at me as I tossed to my left. Admitting defeat, I sat up, my core filing its own complaints. Do you ever sleep? You weren't here last night. Rumi stilled, her braid half done. Sometimes. It was crowded here last night and everyone was drunk. I left. I usually have the witching hour shift. Her observant gaze landed on Ingrid's empty bed. I like to be up at night. Why is Ingrid on the shift and not you? I asked, attempting to rub my shoulder. It only served to make it ache worse. Because she can't move on from Lily's death and she takes it out on everyone. You see fewer people on the witching hour shift. Tristan did it as a kindness. Where is everyone? I asked, unable to discuss Tristan. I stood in just my uniform shirt, underwear, and socks. Levi hasn't returned from last night. Tristan and Damien are asleep on the couch, probably both hungover. Ingrid went to the kitchens. And Patrick and Isla, I asked, the culprits of the sounds last night. Rumi stared at me in a way that made seconds feel like hours. Isla is in the shower. Unspoken words shone there. They didn't discuss the two unit members' late-night activities. There was a warning there too, a fierce, protective one that I would keep my mouth shut about her partner or else. "Got it," I said. "Formation is at the 5th bell," Rumi told me standing. "No day off again?" I asked, genuinely curious. Murray's attack and their swift action plan to keep me in the force had overshadowed my intrigue. "We only get one every 2 weeks during lockdowns, if we're lucky. It's predicated on civil unrest. In the force, nothing is ever certain. You always have to be ready." Without a goodbye, she left me alone. I thought of Levi's words last night. Just because someone's demons look different from yours or they've found a way to hide them better doesn't mean they don't have them. What demons did Rumi hide? Why couldn't she sleep at night? And how did she get hers to be so quiet? I stretched my neck side to side but quickly stopped. Fuck, everything hurt. I scrunched my nose at my own smell. I hadn't showered after the evening torture. Instead, I had run away. Tristan's parting words were heavy on my chest. I would have to see him today, tomorrow, the next day. I couldn't run from him anymore. I dragged my hands down my face. "Morning," Isla greeted as she entered in just her towel, red hair wet, the scar on her brow visible. Her normal smile and sunshiny demeanor were absent. Was she upset about her actions last night? Embarrassed? I didn't know, but I knew that look, a twin to the feeling that twisted my heart. Morning. I grabbed my uniform pants and clean undergarments, ready to shower and give her space. The door to our living quarters opened into the room beyond. Coffee. Levi's muffled voice was louder than necessary. "Keep it the fuck down," Damien grumbled. Maybe it was how bad my body ached, or maybe it was something Levi had said last night. I wanted the coffee, then shower. I glanced down at my bare legs. Was it appropriate to go out like this? My eyes slid over to Isla as she dropped her towel, fishing out clothing. They had all stripped down in front of one another last night. I was overthinking this. I shook out my auburn hair and strode out in my shirt and underwear. Levi sat in the chair, fully dressed, sipping his coffee. Morning. I grunted at him, beelining for coffee. I went to grab one but felt his penetrating stare. I glanced up to find him watching me intently. "How was your night?" I asked. "Eventful. Your left cheek is bruised as shit," Levi said. I wasn't shocked by that. It ached like hell. I thought back to the last time Levi had offered me a coffee. I had been right to wonder if it was a challenge, like he had been testing whether I would torch the olive branch. I had. Instead of trying to build trust, I had created more walls. I glanced down at the liquid, black like my father had preferred. That stirred something buried in my chest, adding to the storm there. Levi lifted a brow, challenging me like he had yesterday. He said nothing as he waited. I took a sip, welcoming the bitterness. It was slightly different from what I remembered, but it was coffee, or something like it. Levi lifted his cup, saluting me. "Partner." I rolled my eyes at him over the rim and he smirked. "You gonna sit?" There wasn't room. Tristan stirred under the blanket, his tattoo-kissed chest and arms exposed. His massive form stretched the entirety of the couch, feet dangling off the edge. Unbound brown curls obscured his face. I didn't trust myself to sit anywhere near him, especially after how his hands had felt against my skin, at how much I wanted his touch everywhere again. I glanced at Damien, who lay on his stomach on the other couch, his ass completely on display. "There isn't much room," I said. "I'll move," Tristan said, pushing himself up. The vestige of sleep laced his voice. The blanket caught around one leg as he shifted toward the far end of the sofa, flexing his back and shoulders. He glanced at Levi. "You stayed out last night." Tristan grabbed a coffee, his muscles rippling as he stretched out. He hadn't looked at me. "It was a bit crowded here," Levi said. "Where'd you go?" Tristan asked, taking a sip. The sound that left his mouth as he relished his coffee skittered up my spine before suffusing every inch of my skin with heat. "Thank you." Levi faked a cough that I knew was a laugh. "No problem. I found a place in Unit 3's barracks." "Unit 3 again? How was that?" Tristan asked, taking another sip. He still hadn't looked my way. Was he avoiding me? "Rather enjoyable," Levi said into his cup, a crooked smile playing at his full lips. Tristan ran a hand through his sleep-mussed hair. I imagined running my fingers through it as well. "You going to take a seat, partner?" Levi asked, his blue eyes dancing. I plopped down, crossing my bare legs. Whether I was looking for friction to quench the desire that washed over me or some long-forgotten play at modesty, I didn't know. Would Tristan bring up last night? How partner bonding? Tristan stopped abruptly. I turned to find him staring at the left side of my face. "Is that from Murray?" I winced, my left cheekbone and jaw sore to the touch. "Yeah," my face caught the fall. I was reaching for my pistol. Damien moaned from the sofa. "SS stopped talking. My head." I swore Tristan's cup shook just slightly as his jaw flexed. He took a deep breath, his dark gaze glued to my cheek. "Morning, buddy," Levi greeted. "How was your night?" "Shit, Hayes won," Damien grumbled, his face still glued to the sofa. "You had to drink every time you hit." Levi chuckled and Tristan finally tore his eyes from my face. "How many times did you hit?" Levi probed. "Too fucking many. That coffee." Damien squinted at the cups like the action took immense effort. "Yeah." "I love you, I mean it this time. Stupid, lumpy couch." Damien punched the cushion. He sat up, his dark curls sticking up at odd angles, the fabric of the sofa imprinted on his right cheek, mixed with drool. He was completely, unabashedly naked. Levi chucked an article of clothing his way. Damien wadded it up and covered his essential parts. He didn't bother with a response or a thanks. Snatching the coffee cup, he brought it to his lips and chugged. "Fuck," Damien uttered, dragging out the word, his eyes still closed. "Tell me we don't have the obstacle course. I'll puke if we do." Tristan gazed into his cup. "We do." "Damn it," Damien said, grabbing a second coffee. "That's not for you," Levi said. I glanced over to find Tristan staring at my cheek once more, something like guilt there. "Rumi won't drink it." "It's rude not to offer." "Has she ever taken a coffee? You always drink hers." "After she says no." "You just like watching people suffer." "Maybe." My leg bounced, a part of me wanting to tell Tristan something to assuage his remorse. I opened my mouth when a humming Patrick made his way into the room, heading toward the shower. "Good morning," he called over to us, a rare smile there. "That coffee!" His hair was mussed, as if hands had run through the sandy blonde locks countless times. "Yup," Levi answered. Damien was quiet for once. "Cheers." Patrick bent over the sofa, reaching between Tristan and me to grab one, cross necklace dangling. He turned toward the shower, humming once more. When the bathroom door shut, his humming turned into singing. "Someone's in a good mood," I muttered. The three of them exchanged a look before taking a sip. Levi didn't stop Damien from downing the second coffee. Isla strode through the room a moment later. She didn't look our way as she left, the door to our quarters slamming shut. My brows pulled in. Damien grabbed another coffee, replacing the empty cup in Levi's hand, who took it without a word, staring at the shut door. Nothing was said about the sunshine Patrick seemed to have stolen. Damien propped his ankle on his knee as he leaned back with a groan. His loincloth-like covering pulled to the side, dangerously close to exposing all of him. "Like the outfit, Cadle," Damien smirked, winking at me as he gazed at my bare legs. "I can't say the same," I fired back. Damien tilted his head, smiling openly at me. "Your face looks like shit. Let's add Murray to the kill list." "It's already too long, but we can make an exception," Tristan said quietly. I couldn't tell if they were joking. "I could think of another one to add," Levi muttered, still staring at the door. My brow furrowed. It sounded like he was talking about Patrick. "We protect our own," Damien stated. "Speaking of which, unit meeting in the exploratory room tonight after dinner," Tristan told us. "I'll see you at the gym." He stood and left the room. "Guess you really are one of us, Sasha," Damien said, leaning back into the sofa as he sighed heavily. There was no humor in his eyes or voice. "Welcome to the end of the world." After an uneventful day of training and eating dinner together, I sat with the rest of Unit 7 in the exploratory room around a large oval table. I stared in shock at the three-dimensional hologram hovering at the center of the table, depicting the world above, a world I had forgotten existed. Glowing dots moved around the map. The ones closest to the entrance of Haven were white. The ones farthest away were a dark blue. On the wall hung a screen with a live feed of some kind, numbers flashing and changing. The whiteboard next to it was filled with tight block writing. Ingrid dipped something into her coffee as Isla and Damien sat close together, whispering to each other. Patrick ran his gold cross along his chain as he read the boards. Rumi gripped the table tightly, her eyes glued to the very edge of the map where 7 lone blue dots lingered. Levi handed me a coffee as he took the seat next to me. "Welcome to the exploratory room, Cadle," Tristan said. "Unit 12 is restocking Outpost 1 and will head to 2 in the morning. Condition reports remain clear. Radiation is stable. Unit 5 is at Outpost 3. "What how?" Damien asked. "Kaleo left in the middle of the night. Rumi confirmed on the log. They didn't stop at 1, pushed to 2, and arrived at 3 about an hour ago." Tristan gestured to the dark blue dots on the edge of the map Rumi had been staring at. "He walked them through the night?" Patrick asked incredulously. "Yes, we should pass them in the field," Tristan informed the group. There was a heaviness in the air. Even Damien was solemn. I have never asked anyone to follow me or go above blindly, Tristan continued, looking toward the numbers on the live feed. I followed his gaze. The numbers were counting down, each ticking number a stone in the pit of my stomach. The units seemed to be holding their breath. I was missing something. "What is it?" I whispered. Tristan met my gaze, his expression grim. "Haven is almost out of time." "What do you mean, out of time?" I asked. The others remained unfazed. Tristan took a deep breath before dismantling everything I had come to know. "If we cannot complete this mission, everyone in Haven will eventually die." 13. I waited for the panic as the news settled along my bones. Haven was almost out of time. I refused to accept so many things about life. Yet this, knowing time was running out, I accepted it. The small part of me that had died with the ones I loved practically welcomed it. The survivalist in me anticipated it. I knew this life below wasn't sustainable. At some point, these tunnels would become catacombs when the provisions and supplies ran out. I expected that the date was years in the future, a future I hadn't considered I would be around to see. I wasn't anticipating my death. Death clearly had no interest in me. I simply didn't think about the future anymore. I made no plans, contained no dreams. Tristan continued. Haven was provisioned to withstand a 10-year nuclear winter. That's what they predicted would happen after the war. I stared at the others, waiting for their stress anything. Nothing, only acceptance. How long had they been carrying this? "So we should have 4 more years, right?" I asked. "Haven had opened 6 years ago. We should have 4 more years. That gave everyone time." Tristan shook his head. "Assuming the sector leaders are accurately reporting, we don't. People came down before the war ended using supplies. More showed up than they anticipated, and people broke the limits for food and medication. People like me who couldn't let others die. I had bypassed the regulations of our chart system and continued care to avoid more death. Yet, had I not ensured more would die soon by stealing medications from our reserves? What of all the food the Force always had, while other sectors endured heavy restrictions? What of the medication I saw others in the ward get when one of their own fell ill? It was all access-based. "So, how long do we have?" I asked. No one spoke, like no one wanted to be the one to pull the rip cord. A deathly quiet permeated the room. Finally, Levi said, "Less than a year." The world fell out from under my feet as my stomach bottomed out. Reality clanged through me. My heartbeats turned sluggish, as if preserving the limited number of beats it had left. An actual end date awakened that human nature to survive, to fight. Had we done all of this just to die? Who else knows? I asked. There would be panic if this got out. Tristan's eyes found mine. Command and the exploratory units, us 5 and 12. Why aren't more units looking? The more who know, the harder it will be to keep the peace, Tristan explained, to maintain this way of life. Chaos is as destructive as any warfare. He was right. Panic and fear had been potent, deadly, and had ruined humanity during the war. Desperation made little off-limits, theft, murder, and worse. There had been no end to the atrocities people were capable of. The target practice and hand-to-hand combat and house simulation missions were not meant for enemies above. There were none. The Force was preparing for enemies beneath. Why are you just now telling me? I've been with you for weeks. I barely got out. Glances were exchanged among the unit. It was Rumi this time who gave me the truth. This is classified information. If we have to manage chaos beneath, it hinders our ability to look above. It's in our bylaws, Patrick said. If anyone discloses classified information, you're kicked out of the Force indefinitely, thrown in an isolation cell, and face a hearing with all sector leaders. There's no out once you know. But what about the Force members the exploratory units drop? I asked. Isolation, Patrick said. But typically we aren't replacing dropped members. They're replacing dead members. Keeping an injured member alive long enough to get them back here hasn't worked. Hence your presence. He wanted to protect you and give you a choice. Levi's words from last night swarmed me. Had Tristan been giving me an out by not telling me? You were determined to be a liability unsuited for classified information. There was no remorse in Rumi's voice. Lissa cleared you yesterday after Murray. Tristan didn't look my way. You know now. Disclose this information and you face the same consequences as us. This cannot get out. You are stuck with us until we complete this mission. They had all mentioned it one way or another. Had they not been saying since I joined that time was running out? I thought they meant about the competition Damien had mentioned. I hadn't thought the mission was life or death. Haven needs this mission completed. Haven needed it or we would die. Would humans become extinct? Images from the war broke free like a film playing on fast forward. The carnage, the pleading, the tiny bodies piled high. Each group yelling their justification on every media source, only to create a greater divide. Hiding behind the lives of innocents to rationalize their brutality. Destruction disguised as beliefs, annihilating their humanity until the bloodbath was vindicated. That beast scraped its claws down my insides. I shook the images away. Were humans even worth saving? Did that question mean the war had won? I closed my eyes and the images shifted, a memory coming forth in such clarity I wondered if I reached my hands out whether I could touch them. Sasha, it'll be okay. Watch this. Watch this, Eli begged, coaxing me out of another negative spiral. My mother had died 3 months ago, our parents both gone. The patchy radio broadcast our last technology, informing me the battles were getting closer. That countries had fallen completely. Nuclear warfare breaking out across the globe, warning about air quality, radiation levels, and the health effects. Eli began doing a ridiculous dance, acting like a wolf, howling and prancing about. His auburn hair bounced along with his silliness. My hair, our father's hair. I only saw how bony he was, how much rationing had affected his growing body. Lara laughed next to me, her smile my mother's. I grimaced, the stress too much. We should eat, I told them, leaving to grab rations. Eli stopped abruptly, crestfallen. I'll be right back, sweetheart, I heard Lara reassure him. Light steps followed me. Lara leaned against the doorframe, her face serious, stern even. Only 14, 2 years younger than I was, but she looked decades older, the war stealing her childhood. You could try for Eli. He's 8, she shot at me, her clothes baggy. We were approaching the 14th month of the war. She was nurturing, maternal, slow to anger, kind and empathic, all the things I had never been. "I am trying for Eli," I snarled as I put more food on their plates than mine. Before my thumb rested on my father's gun, knowing I had other weapons on me, that I hadn't been able to breathe since our mother had died. Not as I wrapped the body, burying her alone. My siblings too bereaved to help, that I spent every heartbeat in a state of alertness that wore on my soul for them. He's scared. Yet he's comforting you, trying to make you laugh because you're falling apart. "I thought you were supposed to take care of us," Lara said, disgusted. I turned toward her, something erupting in my chest. Her petite, delicate features were more pronounced after our rationing. She would grow to be beautiful beyond words. The kind of beauty people would seek out and be envious of, if I could just keep her alive. "Falling apart," I demanded. "I have listened to every broadcast." I rationed the food, calculating the days, our needs. I took care of the intruders. We still eat because of me. I take watch every night. I am taking care of you. If I am falling apart, it is because I am carrying it alone. I spat, my voice growing louder as that thing in my chest devoured my insides. Lara's eyes darkened. "Carrying it alone. I hold Eli every night as he falls asleep. I sit with him when he needs to talk about mom and dad. I reassure him. I am there when the nightmares chase him from sleep. Where the fuck are you, Sasha?" Something fractured in me. "I'm making sure he's alive to have the nightmares, Lara." "Guys!" Eli's small voice came from behind Lara. Her eyes flashed as she turned, reassuring him, holding him. His wide eyes locked on me, but he smiled. "I love you, Sash," he mouthed at me. "He died several months later. I did not deserve his love." The memory drifted away. I stared at Unit 7, the beast pacing in the void left from losing them. I think it was born that day. Lara's words giving it life as I realized I was failing them already. Maybe it was birthed the day I shot the intruders. Maybe the day the letter came telling me my father had died. Maybe the day I dug a grave alone. "So what are you doing about it?" I asked the room. "I'm sure you noticed how far the creators went to ensure we would stand a chance," Tristan continued. "They left something else for us, some vague information on more reserves. Our mission is to find them. Problem is, they left a fucking scavenger hunt and a shit ton of booby traps," Damien told me. "Booby traps?" I asked. "Yeah, we discovered them on mission if all else fails," Damien continued. Patty took a step and these huge metal stakes came from the ground. Rumi knocked him out of the way. "We've discovered 11. 12. Unit 5 noted another one," Rumi stated. "Cool, 12 death traps." "It's why we need you, Sasha," Tristan said. "Before, injuries were minimal. It's why medics were forgotten. But then we started to discover explosives and traps. When I petitioned to bring back medics, Burden said the mission was worth our lives. We need trauma care, and none of us qualify," Patrick chimed in, playing with the cross on his chest. "We think we're close to finding the cache." "We don't know that," Ingrid countered heavily. "Why else set traps if not to protect the supplies? It's the most logical conclusion," Patrick said, dropping his necklace. "I wish we knew why, though." "I still believe they left them so we could start over and get it right this time," Isla said. "They wanted to control who got them. Ensure they didn't fall into the wrong hands. Whoever conforms to their game and survives their traps first gets them, Rumi muttered. It's not about right or wrong. It's about power and control. Ingrid shook her head. That's morbid. I refuse to look at it that way. That would mean whoever did all this planned for the war to end like it did, Isla exclaimed. What kind of person would do that? Please, I can't handle another moral Armageddon debate this hungover, Damien said, sinking into his chair. Carry on, Hayes. Tristan explained the map, tracing the territory above they had already searched and the 10 outposts scattered throughout the land. He pointed at the numerous X's across the map where their searches had come up empty. He outlined the territory where we would have access to our technology. These dots are Units 5. He pointed at the 7 dots clustered at Outpost 3 and 12. 8 dots were at Outpost 1. We'll take this route, Tristan said, tracing the path. At a normal pace, it's a 3-day trek to Outpost 3. When we reach 3, the others shifted around me, coming to attention. We'll venture into the abyss as a unit before breaking into pairs. Henderson confirmed that he registered a significant radiation drop a few miles trek from the borderline before the last incoming storm caused him to abandon the mission. Abyss, I asked. Any area outside of this map is referred to as the abyss, Levi said. We have little to no technology or information of the landscape post-war the moment we cross that border. We'll be going in blind. I like to call it the land of the booby traps, personally. I got outvoted, Damien added, attempting levity. Kaleo is supposed to send someone to check if he can get the same read as Henderson, Tristan told the group. We should pass them in the field. Hopefully he can confirm. Damien snorted. Like he's going to give us that information. He's still treating it like a game. We don't have long before pandemonium is at our doorstep, Ingrid said. There are rumblings in the kitchens about supplies. Those on stock duty are starting to talk. The kitchen's leader is trying to keep it under wraps, but Bretta said there are rumors of theft. Tristan exhaled loudly. The kitchens and the ward were bound to be the first to catch on. Dr. Kumar informed me that doctors are becoming aware, denying care, and providing more severe health scores to preserve medication. My chest twisted with something ugly and vicious at the injustice. Levi pulled in his chair, the noise filling the room until he faced me. Any questions, partner? The helplessness that had plagued me as I fought to keep my siblings alive lurked like a disease. I had 100 questions, none of which they could answer. Levi held my gaze. He had given me the same look when he offered me that first coffee. I had already destroyed my soul getting to this moment. Whatever was left I could give to them to Haven. You have to survive now, little flower. So we succeed or we die, I asked the room, my heart finding a steady rhythm. We succeed or everyone dies, Tristan said. No pressure, Patrick shot dryly. Damien smiled widely. Oh, that's definitely the mission name. Mission succeed or everyone dies. I thought we agreed we aren't naming missions anymore, Patrick retorted, crossing his arms. No, you tried to do that because you're horrible at naming them. Meaningless numbers don't do it for me. Missions should have names, Damien responded. Tristan shook his head, smiling despite the imminent doom. Name it whatever you want, buddy. We have 2 days, the 24 bells leading up to the mission you have off. Rest up, eat, see the people you need to see. No bars, no booze, no fighting. We'll depart at the 7th bell, Tristan finished, dismissing everyone. Oh, and after this mission, Cadel gets a call sign, Damien said. Ingrid strode to the door, gone before some of the unit even stood up. Perhaps she was running back to the kitchens. Patrick and Isla began talking, a formality to their bodies as if their exchange this morning had never happened. Damien stretched, heading to the door. "Where you off to?" Levi asked, lingering next to me. "In search of something to ease the impending extinction," Damien said before heading out. Rumi was not far behind him, having not uttered a word. I stared at the map where 8 dots now clustered by the edge. Her gaze had been fixed on those dots, I realized. Unit 5. Patrick and Isla drew close, their conversation drifting over to me. "Right, I have double-checked supplies," Isla said, a seriousness to her I hadn't seen before. "Everything is ready. Henderson left notes of the provision items. He upped the oxygen tanks and food for his restock." "What's the read on the weather?" As they exited, Patrick responded, "There's nothing on the radar as of now. I'm heading to get a full report. We should have clear." His words trailed away. "Cadel, can I have a word?" Tristan asked. "Sure," I muttered. "I'll wait in the gym," Levi said on his way out. The door shut behind his retreating back. I was alone with Tristan, the air heavy between us. My mind instantly skipped off to the feel of his hand on my neck. I flushed. "How's your cheek?" he asked, leaning against the table as he crossed his boots. It was swollen and painful. "It's fine, just a bruise," I told him, brushing away his concern. "Did you ask me to stay to see if my cheek was okay?" "No. I also wanted to confirm you had no other injuries you needed checked out before we depart. It'll be strenuous above. If something else is injured, I need to know." "Only body soreness and the bruise. Do you need something else?" His eyes snagged on the base of my throat. I was suddenly too warm. "2 things about last night." "You were drunk," I interrupted quickly, my pulse fluttering. I didn't want to discuss this. I wasn't drunk enough to excuse. "The other thing?" I asked, my face hot. He didn't allow me to shut him out. "I am sorry for my actions last night. It was unprofessional. As your commander, I shouldn't have. With us about to go above, I don't want to." Tristan shifted his weight. "I wanted to apologize and confirm I hadn't offended you." "It was nothing. Consider it forgotten," I lied, unable to meet the eyes that sought mine. "Right, nothing." Tristan cleared his throat and pushed off the table where a medical bag lay open. "This is the medical aid bag we usually carry. Dr. Kumar assessed it and made the necessary changes. I wanted you to look it over and confirm you're happy with it. I can arrange for other items you deem necessary." I walked over hesitantly. The bag was stuffed with aid that other patients wouldn't get. But if the unit failed, then countless more would suffer. I shuffled through the supplies. "There are more doses of antibiotics in this bag for 7 people than I was given access to the entire time I was in the ward," I muttered. I sifted through the varying gauzes and bandages. There were multiple tourniquets, rip shears, wraps, precious items in the hospital ward. I could hear my father running through his stock in our basement as he drilled March into me, quizzing me until I could recite it in my sleep. Massive hemorrhage, airway, respiration, circulation, and hypothermia prevention. I had never needed them until Eli had been stabbed, and then the knowledge had been fucking worthless. In the time it took me to eliminate the man, Eli had ripped the knife out unknowingly. Even if he hadn't, there had been no saving him. It had taken seconds to know the knife had severed an artery, seconds to understand that nothing I knew could stop him from bleeding out. Medically, I knew. Emotionally, I was still waiting for the acceptance. Dr. Kumar said he was thorough and put in the suture needles you preferred, but advised stabilizing and returning over infield wound care. He is expecting you tomorrow morning to go over a few refreshers. He's cleared his schedule. You have 2 12-bell sessions. Also, you need to memorize the bag. I've pulled you from all other duties. I took out a sheet with everyone's names and blood types. You need to memorize that as well, Tristan said. I was at the top of the list. It felt fitting with my own negative that I could give to everyone, but I could receive from no one in the unit. Great to know blood types, but I don't see a warmer for blood, I said. I reread the list. Isla, Tristan, Levi, and Rumi were a positive. Patrick was O positive. Ingrid was AB positive. Damien was B negative, making me the only suitable donor for him. I worked through scenarios, understanding that if Damien or I were to need blood far from Haven, there was only so much that could be done. The ward doesn't have warmers to lend, but Kumar is going to show you how to execute a walking blood bank. We stood in an uncomfortable silence, pressing in on my skin. Do you want help going through it? Tristan asked. No, thanks. All right, the bag is yours. Most of us are well acquainted with it, but we will need to refresh as well. You can go through it here or bring it back to our living quarters. Ask Levi to lock the room up when you finish. Tristan took something out of his bag. Dr. Kumar gave this to me, told me he thought you would want it back. My brows pulled in as Tristan placed a wrapped bundle gently in my hand. It's sharp, Tristan warned. My heart beat harder as I carefully unwrapped my father's knife. It was freshly cleaned. He pulled it from a patient's thigh. He recognized it immediately. I swallowed thickly, too many emotions tumbling beneath. It's a military knife, Tristan stated. My thumb ran over the EC engraved on the handle. It is. I couldn't elaborate, couldn't discuss it. Right, see you tomorrow. Tristan paused at the exit. And Sasha, thank you. For what? I haven't done anything yet. You have. I shook my head. It's nothing, Hayes. It's never been nothing. 14. 48 bells passed too quickly. For 2 days, I watched the unit more closely than ever before, reciting their blood types until I had everyone memorized. They all moved about Haven differently leading up to the mission. I hardly saw Tristan. He seemed to live in the exploratory room. Patrick had a restless energy to him as the unit was pulled from all patrol shifts, including the witching hour shift. Most people bitched about the shift, but Patrick never did. Both nights, Patrick was the last one on the couch, cross in hand, and each morning he was in the same exact spot. I didn't know if he slept there, if he slept at all. Ingrid wasn't around outside of her duties. She was always in the kitchens visiting her sister. Isla seemed the most unfazed, smiling through it all. Her partner took to lying around the living quarters a lot. I knew Damien was resting his ankle. Rumi flitted about like a ghost, in and out of the gym and living quarters constantly. The only time she remained still was when she meditated. Levi was glued to my side, escorting me to my lessons with Kumar and returning when they ended. I didn't know what I expected from Kumar. Maybe I expected an emotional reunion, but he had never been one for emotions, especially when there was work to be done. Possibly a confrontation for how I had left. Neither occurred. He had told me we had limited time before launching into an intensive crash course on everything I might need to know, as if the time since I had left had never happened. Nothing personal was exchanged, only knowledge. His glances toward my father's knife, which I had taken to carrying everywhere again, were his only tell that he might have more to say. His silence finally ruptured the last session when I demanded to donate blood to take on our mission the next morning. He told me it was worthless but caved. I gave as much blood as I could. I do not have a heater for you, Kumar told me again, sitting next to me, his long gray hair pulled back in a ponytail. He removed his glasses, cleaning them on his white coat. I know, but one of the members can take only my blood. What if he needs more than I can give with what you've taught me? I demanded, exhausted. The knowledge I endlessly repeated to myself, along with the med bag that I spent every night unpacking and repacking until I could close my eyes and see the contents, had drained me almost as thoroughly as the donation of my blood would. It will be difficult to warm the blood to use it. You risk hypothermia and countless other complications. This is all you can give tonight. Kumar cut off the flow and placed a napkin of dried fruits and nuts in my lap. I can give more, I protested. We both know I can give a pint. I need to know I have the option. If I don't, I could lose him. No, you cannot. You will be too depleted and weak for your mission. Your body is still trying to heal from the attack. Eat, Kumar said, removing the line from my arm. He placed gauze where the line had been. You have considered your unit as you always considered your patients. Tell me, Death's Angel, what of you? I flinched against the name. What of me? I'm the medic. My role is to keep them alive. I'm supposed to consider them. I held pressure to the gauze. You still hate the name, he observed. It's hard not to when it's simply a commentary for my inability to get sick and die. It's a reminder of all the people I have failed, I confessed, fatigue loosening my tongue. Kumar chuckled. I couldn't see what was funny. I never intended it to be that. I gaped. You gave me the name. Why? You stayed with people in their most vulnerable moments, Sasha. We do not have enough resources to care for patients for as long as we once did. I have told Yuri for years we walk away too soon. He worries for the masses, and I worry about every individual. It is our biggest disagreement. I have lost count of how many graveyard shifts I served to find you slumped over beds or chairs with people you owed nothing to, so they did not meet the end alone. That is a rare strength. Kumar replaced his glasses. People shouldn't die alone, I said quietly. And you ensured that for countless souls when the inevitable loomed. You didn't abandon them. You did something much more heroic. You stayed, guaranteeing they wouldn't die alone. You listened to their last confessions and dreams. Others ran from it, rushing toward life. You did not. I found that interesting. I was willing to teach you, and you begrudgingly showed up, only to bail whenever death approached. Did you allow me to donate blood just to force me to talk to you? I asked, incredulously. Kumar grinned. It would be rather hard to run away when I have you connected to a bag, but of course not. That would be horrible medicine, death's angel. I wish you and Commander Hayes's unit luck, Mr. Williams. I turned to find Levi waiting for me. I didn't know how much he had heard. Dr. Kumar, Levi said, and Kumar clapped him on the shoulder. Good luck above. I am glad you are her partner, Kumar said, leaving without bidding me goodbye. I grabbed my bag of blood and the med bag and followed Levi out. Levi silently took me to a room off the gym to be fitted in my above radiation gear, which was an all-gray metal suit that fully encompassed every part of my body, leaving nothing exposed. I hated it. The hard exoskeleton suffocated my senses. I suddenly found myself claustrophobic. The helmet tried to make up for the stripping of our senses. A device was attached to my left wrist, littered with buttons that changed the function of the helmet: night vision, navigation, tracking, group communication, and SOS. We can mess with them the first day as we walk until you're comfortable with it, Levi reassured me. He gave a rundown of the numerous functions. We replaced the equipment as Levi signed the paperwork before we left. The day done, our time was down to 8 bells. You good? Levi asked me. I couldn't find the right words. He waited, his brow raised, quiet curiosity there. What's the point of any of it? I finally asked. Levi shook his head. He offered no niceties. Honestly, sometimes I don't know. I'm not sure there's anything worth saving, I admitted. There it was. The thing I had contemplated about Haven, humans, the entire damn Earth, but mostly about myself and all I had lost around and in me. There is, Levi said. There is always something worth saving, Sasha. The morning of the mission, I awoke to dark silence. I heard no snores, no deep breathing, just the slight movement of sheets. I wasn't the only one awake, but no one spoke. I followed their lead. My heartbeat was in my throat, an anxiousness I hadn't felt in years running rampant. The shower turned on in the living quarters, giving away someone else's movements. I turned to my other side to come face to face with Ingrid. She was wide awake. She pushed up, fully clothed, grabbed her bag and headed toward the door without a word. Tell Bretta hi, Isla whispered in the dark. Ingrid left. There's no point in trying to sleep, Isla groaned as she too sat up. She stretched down, touching her toes. Did you rest at all? Some. That's good, eat a big breakfast. She pulled her knees to her chest, wrapping her arms around herself. Braid your hair as well. It'll get matted down in the helmet if you don't. Rumi is best at it if you need help. I'd stretch too. You'll ache everywhere by tonight. Anything else? Yawning, she shook her head as she stretched her arms high. Isla, why did you join the force? I asked. We were leaving to attempt an impossible mission. Why did everyone in Unit 7 go? What were they trying to save? Was it everyone in Haven? Was it more personal? Isla sighed, her smile evaporating. Love, but I ruined that a long time ago. Shocked by her answer, I asked, then why stay? I guess some part of me believes in second chances. The door to our living quarters opened. "That'll be Levi," Isla said, leaving. I followed her out. "Morning, partner," Levi greeted from the sofa as I entered the living room, a tray of coffees on the table before him. Isla stretched on the mat while taking sips from a cup. Rumi sat in the corner, meditating. "How'd you sleep?" "Horribly," I confessed, grabbing a cup as I took a seat. "Thanks, did you sleep well?" "Well enough, you ready?" I snorted into my drink. How could anyone be ready for a wild goose chase with all of humanity's future relying on the outcome? "It's going to be great," Isla told us, smiling. Levi took a long sip from his drink. I was saved from responding as the doors to the bathroom and the living quarters both swung open. Patrick walked in the main door, holding several stacks of paper as Damien entered the main living room, a towel wrapped around his waist. "Levi, this new bringing coffee thing is spectacular," Damien stated as he fell onto the sofa next to me, grabbing a cup. His towel came loose. I scooted away. Damien noticed. "We're going above today. You're going to be seeing a lot of this. No secrets above." I rolled my eyes, taking another drink. "Do you want a coffee?" Isla asked, smiling, as Patrick's gaze ran over every exposed inch of her. Was this the love she had ruined? Damien and Levi took a long drink, avoiding the two of them. I followed suit. "I'll take one," Rumi interrupted from the mat. She cut right between Isla and Patrick. Patrick followed her. "Rums, you okay?" Damien demanded, his brows high. Did something in that meditation finally illuminate how fucking phenomenal coffee is? Rumi sipped her cup and shuddered, her lips pulling back. "It's horrible." Rumi sat beside Levi, leaving a seat beside her and the chair open. There was no space for Isla and Patrick to sit next to each other. I didn't understand what exactly was going on between them, but whatever it was, Rumi wasn't having it. Patrick sat in the chair as Levi handed Rumi and him steaming cups. Isla perched on the arm of the sofa. "No, I'm just tired," Rumi said heavily. "What's the latest?" Levi asked Patrick. Patrick flipped through his papers. "Weather looks promising. We might breach the 50s. Radiation is still higher than we would like it to be. I don't want to get our hopes up. It's looked promising before, only for a storm to roll in." Levi stood up, grabbing 2 more cups of coffee, leaving 1 extra. "We should get moving. We all need food, and I need to go pull haze from the exploratory room." Damien's hand darted for the extra coffee. 1 second Levi stood, both feet firmly on the ground. The next, his boot rested on the table, lightly trapping Damien's outstretched hand as he balanced on one leg. He didn't spill a drop. The sureness in his stance was born from his time on the mats. "That one is for Sasha." "You can't play partner favorites," Damien exclaimed. "I'm not," Levi drawled, removing his boot from Damien's hand. Levi glanced at me and nodded toward the cup. Hesitantly, I reached out, taking it. "She's the only one of you who bothered to thank me." A grumbling of thanks was offered. "Mess hall, move out," Levi ordered the group. I downed my first cup as the others came to stand. Isla darted into the bunk room to dress. The rest pulled on their boots as Rumi handed her cup to Damien. He placed a quick kiss on her forehead as he chugged it in one go. "You know, I tried to get coffee for the unit, and I got told by a very bossy Unit 3 cadet it's for unit commanders only. So tell me, Damien said, grinning, are you hooking up with her for the conversations or the coffees? Levi stared at Damien. A wise man once said a gentleman never tells. There was a chorus of laughter. Damien slung an arm around Levi's shoulders as they left the room. Touché, let's go save the world. 15. My heart slammed against the chest plate, its frantic beats trapped beneath the space suit I now wore. The heat pouring from the suit increased the sweat that coated my body. We had eaten massive breakfasts in complete silence before suiting up. Tristan walked ahead, leading us to the guard shack that would allow us to exit Haven. My breakfast crawled up my throat. I was going above. "How you feeling, Sasha?" Damien asked. "Great," I mumbled, the helmet beneath my arm too heavy. Damien smiled. "You gonna puke?" "You're looking a little woozy." "Bet S off if you incept her thoughts," Rumi said dryly from behind me. "Even if she does puke, she wouldn't be the first," Levi said beside me as he stared back at Patrick. "But seriously, don't puke. We don't puke." "At least I didn't shit myself," Patrick shot back, his face bright red. I glanced sideways toward Levi. He leveled me with a look. "Really, you think he's talking about me?" "Unit 12, not us. Made for a good call sign, though," Isla quipped as we stopped outside the guard shack. "I'd venture into the abyss and never return if my call sign was splat. I mean, have mercy," Damien claimed. "Splat," I choked out. "Shits pants loudly and thunderously." Levi smirked. "You should be thankful you got yours so quickly, Dame. I could think of quite a few had we had more time." Tristan talked with the two people in force uniforms. A grinding sound filled the air as the large steel doors opened to reveal a steel detoxification room. "Everyone in, helmets on," Tristan called. The two guards within the shack came into view. My stomach twisted, the contents threatening to spew as Jackson glared at me. I hadn't seen him outside of formation since I'd run off. There was no mistaking how pissed he was, but he didn't say anything to me, which was good. I wasn't sure I could talk. "Helmet on, Sasha," Levi said, lowering his as he strode right past the shack. Damien bumped into me. "How about now? You gonna puke now?" I willed my heart to slow and raised my helmet, lining it up. Green eyes locked on mine. I didn't know if it was my panic reflected there or his own. Tristan's helmet came down, stealing any chance to sort through it. I donned mine, breathing through the suffocating feeling. I followed the rest of 7 into the metal room, and a clatter of voices projected into the helmet. "You're tainting the bet, buddy," Rumi said. "I am not," Damien said. "I'm with Rums," Patrick said. "You're gonna ruin it, and we'll be left drawing straws for bathroom shifts." "Quit talking about my partner like she can't hear you," Levi said. "Shack is patching in," Tristan said. They fell silent. The man next to Jackson saluted us. "Be on the lookout for Unit 12 and Unit 5 on their return. Good luck out there, Unit 7. Door will open in T-5 minutes. Radiation levels 378. Weather is clear, with winds out of the southeast at 15 mph. Temperature 45, Patrick told us, holding a device like the one I had seen in Burden's office. Patrick waited. Tristan nodded. Unit 7, check, Patrick called out. Everyone fell silent, watching him. Apprehension snaked up my spine. Was I going to puke? Radiation gear, Patrick called out. Check, everyone responded. He called for weapons and ammunition. Everyone opened their pistol before checking for additional rounds. I followed suit. Check. Patrick asked about items and gear I hadn't heard of or known existed. Different members responded, confirming we had what was needed. Med bag. Check, I barely got out. Audio commander. Check. Tristan's voice filled my helmet, steady and sure. Patrick continued, each member confirming. Their voices played in my helmet. Audio cadle. Sweat dripped down my back. Check. Night vision, Patrick called out. Everyone hit buttons on the left arm of their suits. I stared at the series of buttons Levi had given me a rundown on and hit mine. The shield of my helmet shifted to night vision. Check. I clicked it off. Navigation systems. I pressed the next button, and a map appeared with 8 dots showing our location. Check. Partner communication. I hit another button, and Levi's dry voice filled my head. Last chance to run, Sasha. I'm not running, I told him, even as my heart battered against the plates of my gear. He nodded at me, and we switched back to the unit channel. Check. Oxygen level, Patrick prompted. I hit the last button and my oxygen level projected on the helmet shield. I didn't know if I would adjust to the helmet. I responded, 100%. Mission is a go, repeat, mission is a go. Patrick gave a thumbs up to Jackson and the other member of his unit who stood at the shack. I finally looked at the shack itself just once. I hadn't seen the small hut in almost 6 years when I had sprinted to it, demanding care for Lara, barely clinging to life in my arms. I closed my eyes at the memory. Jackson hit a button, and the steel door began to close on the shack and all of Haven, the only home I had known since the war. My heart hit my throat as the man called out, "Door closing. Exploratory Unit 7 is in the holding box." Levi tightened the straps of the med bag. Rumi and Patrick danced around each other, whether they talked or simply moved off muscle memory and deep recognition of each other. I didn't know. Tristan and Ingrid both moved, but it wasn't coordinated. Multiple times, Tristan's helmet swiveled in the direction of Levi, his partner of 7 years. Guilt settled in my gut at the partnership I had ended. Damien and Isla began executing an elaborate handshake, a fist-pounding, hip-bumping dance that ended in a bow. Levi's voice filled my helmet. "Just us. You good?" "Would it matter if I said no?" I asked, my gloved hands sweaty. "Yes, it would matter to me," Levi said, his helmet shield shifting to me until I saw my reflection. Surprise hit me at the formidable force I beheld in his shield. Doors shut. Switching communication to the group channel, Levi told me. Tristan cleared his throat and everyone fell silent. They drifted toward him, forming a circle of sorts. "There's no one else I'd rather do this with. You know our mission." Patrick shifted his weight between the balls of his feet, Rumi silent next to him. Isla and Damien bumped lightly into each other. Ingrid was stiff. Levi was a steady presence next to me, the arm of his suit resting against mine. For once I welcomed the contact. You ready, Cadle? Everyone's helmets were directed at me, and my heart picked up its pace. Could they hear its frantic beating over the communication system? Yes, I said breathlessly. I had to be. Tristan's helmet met mine. Good. I wondered what he hid behind his helmet. Did Tristan smile, or did he hear the fear in my voice? A hissing began behind us, large metal doors slowly peeling apart. I was going above. The realization slammed into me as the light started to peek through the growing crack. The temperature reading began to drop as cold air slithered in. Fresh air. The metal doors ground open. We're almost there, Lara. Hang on. We're almost there. Lara's pale, too thin form heavy in my hands, slowing me down as I attempted to sprint, the entrance coming into view. It's okay, Sash. Go on without me. No, I will not leave you. You have to hang on. They'll help you. They'll save you. It's okay. I'll be with Mom, Dad, and Eli. I'm ready. I'm not scared. I'm ready. No, no, you have to stay with me. Her eyes closed. Lara, don't leave me. Stay with me. I'm not ready. I'm not ready. Help me. Blinding lights forced my eyes closed, so all I saw was her pale face. She wouldn't grow to be beautiful. As long as there's life, Tristan called out to the group. We defend it with our own, Unit 7 answered. I opened my eyes. There was still life. Not my family, but there was life. I couldn't fail again. We go out as one, Tristan continued. Time froze as the bright light framed his massive form, his back to the world above, his focus on his unit. A chill ran up my spine as Unit 7 answered. We come back as one. A 16. My eyes worked to adjust to the light as I followed the rest of the unit. I had been surrounded by darkness for so long that I had forgotten light still existed in the world, a world I hadn't seen in almost 6 years. 6 years of tunnels, stone on every side, completely enclosing me. I no longer found the constant presence of a ceiling suffocating. It felt normal. This, the vastness, didn't, nor did it look like the earth I had known. The color of the suits made sense. The world I remembered had blue skies, green grass, and trees. There had been color, life. It was all gone. The war had stripped the surface of everything I had known. The terrain reflected the carnage, like the very essence of the earth mourned the destruction of humanity. Everything was gray. Endless gray skies filled with thick clouds that blocked out the rising sun. Everything lay dead. Nothing moved, nothing lived. Only the buildings remained, dilapidated, crumbling in on themselves from years of neglect. Some carried scars from the battles that had waged over Haven after the door closed for good, trapping those who hesitated too long here. I couldn't bear to think how many buildings had become tombs. You good, Sasha? It's just us, Levi said into my helmet. I tore my gaze from the marred surface, tilting my head to the sky. The dark clouds felt never-ending. Has it always felt this big? I whispered. When's the last time you saw above? Levi asked as the rest of the unit ventured farther ahead. Almost 6 years. I hadn't even seen the guard shack since the day I entered. I've always avoided it. Levi switched us back to the group channel, cutting off what Isla said to the others. We need a minute. Everything okay? Tristan asked. Boots shifted next to me. Everything's good, Levi said without further explanation, and the other voices disappeared. The war doesn't visit above ever, Levi asked. No, even if we did, I wouldn't. I didn't. I was content never seeing the surface again. Why? Levi asked. I pulled my stare from the sky. Maybe it was the helmet blocking his face, shielding my vulnerability. Perhaps the infinite sky above weighed too heavily on my walls. A confession escaped me. I didn't see the point of knowing the world without my family. For me, it died with them. I swallowed against what else had died, at what had made space for the horribleness that dwelled in me. A hissing filled the air, followed by a resounding thud as the doors to Haven Sealed closed behind us, locking us out. I couldn't breathe. There were dents all along the steel doors, the only memory of those who had been too late, a battered tombstone. "Do you want to talk about it?" Levi asked. The others congregated a ways from us, bodies shifting as they looked between one another and the destroyed surface. "No, not now." "All right, you ready?" I swallowed, nodding, not trusting my voice. Levi said to the group, "We're ready." "Unit 7, move out," Tristan called. I followed behind the unit, my stare fixed forward. A part of me wanted to look back, but I didn't know what ghost would be waiting at those gates if I did. So I followed as conversations broke out. I didn't join in. Words were too far away for me. The suit pressed in on me, trapping everything in until it all began seeping out, flooding the inside of the suit until I was drowning in memories. Unseen tears flowed down my face under my helmet for the people I had shared a name with and for every desperate mark upon those doors. With no witnesses and no way to wipe them away, I let them fall. The buildings slowly started to dwindle, becoming fewer and fewer, as did my tears. On the very outskirts of the town, the smallest suited body stopped. Rumi gazed at the building along the edge. It was unremarkable, squat, several stories tall. The door had been knocked in, the windows blown out, her helmeted face tilted, her hand over her heart. "We can afford 10 minutes if you need to check," Tristan said over the communication system. "No, it's always empty." "We carry on," Rumi told him. Patrick approached her, his arm wrapping around her. The others walked past the two. I wondered if words passed between them or if hidden tears fell as well. Rumi bowed, placing a small rock next to the door. There was a line of rocks. Had she placed one every time she walked by? I didn't know what the building meant to her or why Rumi would want to go in. The way she looked at that window made something inside me ache. I fiddled with the buttons while we walked, avoiding the SOS button until I figured out how to display the time on my shield. Without the bells, time felt endless as we journeyed across the gray surface, following the sun's procession across the sky rather than reacting to sounds. We only stopped to allow everyone to relieve themselves before carrying on. The unit passed the time chatting, sometimes falling into a comfortable silence. I tuned it out for the most part, unable to focus, my tears long dried. I grappled with my beast, which seemed to chase its tail, intent on devouring itself. A world existed above Haven. The war had destroyed much of it, altering it, perhaps permanently, a barren gray terrain, but it prevailed. For some reason, I couldn't accept that the world continued when mine had ended after my sister died. Hidden underground, I had convinced myself everything I had once known had died too. It hadn't. The earth kept going, trying. The perseverance should invigorate me, motivate me to try harder. Somehow, I had the audacity to be angry that I seemed to be the only one unable to move on, to let go. The sun continued to travel across the sky, as did my thoughts. My skin crawled as I became desperate for anything to distract me. I didn't linger on why my gaze kept finding the tallest, broadest suit leading our pack. Incoming. Patrick's voice filled my helmet. I shook my head, looking away from Tristan's suited form. Everyone grew alert as figures in gray suits moved ahead of us. "Looks like Unit 12, Tristan called out, positioning himself in front of his unit. Levi began moving forward as well but stopped abruptly, looking at me. He was Tristan's second, even if he was Tristan's partner anymore. I hit the button for partner communication. "Go," I told him. He moved forward, stopping at Tristan's left. "Definitely Unit 12, Damien added as Tristan approached the person in front of the group. They grasped hands and hit a series of buttons. "How do you know that, buddy?" Isla taunted. The rest of the unit relaxed. The radio went staticky, popping before a new voice I didn't recognize filled my helmet. The voice was gruff, serious. He was shorter than Tristan, stocky. Suited bodies moved around behind him. Kalio's unit left Outpost 2 a mess. Took us twice as long to restock it. "It's set for you now," the voice told us. "Thanks, Henderson," Tristan answered. "Of course. I wish Burden had put us on the 3rd outpost. Kalio won't give you good information," Henderson said with an undertone of disgust. "Your notes from your last mission were thorough. They should be enough to give us a start." "Even so, the more information, the better," Henderson told Tristan. "How's your new unit member doing?" "She's carrying her own." "I'd like a word when you return. There's much to discuss about the medic and Kalio. Things are getting out of hand. We should have her reconsider the restock duty. We have more suits. Put 10 on restock so we can band together. You know her best. We need a plan, a real one. This isn't a game. Never was." "Understood, Henderson. I'll find you when I return. Thanks for everything out there." The commander of Unit 12 motioned for his unit to move out. "Good luck, Unit 7. They passed us, and Henderson murmured, "Cruise." "Henderson," Damien said from my left. Even with the helmet, I could envision the smirk that would grace Damien's smug face from receiving the unit commander's open recognition. The communications went staticky as Unit 12 walked back toward Haven. When they came back, only Unit 7's voices remained. "I think you made Henderson blush, buddy," Patrick jeered through a laugh. Damien shrugged, his gear shifting. "What can I say? I'm good." "Oh, you like him," Isla exclaimed, practically bouncing. Damien shook his head. "I like a challenge." "No, you like him. Your face shield doesn't fool me. You're smiling ear to ear right now," Isla teased. Damien waved her off. "Are you in love?" Patrick mocked, and a chorus of laughter followed. "Is that your question?" Damien asked. Patrick stumbled. "What? No, definitely not." Levi chuckled deeply into my helmet. "We play a game on missions," Damien informed me, his helmet pointed in my direction. "You play games," Patrick corrected. "We play a game," Damien restated. "It's kind of like 20 questions but different. On a mission, every member is allotted one question. Everyone has to answer the question honestly. If you don't want to answer it, you can skip the question, but you take the second night watch." "What if everyone refuses to answer?" I asked. "Then you know Eagle asked a question," Isla said. "Eagle." Rumi's call sign, Isla informed me. We all have call signs for missions. Rumi's eagle. "'Cause she sees everything," Damien muttered. "And she has eagle eyes. She's a great shot. Not like you, though." Isla continued, "Mine's sunshine, Damien's buddy." Damien did a little bow. "Ingrid's Medusa, and Patty is McFumbles," Isla said quietly. "It was one time," Patrick retorted angrily. "Rumi bumped into him." "So you're admitting it happened," Damien teased. "What no," Patrick fumbled, flustered. "Not what Garcia and Hart claimed," Damien mumbled, "to everyone in the force. Blew your shot a little early." Levi snorted as Tristan chuckled. "We had been drinking. It was a misinterpretation." Isla cleared her throat, carrying on. "Levi is Raven." I turned toward Tristan as he led the group. "And yours?" "Hades," Damien answered. Tristan's shoulders raised. "Because Hayes's body count was so high during the war." Tristan didn't say anything. Did the name bother him? The memory of him waking up in the ward bed all those years ago swarmed me. How he had wanted to know why I was called Death's Angel, wanting to hear it from me. Which leaves the second part of our mission name. "Find you a call sign," Damien told me as we continued onward. My pack was slowly growing heavier. "You technically already have one from the ward. We could call you Death's Angel," Damien suggested. "Too long," Tristan said. "No," Levi grunted. "New sector," Rumi insisted. "Okay, just Death. That's what Hayes called you when you'd meet with us in the closet." "Death and I are friends," Hayes had said when he brought Levi in that first time. I had thought he meant me, but perhaps he also meant the impressive body count that left him known as an ancient god of the underworld. Levi spoke. "Sasha is one of us now. It should be something else." Levi was wrong. I wasn't one of them. I hadn't earned that. Still, I was silently thankful for my partner as those papers on Burden's desk lurked. "There's no rush," Tristan said in my helmet. "Not everyone's call signs come as quickly as yours, buddy." "Yeah, our little golden retriever," Patrick mocked. "Watch it, McFumbles," Damien shot back. "I'd rather be a dog than be remembered for my inability to close." "I don't think it was a closing issue, more a coming issue," Levi said. "Fuck, it was one time," Patrick growled into the helmet. "I miss dogs," Isla mumbled. "I keep hoping we'll pass one out here one day." "Or a cat," Rumi added. "Have you ever seen any?" I asked the unit. "Not for years," Isla told me. "Above temperatures got so low in those beginning years, everything died. The first trips up were just giant burns of those who had died trying to make it here." The group grew quiet. "We waited too long," Rumi whispered. "We had to. We all would have died too," Patrick told her gravely. "A part of me did, burning them," Damien admitted, an unnatural seriousness to him. "Another part did as I was thankful for their warmth as they burned." "Can we stop? I need to piss," Levi said into the helmet. "We should eat too," Tristan answered. "Yeah, large cremations really work up the appetite," Damien drawled. "What's the radiation and temperature?" Tristan asked. I didn't hear what Patrick said as I shuddered against the idea of burning people. I had sat bedside waiting for people to die while they had cleared above. What was the point of any of it? Would it be a mercy for it all to end? 10 minutes later, Everyone stood fully suited. My mouth was sticky from the nutrient paste, but my bladder was empty. We started walking again. The landscape remained an unchanging, desolate gray. My med bag was too heavy, and my feet began to ache in my boots. "I have my question," Damien told the group sometime later. "Let's hear it, buddy," Tristan said. "Since we had to just eat tar, if you could eat anything right now, what would it be?" "Fuck. Anything." "Anything from anywhere," Damien said. "Easy. Burger, extra pickle and onion on a sesame seed bun with fries and a chocolate milkshake," Patrick rattled off. "A medium rare steak like a big steak," Isla followed. "And cake. A whole cake." "Red velvet?" Levi asked. I wondered if they asked this question a lot. "I would take any cake, but if I had to pick one, yeah, red velvet with cream cheese frosting." "What about you?" Isla asked. "A pepperoni pizza with extra cheese and ranch," Levi told us. "All excellent choices. Who's next, Medusa?" Damien prompted. "Nothing," Ingrid said, looking straight ahead. "Don't ruin the question. You must miss something," Damien insisted. "Soup," Ingrid grunted. "Any particular kind?" Tristan asked. "I don't care," Ingrid shot at him, shutting him down. "Green tea," Rumi chimed in. "My sobo's cooking, okonomiyaki, udon, and dorayaki." "Which are?" Damien asked. "Savory pancake, noodles, sweet pancake," Rumi explained. "Oh, I take mine back. Waffles with butter, maple syrup, whipped cream, and bacon, but crispy," Isla claimed excitedly. "Still cake, though." Chuckles filled the helmet. "Hayes," Damien asked, "does the answer stand?" "It does. Chicken fried steak with mashed potatoes and gravy," Tristan answered, and a memory flashed of him smiling at me in the ward bed. "Cadel," he asked. "Chocolate croissant, ramen, and coffee," I answered quietly. "That's an odd combination," Patrick mused. "We have coffee," Damien claimed. "It's different, it isn't like it was. At a breakfast table. In a thermos with milk with a man who only drank black coffee my entire life." "Let's hear it, buddy. What's yours?" Levi asked. "Food is my love language," Damien confessed. "Anything my abuela made." Damien nodded toward Rumi, who returned the gesture. "We had big family dinners every week. Puzzle tamales. Her mole was a top-secret recipe. Arroz con leche and regañadas. What I would give to sit at her table one last time," he admitted, his voice thick. "Guess it's not the food that I miss." Chills broke out under my suit at Damien's casual confession to the thing I had locked away. We fell into a heavy silence as we kept walking, my thoughts on my odd combination of foods that I missed the most. My mother hadn't been much of a cook. She never made elaborate meals, but my father always brought me chocolate croissants whenever he passed by my favorite bakery. He took me for ramen after my jiu-jitsu practice, something he had learned he loved when he was stationed away from me when I was little. Ingrid's inability to answer, I understood that. Some doors were better kept closed. The group remained quiet as we chased the sun to the horizon. My feet throbbed as the sun began to set. My body grew tired as my suit heated against the dropping temperatures displayed on my face shield. A sigh left my lips when the others started to slow. I searched the horizon, but no structure came into view. Only a small mound of dirt surrounded my flat earth. I hit my partner button. "Is the outpost underground?" Yeah, we buried it for radiation protection, Levi said. Patrick bent down and yanked open a heavy metal door on the side of the mound. It reminded me of a rabbit hole. Let's go, he called to the unit. Tristan waited, allowing everyone to enter. Rumi's small figure was the first to descend into the outpost, the others following quickly behind her. Tristan grabbed the door, holding it as Patrick darted down. "You good?" Tristan asked as I approached the door. My eyes traveled up his form. "Yeah, feet hurt." "You did well. Let's get in," Tristan said, clapping me on my shoulder. I crossed the threshold and climbed down several stairs. The door thudded closed. I paused at the base of the stairs. The room before me resembled what I thought Haven would look like. No bigger than a shipping container, it was rougher than the tunnels, but someone hit a switch and light filled the space. "Doors sealed," Tristan called out right behind me. His gear bumped into mine and I scurried away. "Thank God, dibs on first shower," Patrick called. My brows raised in surprise that they had running water. I had expected a hovel, but instead 8 cots lined the back wall. There was no room between the cots. Above them, pinned to the rough wall, were 3 insignias. Unit 7S was on the far left, a blue shield with a raven in the middle, an olive branch in its beak, and 7 stars surrounding it, Ubi Vita Ibi Spes written on it. In the middle, a square blood-red flag hung. A skull with 2 guns as crossbones sat in the middle. At the top, in all caps, it read, "All glory through hell." I snorted. I didn't have to ask which exploratory unit claimed it. Unit 5. The last one on the right was a deep green circle, a white wolf face in the middle, the eyes dark with 3 flying bird silhouettes in the right eye. Across the bottom, in cursive, it read, "Scientia Sit Potentia, Unit 12's patch." Unit 7 moved around the space. Partners helped remove and store gear. I turned to find a small round table with 4 stools, a large cabinet, a fridge, and a hot plate to the right of the door. Another door sat on the far right wall, and to my left were 8 lockers. It was oddly cozy. "What about ladies first?" Isla complained. Their voices disappeared, leaving only Levi's. "I can't stand the bickering. I'm gonna take your helmet off." I snorted into the helmet before I heard a series of clicks, and the helmet pulled from my scalp. A deep groan escaped me. I rolled my neck. I hadn't realized how much weight I had been carrying. A large, suited body walked past me, hitting a few buttons on Levi's helmet. Levi's tired face met mine. "Sorry," I told him as he placed our helmets in the 2 empty lockers. Patrick, Rumi, and Isla made their way into the small makeshift kitchen, working as a 3-headed team, pulling out food, plates, and drinks. "Don't be. I get it. The suit sucks." "Thanks, Hayes," Levi said as Tristan walked to the locker closest to the door. He laid his helmet down before assisting Ingrid out of her suit. Levi began working around me. More clicks sounded, followed by pressure being released all around my body. Damien climbed onto the cots before he unceremoniously tugged down the red flag. "Damien, what do you think you are doing?" Tristan drawled as Ingrid began removing his gear. "Improving the Daker," Damien muttered. "Put it back. We have enough on our plates without a fight with Kalio's heathens." Tristan stepped fully out of the suit. I clamped my mouth closed as Tristan stood in nothing but his thermals. The fabric hugged his muscular body, leaving little to the imagination. I hate that you're a good person, Damien groaned. If you're done, I'd like out of the plastic wrap, Levi whispered. I jumped. Shut up. You're being obvious, Levi taunted. What are you two whispering about? Damien demanded, pinning the red flag back up. Sasha doesn't know how to get me out, Levi told him without missing a beat. Here, Tristan said, walking over. I moved out of the way. You should stay and watch for next time. Levi's eyes flashed before he turned around. Tristan hit a series of buttons, the suit hissing as it released. These for the top half and then these. He reached down toward Levi's hip for the left side. Don't be gentle with me for Sasha's sake, Hades, Levi mocked. Levi stumbled forward as Tristan shoved him, his gear half off. They both laughed. Cade'll can figure out the other side, ass, Tristan said, leaving Levi bent over, gear hanging from him. Missed you too. I love a good bromance moment, Damien said, hopping off the cots. The red flag was back on the wall, just upside down. Food's ready, Isla called to the group by the time I exited the shower. Everyone interchanged between eating and bathing. The food consisted of broth, an array of freeze-dried items, and more paste. Exhaustion settled in, making conversation scarce. Only Patrick seemed to maintain any semblance of protocol. I helped Rumi clean the dishes as Damien dried them and Isla put them away. Patrick enlisted Levi, Ingrid, and Tristan to organize everyone's gear and exchange oxygen containers. A door along the floor stood open, revealing a stash of narrow tubes that they inserted into the thick back of each suit. 10 minutes later, the makeshift kitchen was clean and the suits were restocked. Everyone climbed into their cots. There was no boys and girls' side, as Rumi took the cot closest to the bathroom. Patrick climbed in next to her, followed by Damien and Isla. Ingrid next to Isla, leaving 2 empty cots as Levi clambered on the one closest to the wall. It seemed partners did everything together on missions. Levi stretched out, eating up the entire cot. If Levi took up the whole cot, Tristan wouldn't fit on just his cot. I glanced between the 2 touching cots. There would be no space. Even as exhaustion lay heavy on me, something twisted deep in my gut. Levi tucked his right arm behind his head, his brows raised at me. My tired body demanded I lie down. Behind me, Tristan said, I've got. First watch, the unit responded sleepily. I turned to find Tristan climbing the stairs, his dark curls unbound. A soft thud filled the outpost. A small window to above was revealed as Tristan took a seat on the stairs, facing it. For at least the first watch, I would have space. I sighed as I climbed into my cot, my body rejoicing as I plummeted face first. I have my question, Rumi said to the quiet room. Groans and sighs punctured the sleepy haze. I rolled onto my back. Rums seriously right now, Isla sighed. Better not be another scary one. I want to sleep tonight, Damien bemoaned. I hate nightmares. Why must you do this every time? Patrick groaned, but his tone was gentle, understanding. Tristan remained quiet at his post as he observed above. Let's hear it, Rums, Levi said to the dark room. What is your biggest regret in your life? A single moment flickered before my eyes before shifting. Again and again, an unending reel. I had too many, but each regret ended with the view of my family. Their faces so clear it was as if they were beside me. Damn it, Rumi. I'll take the shift, Isla grumbled. Why rums, why, Patrick muttered. Cue the fucking nightmares, Damien murmured. Ingrid's form shifted on the other side of Tristan's empty cot. Fear, she admitted quietly. The others grew silent at her one-word answer. Always letting it win. I swore I heard Rumi sigh from the other end of the room like the honesty soothed her. Anyone else? Sasha. Pass, I whispered. Levi. I turned to see Levi staring at the ceiling, his eyes glazed over as if he saw something else. Tristan's form shifted by the door. Not forgiving people when I had the chance. When they were alive to hear it, Levi confessed. I'm never going to forgive you for leaving. The last words I said to my father. I should have hugged him back, told him I didn't mean it. Instead, the regret festered, contaminating all my thoughts. Hayes, Rumi asked. Not this time, Tristan said, his back to us. The room fell quiet again, the weight of the two members' regrets heavy in the air. Letting us split up, Rumi said, not sticking together, not meeting the end by their side. Yeah, that was definitely one of mine. That would always be one of mine. 17. 48 bells hours was entirely too much walking. My feet ached constantly. The pain barely subsided when we reached the next outpost to eat and sleep, only for it to return with increased vigor when we began the third day. I welcomed the physical abuse as we journeyed across the gray earth. It was preferable to the nights. The outposts were comfortable enough, being beneath the surface comforting. Outpost 2 had been identical to Outpost 1. They told me Outpost 3 would be less outfitted. It had been built recently as they expanded their efforts to find whatever resources they claimed to be out there. That wasn't what sat heavy on my chest. Damien had been right to be concerned with nightmares. The first night, Rumi's question about regrets unleashed terrors that left me tossing and turning, straddling the line between sleep and consciousness. A vicious game of tug-of-war erupted between my demons and the beast I had become, leaving my stomach in knots and my heart racing. I almost gave up on sleep completely, ready to volunteer to keep watch, but something shifted and sleep finally blanketed my tired body. I slept hard and deep, only to be woken up to move out again after a quick meal. The cots on both sides of me were empty. That day, I watched how the others each reacted differently to above, yet remained tethered to their partner as if they were a lifeline. I wondered what demons they battled, which ghosts haunted them in the vast wasteland. Last night at Outpost 2 was just as restless. We took off before the sun even crested the horizon, heading west, the group ready in record time. We trekked on, an intensity in the air as we made our way to Outpost 3. Conversations moved slowly, everyone seemed distracted. I didn't miss that Rumi, Ingrid, and Patrick had decided to walk with their weapons in hand. I couldn't fathom why when we all wore an exoskeleton that seemed indestructible. Maybe the suits weren't bulletproof. I had never asked, but then I wasn't concerned about any enemies above. Who would be hunting us out here? We should have met Unit 5 by now. I haven't seen them on the nav once, Patrick said into the helmets, breaking the silence as the sun started its slow descent. I know, Tristan responded from the front of the group. Maybe they learned some hocus-pocus shit and poof, Damien joked half-heartedly. Be logical, Levi drawled. Look around us, the whole world has gone poof. What's one unit disappearing? Damien countered. They wouldn't have gone into the abyss instead of heading back, right? Isla asked. Kaleo is incredibly determined, Rumi muttered. It would fuck us on provisions, compromise the entire mission, Patrick stated. What were Burden's orders? Ingrid asked. Levi snorted. When has Kaleo ever given a shit about anyone's orders? Rumi glanced back at us as Ingrid shifted her weapon. You'd think he'd care about Burden's orders with how far up her ass he slithered since Hayes. Patrick stopped as 5 helmets all swung in his direction. Tristan stared straight ahead. Since Kaleo's become intent on finding the supplies first, Patrick finished lamely. McFumbles, Damien scoffed, shaking his head. Kaleo's an opportunist. Always has been, Tristan said, unfazed. If he found something to give him a leg up, he'll exploit it. We stick to our mission. Is he acting alone? Isla asked. How much do you think his unit knows? I don't know, Tristan told her. Would Burden give Kaleo orders and not tell you and Henderson? Ingrid asked directly. Tristan was quiet. I wondered if he would avoid the question altogether, but it wasn't in his nature. It wouldn't be a first for her. She thinks dividing the information gives her more power. If she knows what's at stake, why do any of this? I asked. Why would someone who pitted the force against one another be their leader? Time was of the essence. Because she's a conniving. She's paranoid and a bitch, Rumi supplied. Then why is she your force commander? I asked. The others all went quiet. Levi switched to our channel, just us. Careful, it's not the place for that topic. The rest of the unit returned, Tristan mid-sentence. Burden was the best available choice at the time, Tristan informed me. I couldn't agree with him. My short time in the force was enough to tell me that the best choice currently walked ahead of me. There was a history between Tristan and Burden, that much was obvious. A part of me wanted to ask. Maybe they trekked back during the night, Isla proposed. Without stopping at Outpost 2 for oxygen, Patrick mused. They would run out before they hit one. Even if they ran back, Kaleo would be risking his entire unit's health with radiation exposure. Did you see anything during second watch? Ingrid asked Rumi. I didn't, Rumi said, hitting different buttons on her suit. You don't think they'd, Patrick paused, looking around like he was ensuring no one could overhear. Unless the dead earth was eavesdropping, we were utterly alone. Even so, he practically whispered his next words. Execute a mutiny. The silence that followed his question was almost choreographed, two in sync, like the unit shared something I didn't know. Of course not. Who would ever plan something like that? Damien drew his weapon as well. The group fell into a rough silence. There was no comfort to it as we continued. I hit my partner communication. A mutiny. Levi walked ahead like I hadn't said anything, but his response chilled my blood. Everyone needs a backup plan. A small mound appeared as the sun graced the horizon. Ingrid held the door as we descended once more. Several minutes later, I stood in my thermals. The outpost was bare compared to the other two. The only thing that was the same were the 3 flags representing Haven's only hope. A faint light filled the space. 2 glowing lanterns were the only light. No lockers sat along the wall, just rough hooks for the helmets. Everyone's gear was piled beneath them. There wasn't a hot plate or a bathroom. A closet-like space sat where the other kitchens had been, made of rough plywood. Patrick made his way in as Ingrid grabbed a lantern. "Anyone else?" she asked. "Yeah," Rumi said, coming up to her. "Might as well make it a girls' trip," Isla said, grabbing a small bag by the door. "You coming, Sasha?" My hands stilled in my hair as I undid the tight braids. Rumi's doing. Each morning, without a word, she appeared beside me, braiding my hair before moving to Isla's long red hair. Ingrid opted for a purple scrap of fabric that she tied around her head like a bandana. "Coming where?" "Bathroom trip," Rumi informed me. "No bathroom in 3. We have to go above," Isla told me. "Welcome to the edge of the abyss, partner," Levi told me as he laid his pack and the med bag on a huge mat by the wall. Our giant communal bed, I realized. There were no cots. "No secrets in Outpost 3, Damien told me, winking as he ran a comb through his tangled, matted hair. He made his way to the closet where Patrick stood holding out items. I brushed the taunt away. It was hard to find any of it embarrassing. War and survival had a way of changing how you saw everything, especially basic bodily needs. "It's a mess in here, Hades," Patrick called out. Tristan pulled off his thermal top before throwing it onto his pile. His tattoos appeared as he unbound his hair, shaking it out. "Kaleo just threw everything in here." "Cadel, you coming or not?" Ingrid demanded. I pulled my eyes from Tristan. I hurried after them. "Radiation is low, but still be quick," Tristan told us as he walked to the closet. Ingrid pushed open the door and fresh air hit my bare skin for the first time in 6 years. I followed them up, lost in the sensation. I had thought the sky was endless with the helmet. Without it, I had never felt so small and insignificant. I tilted my head up as the heavy door shut behind me. The moon was barely visible through the clouds, but the stars I remembered were hidden. Ingrid led the way toward a couple of dead trees. She handed the light to Isla before dropping her pants. A minute later, Isla passed the light back to Rumi. I stared up in awe at the infinite clouds, closing my eyes as a light breeze brushed against my skin, leaving goosebumps in its wake. "I felt the same way the first time I came up without a helmet," Rumi confessed quietly. I glanced over to find her watching me. She was barefoot in the cold, her toes drumming against the earth. "Aren't you cold?" "A little, but I like feeling the ground," Rumi said, gazing up. "I wish we could see the stars." "Why?" Ingrid asked, pulling her bandana down around her neck. "My Sobo used to say that when we died, we lived among the stars so we can watch over the loved ones we left behind." "I'd like to see them, just to know they're still there," Rumi said quietly. It was a nice thought, almost comforting, but try as I might, I couldn't see a single star. It felt fitting that the billions who had died in the war decided not to watch over us, to witness the last human's impending demise. "Maybe they gave up on us," I whispered. "I disagree. It isn't human nature to give up. Every story in history is nothing but a testament to our need to try," Rumi said to the moon. I thought of the question Rumi had asked, mixed with her words now. I thought she never had anything to say. Now I wondered if the depth of what she wanted to say intimidated others so much that she chose silence. "Shit," Isla muttered, digging through the bag. "Do you think the heathens brought feminine products?" "Abbott probably did," Ingrid said. "If not, I have stuff." Buddy brought some as well, Rumi admitted. How do you know that? Isla asked, pulling her thermals back up. He asked me where to get them because he tracks you for missions, Rumi informed us as she passed along the light. Since when? Isla demanded. Forever, claims it's partner stuff, Rumi told her as she squatted. A second later, it was my turn. I hadn't considered my cycle in so long, the near starvation making it unpredictable and scarce. I couldn't remember the last time I had it. I pulled my pants up and realized I might have to pay attention as I regularly ate and regained weight. I pushed the thought away as we returned to the outpost. The guys exited as we entered. Rumi and Ingrid grabbed freeze-dried items they had laid out as Isla disappeared into the closet. She returned a minute later with a stack of blankets she threw onto the mats. I grabbed one and my food before I settled near Levi's bag out of habit. I assumed the partner thing would remain. Rumi shifted through the blankets. We're short too. Why would he take blankets? Ingrid asked as she exited the closet. He's sending a message, Rumi muttered. I'm just happy he took only two. I can share with Buddy, Isla agreed, taking a blanket as she took a seat and staked out an area for Damien and her. Same, Rumi agreed, getting comfortable. The door opened and the guys returned. Kaleo took some of the blankets, Isla told them. Patrick plopped down next to Rumi, who offered some of her covers. Patrick slid in, propping his back against his pack. Let me rip up their flag, Damien demanded, striding toward it. Leave it, Tristan said as he went to the closet, whether to look for himself or to get something I didn't know. What are we going to do about this, Hayes? Patrick asked. We're going to sleep now so we can complete our mission, Tristan said simply as he returned to the room holding water. Kaleo needs his ass kicked. I'm sick of the games. I want payback, Damien grumbled. What you have in mind? Levi asked, sitting next to me. Wide eyes snapped up from the other end of the mat. So I've given this a lot of thought, Damien began. If I thought there was something to be gained from whatever you have planned, I'd let you finish, but nothing good would come from it. We're all in the Force, Tristan interrupted, an edge to his voice as he sat on the first stair eating. Is that an order? Damien challenged. Tristan sighed. Do I have to make it one? Damien took a bite, chewing like the food had insulted him. Yes. Levi sighed behind me as the others went quiet. Tristan shook his head. It's an order then, Damien. You're not to engage. Bullshit, Damien muttered angrily, his usual jovial demeanor gone. Buddy, Isla warned, placing a hand on his knee. I fucking hate bullies. You know he doesn't see us as all being in the Force. I'm tired of him picking on us in 12. He's up to something. Acting like this mission's success won't save everyone. It doesn't matter who completes it. It's bullshit, Damien admitted furiously. Tristan addressed Damien. I'm talking with Henderson when I return. I will talk with Lissa. I hear you, Cruz. You're right that it's bullshit. Fine, Damien stretched out on the mat. Everyone finished their food in silence. Funny how the world had basically ended, leaving nothing untouched by death, but something as unnecessary as bullying remained. I scoffed at the things humans felt they had to cling to, the feeble idea of power they thought it gave them. The unit slowly settled, some using their packs as pillows, others using their arms. They pulled flimsy blankets over them, extending to partners. Everyone huddled close as if being this near to the edge of the abyss drove them toward life. I stretched out, my body exhausted as breathing shifted and grew heavy. Tristan stood by the stairs, his eyes raking over everyone. "Sleep, Hayes," Levi encouraged from the mat. I glanced at the empty spot beside me. It wasn't big enough to fit him. "They won't come here. Kalio's ambitious, not stupid." Hayes hesitated, his green eyes finding mine. "I think I should keep watch." "We need a rested commander tomorrow. No one else is out here," Levi told him. "Fuck, don't make me pull rank, sleep." "Fine." Tristan turned, grabbing his shirt from his pack. Instead of donning it, he wadded it up like a pillow. "Do you need a blanket?" I asked immediately as he lowered himself down next to me, too much skin exposed, his muscles shifting and tensing as he met the mat. "I'm fine, I run warm." He rested his head on his shirt and stared at the ceiling. "You sure? You can have mine. I'll share with Levi," I insisted, his bare shoulder inches from mine. "I'm not sharing with you, you move too much," Levi told me. I whipped my head toward him and found him facing me on his side, smirking. "Does she?" Tristan asked. I hadn't noticed. "Trying to sleep," Patrick told the room, which was rich coming from someone who never slept. Maybe he could sleep on missions. He hadn't volunteered for the watch either night. I fell silent, turning back, only to bump into Tristan's shoulder. I scooted back right into Levi. "Sorry," I whispered to them both, shimmying into the middle of them, sandwiched between two large forms. "Go to sleep, Sasha," Levi mumbled sleepily as I turned to my side and faced Tristan. He remained staring at the ceiling, his arms crossed. I pulled my blanket up to my chin, elbowing Tristan in the process. "Sorry," I muttered again. Tristan slowly turned his head toward me, his gaze finding mine as strands of his dark curls fell into his face. I fisted the blanket in my hands as I imagined brushing the hair away. My breath caught. That need for distraction, something to get lost in, roared to the surface. Or that's what I called it. I tried to silence it. My face was still bruised, we smelled from the walk, and my hair was a curled mess from the braids. I was nothing worth looking at, but he did. He looked. Those green eyes roamed my face in the dark. I swallowed, my mouth too dry as my thoughts turned to his hand on my skin in our living quarters. A snore filled the room. Tristan shifted as he stared at the ceiling again. "Don't worry about it." "Good night," Tristan told me as more snores slowly filled the small room. I closed my eyes, willing my body to relax. My skin buzzed, leaving me restless. Finally, without warning, sleep claimed me. I awoke to warmth. No nightmares had found me. I almost shifted, ready to bury myself in the warmth when hushed voices caused me to freeze. "I get it, but time is of the essence. We ditch the suits and move out on foot. We'll move quicker. There's low radiation," Levi whispered in the dark room. "The systems in the suit won't even work. They're no better than scrap metal out here." "You're sure they're asleep?" Tristan asked quietly. "Yes," Levi answered assuredly. "I miss having these conversations in the helmets." Guilt pelted me. "Not an option now," Levi said. "Quit avoiding the question." Tristan sighed. I could feel his warm breath against my skin. "The unit will be more exposed without the suits. What if there is radiation in some areas? We don't know how far the low reading stretches. I'd be putting you all at risk, not to mention the traps. The suits would protect everyone." I don't like you guys being vulnerable. We won't be that vulnerable. We have your medic, Levi countered. Levi. Ditching the suits, we can cover more ground. We can even hit the western side. We have 5 days worth of food, 7 if we ration. We all know the risk of being above. The weather seems to be holding. We take advantage. Tristan blew out a breath, causing the hair on my face to shift. It was his warmth that engulfed me. I was curled up around his right side. My right leg hiked up, resting on Tristan's thigh, trapping his right arm between us. His knuckles brushed against my low stomach. Embarrassment flooded me. I willed myself not to move as something hot and pulsing tangled with my embarrassment. Even in the suits, Hayes, you can't ensure we all make it back. I can't. Let us do this for Haven for you. You know everyone in this room will follow you, Levi urged. Tristan sighed in defeat, his chin brushing the top of my head as he seemed to look toward Levi. I was practically on top of him. My heart sped up of its own accord, it'd give me away. Are you sleeping at all? Levi asked, concern heavy. Some, Tristan grunted. My offer stands. We can switch. You need rest, Levi suggested. It's fine. I don't mind, Tristan whispered. I know you don't, Levi drawled behind me. Someone grunted in their sleep. They paused. I never thought I'd see the day, Levi Williams making a case for humanity's greater good, Hayes muttered quietly, a quiet chuckle rumbling in his chest. People change, Levi whispered back. Never thought I'd see the day either. Tristan shifted, the arm trapped between our bodies pressed into my skin. He didn't move away from me but closer, as he pulled the blanket on me up and muttered, People change. Was that an agreement or a prayer? Levi jeered. Both. Levi stifled a laugh, and they fell silent. I could only assume I was to blame for Tristan's lack of sleep. Levi said the offer stands like they had discussed this after night 1 or 2. But Tristan's breath slowly evened out, my hair fluttering with each exhale. His free hand rested across his ribs, his other hand barely skimming against my shoulder, the touch feather-light. His deep breaths were soothing, comforting in a way I forgot could exist. It was intoxicating. I should have pulled away, released Tristan, and let him sleep. I was a selfish, horrible person, so I didn't. With snores and deep breaths as my only witnesses, I pressed closer, relishing the warmth, perhaps more than the warmth. I slept peacefully. I was cold. That was my first thought upon waking. I hurtled upright. The feel of Tristan's warmth against me had unleashed different dreams. My cheeks heated against the turn my dreams had taken, my core too tight. Flashes of my fantasies assaulted me, fingers interwoven in soft curls, a searing mouth blazing a path across my navel, journeying lower, burning green eyes watching me as fingers slipped beneath fabric. Morning, sleepyhead, Damien greeted, snapping me from my ravine. He sat cross-legged on the mat while he ate breakfast. Rumi meditated behind him. How'd you sleep? Fine, I muttered as the door to above opened. Weak sunlight filled the dark room as Ingrid, Isla, Levi, Tristan, and Patrick all came in. Those same green eyes met mine and I was drowning again. I want you, I had uttered again and again in the dream. How do you want me, Sasha? Tell me. My heart found my throat and I shifted uncomfortably. You good? Damien asked, nudging me. What was I doing? I pushed the dreams aside, or tried to, as Tristan turned away. "I'm fine. How'd you sleep?" "Like a babe," Damien told me. "Patrick was a wonderful big spoon." He shot Patrick a wink, grinning ear to ear. I was relieved to hear that the levity had found its way back to him. Patrick rolled his eyes. "Shut up." "You initiated McFumbles," Damien teased. I was cold. Tristan entered the closet, returning a second later with a rolled paper. "Need to go, Sasha?" Rumi asked, making her way to the stairs. "Yeah," I stood. "I have my question," Levi told the unit. Rumi stopped. "Let's hear it." "Little spoon or big spoon?" Levi asked, his face all serious. Isla laughed from the mat where she stretched. Everyone chimed in their answers. "Little," Isla said. "Big," Patrick stated. "Clearly, depends on the spooner," Damien grinned. "I'm flexible." "Hayes, Sasha?" Levi asked. "Big spoon," Tristan said, dropping to his knees as he unfurled the paper on the mat, grabbing random things to weigh down the edges. Patrick drifted over toward him. "I'm not much of a cuddler," I said, face burning. Levi took a bite of freeze-dried fruit. "That's so." I glared at him. "I'm leaving," Rumi informed me as she pushed the door open. I followed Rumi up the stairs. "What about you, Levi?" Damien asked. "Little spoon every day." "I can see that." The door shut behind me, trapping in the noise. Rumi remained silent the entire time, clearly disappointed in Levi's question. It should have been easy to answer, yet it wasn't for me. I had never stayed long enough for anyone to hold me. It was more than that. I hadn't joined my siblings at night when they held each other during the war. I had been too busy keeping watch, too intent on surviving to rest. Even before, it hadn't felt right. I didn't know how to be held. Embarrassment flared once more. I had latched onto Tristan the moment I had dozed off. "Ready?" Rumi asked. I agreed, following her quietly. We entered to find everyone gathered around the drawing Tristan had laid out on the ground. "Come on, starting the brief," Tristan told us. I walked to Levi, taking a seat between Damien and him. It was a map, a poorly drawn one. The map resembled a school project. Several different handwritings adorned the doodles of the landscape, with the word abyss written up top in a slanted scrawl. "Right, Kaleo didn't add any notes to the log," Tristan told us, gesturing to a notebook in his lap, "or to the map. Henderson thoroughly recounted every finding Unit 12 encountered before the last storm sent them back. Based on his information, I have broken the abyss into segments." He showed the lines he had added to the map. "That's more territory than we usually cover," Patrick stated, staring at the map. "It is," Tristan confirmed, raking a hand through his hair. "The weather is stable." "That's a lot of ground haze," Ingrid said, wrapping her makeshift bandana around her head. Something silver glinted on the fabric. "We only have 5 days," Isla added. 7 if we ration, Rumi said, making the same calculation Levi had last night while everyone slept. "Even with 7 days, it's too much," Patrick professed. "How are we going to cover that much ground haze?" Tristan met Levi's determined stare. "We can cover twice as much ground without the suits." "You want us to go out without our gear?" Damien asked quietly. Isla bit her lip as if stopping herself from adding something. "We," Move faster, Rumi contemplated, looking at the map. But we would be more exposed, Patrick countered. We don't know how far the low radiation reading stretches. What was the reading this morning outside here? Levi asked. 33, Patrick answered. According to Henderson's notes, it was 15 by the river, Rumi stated, looking at the notebook. There are still risks, Isla whispered. Risks we won't live long enough to see if we don't find more supplies, Levi said fiercely. Either scenario, the outcome is the same. The clock is ticking. I'd rather actively chase my death than wait for it. Everyone grew quiet. Look, I've never asked any of you to do something that puts you at unnecessary risk, Tristan said. But this is the job. We need the supplies. If you're uncomfortable with this call, I want to hear it. No one said anything. Faces slowly steeled over. His consideration for their safety shifted something among them. Haven is running out of time, we all know that. I don't want to see war break out. I don't want to see people suffer, but I don't want to see any of you sacrifice any more than you already have. If you want to wear your suit, I support your choice. I won't be in my suit, though. I want to end this. Partners shared looks before returning to their commander. We're with you, Hayes, Damien said, grabbing Isla's hand. Rumi and Patrick agreed. Let's end it. Tristan looked at his partner. Ingrid had family below, someone to fight for but also someone to live for when this was over. But she didn't hesitate as she nodded at him, her hand resting on her bandana. Tristan's eyes found mine. I met them. It'd cost me time taking it off if any of you needed care, I said. What did I have to lose with the risk? I had already lost everything. I wasn't willing to fail again. Tristan's eyes gutted. Levi didn't wait. He told Tristan what I already knew. I'm with you. Okay, we leave the suits, Tristan told us all. Buddy, Sunshine, you're taking the southern section away from the river. Eagle McFumbles, the northern section. Henderson marked a passable section with downed trees. Medusa and I will take the western section. The farthest section from the outpost. Cadle and Raven eastern, Tristan told the group, the closest to the outpost. If anything goes wrong, the medic isn't far. Unease dripped into my gut. I'll be too far away from you all if something goes wrong, I said. I need time to be able to get to you. You brought me for trauma care. I can't do that if we split up. I ran down the items in my bag. Could I divide them? No, I knew that before I even posed the question. We all know basics. The idea is we stabilize until you get there, Tristan stated. That's not good enough, I countered as my mind played out scenarios and how long I'd have to get there, how fast I'd have to run. What if I didn't make it in time? Levi's hand rested on my knee. It has to be. Medusa, buddy, take it away, Tristan said. Ingrid emptied a bag on the mat and ancient-looking walkie-talkies landed on the map as Damien addressed us. We're going in dark. Medusa and I, with the help of Unit 12, were able to locate these. The radios work, but they are old. Don't rely on them too heavily. It won't be like the helmets. My brows pulled in. How will I know if someone needs help if we can't rely on the walkie-talkies? Radios, Cadle, Damien groaned. You can't call them walkie-talkies. You're in the force now. Who's going to hear me call them walkie-talkies? No one's here but us, I shot back. Levi chuckled. Protocol, Cadle, and Pride. We're getting off topic, Tristan interrupted. Show us how they work so we can move out. Damien and Ingrid gave a quick rundown. 20 minutes later, I stood dressed in layers from my pack, my father's weapons strapped to me, as well as my force-issued pistol. The paste and freeze-dried food I had scarfed down created a concoction that congealed heavily in my stomach. The others moved around, slowly filtering out. I snagged a wrap and a bottle from the med bag before Levi grabbed it and headed up. Damien, I have a question about the walk radios, I called. Damien pulled away from Isla, and the rest of the unit made their way out. What's up? He asked, walking toward me. Take your boot off, I instructed as I dropped to my knees. Damien checked the door before stripping off his left boot and sock to reveal an old stretched-out wrap sloppily wound around his wrecked ankle. I ripped it off before placing his bare foot on my knee. It was swollen. I began wrapping it securely. How's it feel? I asked. Like shit. The walking always destroys it, he admitted. You should be elevating it every night. There's fluid, I told him. I have medicine for you, anti-inflammatory meds. It should help. I finished and helped him put his sock and boot back on. Have you told anyone? No. Isla knows, right? She knows. Damien stood as I handed him 4 pills from the bottle. Take 2 now and 2 in 6 hours or so. I'll give you more tonight. I pulled on my pack. I almost knocked the pills from his hand. He would find relief from his pain, but if he suffered an injury, he not only had limited access to who could give him blood, but the medication would thin his blood. Be careful out there, okay? Thank you, Damien said as he dry swallowed the 2 pills, pocketing the others. For not telling them and wrapping it. It feels better already. We both knew it was a lie, but I accepted it as I watched him try to believe it into existence. We left Outpost 3. Isla, Ingrid, Rumi, and Patrick stood to the left while Levi and Hayes conversed. Damien wished me luck as he joined his partner. Tristan stood with his back to me, deep in conversation with Levi, who glanced my way. I approached them. I've got it, Levi was saying. You have my word. Tristan simply nodded as Levi clapped him on the shoulder. The others made their way toward us. Ready? Levi asked me, hoisting the med bag onto his back. I shrugged. I'm here. Resounding sentiment from our medic, Ingrid huffed, adjusting her pack. All right, track how you get to your section and take a different way back, Tristan told them. Cover as much ground as you can. If you find something, radio. We all come back before sunset no matter what. If someone gets hurt, radio Cadle. No one moved for a breath. Okay, be safe. I'll see you all at sundown. Let's Lewis and Clark this shit. Good luck. Godspeed. Be safe. Each pair broke away, heading in different directions. The wrongness of it ate at my insides. We searched the entire day, coming up empty. Levi led, occasionally dropping down, touching the ground, or holding up a fist so I stopped. Then we carried on as he asked me medical questions, whether for his own knowledge or to provide space for the constant reel of thoughts I carried. I didn't know, but I was thankful. Around midday, I saw firsthand the traps they had mentioned. Levi held up a hand and I stopped immediately. The ground 15 feet in front of him was scorched, as if burned, and a large rock sat to the right of us with an X marked on it. A trap. Unit 5 discovered it a while back. We mark them once we find them. What kind of trap? Explosive. He walked away from it, returning with a large rock. Get back. I want to see if it goes off again. He waited until I stood a good ways back. He was still too close to it. I'm going to throw it and run, Levi told me. He didn't give me time to protest. He chucked the rock and sprinted toward me. I tensed, but only the thud of the rock sounded. That was dramatic. Maybe the theory is. A large explosion shook the ground. 1 second we were both looking at the still earth. The next, I was sprawled over Levi, shielding him from the trap. Wide blue eyes met mine, disbelief there. I had acted without a thought. Hadn't considered the ramifications, the destruction and possible injury putting me in motion. His hands grabbed my shoulders. Are you okay? Yes, are you? Yeah. I rolled off of him as he got out a radio. Cadle and Raven set off a trap. All fine, repeat, all fine, no injury. I massaged my chest, my heart jittery and racing. Levi put a grounding hand on my knee. What theory? I asked, trying to ease the shake that had set in as the radio stayed silent. We originally thought once a trap detonated, it would then be null. Clearly that isn't the case. The ground was still smoking. Obviously, they reset. I don't know if the supplies are here, but someone went out of their way during the war to develop this area with traps. I want to know why. What was so important to protect this area this completely? How are they being reset? Wouldn't someone have facilitated that? Levi released my knee standing. He held his hand out to me. I took it. My guess is technology, but if that's true, why is our technology inoperable? Something is definitely here. Let's go. But where is the technology? Nothing is here but dead trees, I said, following Levi forward around the blast area. The land looked the same here as it had our entire journey. Gray, desolate, and barren. Levi tapped the ground lightly with his boot as we carried on past the trap. It's below us, I asked. Yeah, we think there's another series of tunnels beneath us. Why here? We don't know if the low radiation was predicted or created, Levi said. My mind spiraled at the thought. Wait. If someone had the technology to protect an area against radiation, why use it on supplies and not people? I demanded. Maybe there are people below us here, Levi mused. In tunnels, like Haven. It's possible. You don't really think that, do you? Surely if someone was beneath us, they'd make contact. Would they? Would you trust other humans? Do you even trust the ones in Haven? No. Levi shrugged half-heartedly. You want my full opinion. Obviously. A crooked smile graced Levi's face, highlighting his full mouth. People are horribly predictable. If the war taught us anything, it's that we're all greedy and self-serving about something. Whoever hid the stuff knew this. Knew how we operated. I think they wanted it only for themselves or for the people they deemed worthy. If you believe that, then why? I stopped abruptly. I had been ready to ask why he wanted to help the greater good, as Tristan had stated, But then that would reveal that I had eavesdropped and stayed wrapped around Tristan knowingly. I couldn't do that. Why join the force if you hate people? Levi rubbed his stubbled jaw. I don't hate people. I raised a brow at him. Not all people, most though, especially those who have power and abuse it. The world was shit before the war. Everyone hated each other, more concerned with how we were different than the fact that we were all human, constantly judging instead of understanding. Levi pulled out 2 paste packets, tossing me one. His gaze remained locked on me as his smile disappeared completely. I was happy when the war started. Shock must have shown on my face. Fucked up, right? Levi forced a laugh. I remained quiet as he continued. I had no family to lose in the war. I was a foster kid in and out of the system. The type rich people had those benefits for, raised money and said they were helping but not really doing anything. It made me angry. Everything made me angry. The people who brought me into this world were more concerned with drugs and booze than me. That fed my hatred. I spent every second ensuring I was kicked out of every placement home. The system spit me out and gave up. I was fine with it. Hell, I expected it. I learned to survive on my own. I was content to watch the entire world burn. What changed? I asked hesitantly. I got drafted when the war started. My survival skills were viewed as an asset at basic. I excelled at their tests. I was sent to defend the very people I hated. So the military changed it. Levi sighed. That's not what changed. I got assigned to the infantry and met a man. Hell, we were still kids. Doesn't matter, I met someone who didn't try to make me less angry. He accepted my anger. More than that, he made himself available when I needed to work off the unending energy. Running obstacle courses, sparring, spending his downtime ensuring I was all right. Had my back and covered for me when I caused problems. He stayed when I didn't know how to stay for myself. He saw something in me when I hated myself. When everyone else left, he didn't. Even when I gave him every reason to. He had others' backs and didn't ask for anything in return. I hated him in the beginning for it, that he didn't let the shit the world threw at him knock him down. Levi took a sip of water and handed it to me. I took it. I knew exactly who he was talking about. It took time, a lot of time, but he kept showing up. I realized my anger wasn't as hard to hold when he stayed, when I wasn't alone. I had a family member, a brother, for the first time in my life. There are people like him out there. Good people despite what the world has thrown at them. As long as there are people like him, I'll fight, Levi finished, and we carried on. Silence found us. Sometime later, Levi finally broke it. You covered me earlier, Levi stated plainly. There was an explosion and you shielded me. I couldn't look at him as I answered. I've seen enough death to last me a lifetime. I'd like to return you to the man in your story in one piece. I appreciate the gesture, but next time don't. You're the medic. You have a chance of saving all of us. I'm just one person. He glanced at the sky. We should head back if we want to make it there by sundown. I didn't bother telling him I couldn't keep that promise. We headed back, Levi drilling me on medical knowledge again. He slowed as Outpost 3 came into view in the distance. As our time alone ran out, I asked the question that had lingered from his story, something I was desperate in my bones to understand. Levi, Are you still angry? Yes, I think a part of me always will be, but it's not really anger, Sasha. My heart beat against my throat. The look in Levi's eyes told me he knew why I had asked. It's grief for all that was and all that will never be. It's all it always was. When you can accept that, you can start to let go. I had difficulty breathing around that as we descended into the outpost. You guys good? Damien asked as we grabbed food and water. That explosive scared us. Yeah, we're good, Levi confirmed. The door opened and Tristan and Ingrid descended. The entire unit reunited again. The traps are resetting. We set off two as well, Tristan stated. The whole unit moved about, falling onto the mat quickly. Snores filled the space within the hour. I fell asleep slightly closer to Tristan than necessary. I couldn't ignore what I had felt above, a deep respect for my partner and for the man they all followed, the man who I was inches from. If I leaned forward, I could brush my lips against the scar on his shoulder. He was good in a way I knew I couldn't be. I stayed close to him, telling myself it was for warmth. Tristan's face was relaxed in sleep. His deep, even breaths caused his curls to flutter lightly across his face. I was back in the ward, urging him to hang on, whispering pleas for him to stay with me. Our first words to each other danced in the silent air. You stayed. You asked me to. Tristan shifted, rolling toward me. I froze as his strong arm wrapped around my waist, tucking me into him. I let it happen, and in the dark, I did what I wished I had been brave enough to do from the beginning. I stayed. 2 more days passed. The unit was worn out. No one found anything worth inspecting. Rumi had mentioned they had found green grass sprouts and returned with a soil sample in a baggie for the kitchens. Isla had told her they saw leaves on a tree. Both were big news, but the morale became heavy and tired. Even Damien didn't joke on the 4th morning, as our supplies and spirits dwindled. Maybe all his energy was going into hiding how bad his left ankle plagued him. Every night he kicked his legs up on his pack like he was relaxing, but as our gazes met, we both knew the real reason. I wondered how much longer he could keep this up. Not just this mission, but his time in the force. At some point the injury would win. Morning, Levi greeted the unit on day 4. We head out in 15. Where S. Hayes? Patrick asked, rubbing his neck. Medusa and Hades took off 2 hours ago. Isla stopped stretching. What do you mean they took off? To reach the farthest part of their area, they left early. We head out in 15. The group grumbled as they started to get ready. We had seen better days. Levi had a significant stubble. Damien's hair had become more and more matted. Rumi hadn't bothered to redo her braids, pieces now escaping, dark circles under her eyes. Patrick's blonde hair stuck up in greasy clumps. Isla was the only one who still tried to look semi-presentable. I smelled, but we all did. Who knew what state my auburn hair was in? After a few quick bites and donning gear, we all said goodbye and took off. We walked the unchanging landscape in our section. Levi assured me it was an area we hadn't covered. It all appeared the same. It had only been a few hours when our radios went off. Medusa to unit. Levi hit it. Raven here. Medusa to unit. Levi tried again, just for Ingrid to repeat her call. If you can hear me, we found an entrance. Hades went down alone. He's been down for several hours. My eyes found Levi's as the radio went silent. We should go, I urged, cold sweat beating my temples. We should wait for more information, Levi countered. What if Hayes is hurt and needs a medic, I demanded. We should go, we have to go. My heartbeat became a gallop. Sasha, I have watched Hayes get in and out of a lot of shitty situations. He'll be okay, Levi reassured me. Medusa to unit. Hayes isn't responding. I'm hearing weird noises down there. I'm disobeying orders. I'm going down. The radio went silent again. Why had Tristan ordered her not to go down? He knows better than to go down alone, Levi muttered to himself. We should go, Levi. I'm the medic. We don't know they need a medic. You don't know that they don't, I snapped back. We should go. Raven to Medusa, do you need backup? The radio went silent. Levi tried again. I rounded on Levi. Did you two talk about this plan while everyone was asleep? Have you been pretending to be asleep while we talk? Levi asked, crossing his arms. I could get embarrassed at what I just admitted later. Answer the question, Levi. We did. There's an area they discovered yesterday. Hayes wanted more time to investigate, so he gave me the location and left early. Ingrid didn't question him. Did you question him? I demanded, my heart refusing to slow as the radio remained silent. He's my commander, Levi said. He's your friend. You should question dumb ideas, I snarled. Levi surveyed me. He hit the button. Raven to Medusa, status update. We stood staring at each other. My leg began to shake as the radio remained quiet. We go, I told him. I had lost too many people. I started walking away. Sasha. No, I've seen what happens when you wait, Levi. Every second counts if he's hurt. We should go now. Is that your call, medic? Yes, I snarled. Fine, but you're going the wrong way. It's that way. Levi pointed in the complete opposite direction. I pivoted. We walked for several minutes, our footsteps and my pounding pulse the only sounds. I moved quickly. Levi kept up. So, what are we going to talk about first, Sasha? Levi began. The fact that we are abandoning our mission on the off chance Hayes needs us. Shut up. Or the fact that you're an eavesdropper. I could hear the smirk in his voice. I ignored him, reaching a jog. Levi met my pace. Or how about the fact that you are indeed a cuddler? Every single night, Levi taunted. Why don't we talk about you offering to switch because I kept Hayes up with my cuddling? I spat, increasing my speed. Sasha, slow down. This is why people shouldn't eavesdrop. You make shit assumptions. I was talking about the watch Hayes insists on taking every night on missions. The shift he pushes past his time because he can't rest in the outpost. Hell, I'd throw you fully on top of him every night. I've never seen him sleep like this since we lost our unit. I lost my footing. What? I told you, we all have demons. I ignored him, his comments only pushing me on. You can't ignore me the entire time. Watch me. There's no point in denying SASHA, look out. Levi bellowed before my body hurtled forward. Any semblance of balance, of what was up or down, slipped away. Dirt and hard ground collided with my face. The sound of something heavy filled the air. Then it all went quiet. Those silent seconds stretched on too long. My heart ravaged my ribs as I turned. Large metal pieces, several feet taller than me, stuck up at odd angles, dispersed from the earth like giant claws to impale anyone who crossed them. I pushed myself up. My insides disappeared. Panic filled me. Where was Levi? Fuck, where was Levi? I couldn't get a breath in, my lungs seizing, terrified of what I might find. Bright red blood streaked down one of the metal pieces. Next to it in a heap lay Levi, a crimson puddle spilling from him. He didn't move. Neither did the trap. A scream tore from my throat. Time stopped. My partner's name reverberated through the still air. 18. Levi's hurt. Repeat, Levi's hurt, I said into the radio I didn't remember grabbing. I was moving, a dead sprint, as my heart slammed against my ribs. The metal stakes remained, blocking my access to Levi. Levi, talk to me, I shouted as I skidded to a stop outside the trap, Levi's body strewn out between the projected pieces. The puddle beneath his right side was growing. The blood wasn't spurting but heavily leaking. He hadn't hit an artery. I had time, but not long. Levi groaned, his body shifting. Say something. I'm okay, Levi said. His airways were clear. I needed to get to him. I needed to stop the bleeding. I can't, I pushed against the immovable metal pieces. I can't get to you. I can't. My mind spun like a top as my assessment, knowledge, and probabilities played out, lighting up different courses of action, of treatment. My eyes found the puddle of blood once more. None of them would matter if I couldn't get to him to stop the bleed. Where are you bleeding from? I demanded, tossing the radio and shedding my bag as I began wedging myself between the stakes, their sharp edges slicing through my clothing. Shoulder, Levi called, shifting more. I kept moving toward him as his blood kept coming. I was going to get him. I would not be the reason Unit 7 lost someone else. I wouldn't. My shirt ripped on one of the metal stakes, stinging my skin. Stop the bleed, Levi. Get the tourniquet. I'm coming. Hold on, I told him, pushing my panic away until it was this distant thing outside of me. I had to reach him. I had to stop the bleed, the thought merging with the drumming of my heart until it was all I could hear. Levi didn't make a sound as he shimmied the bag off, each movement sending more blood to the ground. I was wasting too much time. He was bleeding too much. I'm almost there, I reassured him, the blood now inches from my boots. Levi moved, his teeth gritted as he finally pulled out the tourniquet. A low moan escaped him as he worked the tourniquet up his blood-soaked arm, distended at an odd angle. It was dislocated. A loud grinding noise began beneath our feet as the ground shook. Sasha, don't move, Levi bit out. I froze. It was taking too long. He was losing too much blood. The metal spears slowly sank back into the earth, into metal boxes concealed in the ground. The moment they were down, I was moving as fast as my body allowed. I crashed into the earth, rocks biting into my knees as his warm blood seeped into the fabric of my pants. I pushed away the memory of Eli bleeding out in the pantry. Eli was gone. He was dead. I couldn't help him. I let the memory go, clinging to the person alive right before me. Levi had the tourniquet pulled up as far as he could manage, the strap in his mouth as he used his other arm to position it. I half sobbed, my fear winning as I saw his right shoulder. His deltoid lay ripped open, deep into the muscle, his bone visible. Deeper than I had ever attempted to repair. I needed to get him to haven. My heart found my throat as the bleeding continued. I grabbed the strap from his mouth. I pulled the tourniquet around his arm up to just below the dislocated joint. I didn't apologize. I pulled as hard as I could as a strangled, weak fuck escaped Levi. Warm, thick blood ran over my hands. My father's patient instructions in those woods filled my mind, all his field knowledge. I didn't push it away. I didn't run from the pain of his memory. It mixed with Kumar's lessons. I sank into them until everything settled, my breathing evening out. I wouldn't be the reason another member of Unit 7 didn't make it. I would not fail. We have to get out of here. It could go off again. Help me up, Levi said, already pushing to his feet. Just over there, I said, pointing to a spot 10 feet from us. He swayed violently. I held the bag in one hand as I ducked under his good arm, helping him away from where the trap had retracted. I got Levi to the ground, his breaths uneven and too quick. I glanced back at the pool of blood. How many liters had he lost? Blood dripped from his mutilated shoulder. The drip was slow. I was cutting his shirt off without remembering grabbing the ripped shears from the bag. I tore the fabric from his chest. There were no lacerations or contusions on his chest. His skin looked fine. I knew it would be too soon to diagnose an internal bleed. It'd be difficult to even see with his dark skin. Hypothermia. He had lost too much blood. He needed fluids and blood. I was moving again without a thought, pulling Levi onto the tarp I had laid out. I need the others' help to get your shoulder into place. I don't think I can do it alone. I can try, I said as I moved, grabbing everything I needed. Levi's eyes closed, opening too slowly. Talk to me, Levi. His eyelids fluttered closed, his breaths too quick as his head lolled to the side. His eyes opened, something like panic there. I laid him out. His arm was gruesome, but I couldn't focus on it right now. It wouldn't matter if I fixed it if he wasn't alive. Later, I vowed and moved on. I didn't flinch as I placed the catheter in my arm, performing what Kumar had shown me. I attached a bag to it, and red began to spill into it, collecting my blood. I placed the bag between my knees as I cleaned Levi's arm, placing a catheter there as well, attaching a bag of fluids. Levi's eyes closed and they didn't open. It was the blood loss, I told myself. It was just the blood loss. I could fix that. I would, manage the bleed. I had done that. Airways were clear. Respiration, his chest was clear. Circulation, he had fluids. Hypothermia, I needed to get him somewhere warm. Then I needed to clean the cut and pack it. I was moving again, my brain informing me of decisions it had made with my body without my consent. We weren't too far from Outpost 3. The bags were between Levi's legs, my layers shed as I wrapped them around Levi the best I could. I wrapped the tarp around him. I tucked the bag of my blood in my waistband, securing it with a section of tape. With Levi's bag of fluids held between my teeth, I started to pull the tarp. Cadle, update came from the radio, but I didn't stop to answer as I moved. Time was against me. Every second counts, I had said that. I pulled harder, my breaths bellowing through my nose. I bit down harder on the bag. The sun moved as I pulled. I didn't stop. We had only walked about 4 miles. I could make it there. I pulled harder, ignoring the pain in my chest. I didn't know if Tristan was okay. I tucked the fear away. My thoughts were an endless loop. Hold on, I've got you. You will be all right. Hold on. The fear I had boxed up began leaking out. My enemy was now time, and I knew too well who usually won that battle. I pushed my body like I had when I carried my sister to Haven. Sweat drenched me, chilling me, as faces swarmed before my eyes until I swore my family's ghosts walked the gray earth with me. Were they haunting me or escorting me? You have to survive now, little flower. My father was wrong. I didn't need to. They did. I had needed them to survive, and they hadn't. I couldn't help them now. They were all dead. I didn't need to survive. Levi did. Was this why I was spared? Was I destined to break myself apart as I tried to keep everyone else going? I glanced over my shoulder, ensuring I was going the right way. I had to be getting close. I stared down at Levi. He was still out and the bag of fluids was empty. I stopped, swapping the bags quickly before attaching another bag to myself. It'd be my last bag I could safely give. I would feel this one. I needed the unit. I hit the radio. Go to Outpost 3. Outpost 3. Hurry. I attached it to my hip, placed the bag connected to Levi in my teeth, and began moving again. I pulled as my back ached, my arms straining. I didn't stop, didn't pause to catch my breath. I pulled and walked, walking and pulling, praying someone would come. I shifted and began to walk backward, tugging the tarp until my legs screamed, only turning back to drag the tarp over a shoulder. Hold on, I've got you. I've got you. An endless stream stumbling from my lips around the bag between my teeth as the mound came into view. My limbs were shaking. Dizziness threatened to pull me under. Hold on, you're almost there, I whispered. Was it for me or Levi? I chucked the bags and layers down into the outpost before positioning Levi's legs together and bent his knees, bracing my foot against his as I grabbed his arms, hating myself for tugging his injured arm. I pulled, bringing his body over my shoulders in a fireman's carry. I grunted from his weight as the world spun, but I held my ground. The edges of my vision blurred as I got Levi down into the outpost. Several minutes later, the tarp was on the mat. Levi was on it in nothing but his underwear. His drenched, blood-soaked clothes lay in a pile. They'd keep him cold. My second bag of blood I had collected on the way was attached to his line. The bag was pinned to the wall using Unit 12's insignia nails. Their flag hung pathetically. The med bag was open, the bottle of antibiotics I had given Levi on top. The gauze, disinfectant, and iodine I had used to clean and pack the wound lay next to them. A pressure dressing now secured his shoulder and part of his pec. My own pile of wet, blood-covered clothes lay next to it, the blood staining the tourniquet I had removed. The bag of blood I had collected with Dr. Kumar sat in the middle of my fully built suit, the heat on, warming it in case the others weren't back soon enough. I could collect blood from everyone but Damien for Levi. I started making plans based on who made it back first. Small dots danced across my vision. I was lightheaded, my body trembling from the physical exertion and the blood I had given to Levi. I should drink water, eat something, but I didn't move. Levi needed my body heat. He shifted beneath me, a low groan leaving him. I held him tighter, wrapping as much of myself as I could around him. I dropped his wrist. He had no radial pulse. He was in shock, I told myself again as I pressed my blood-crusted fingers against his neck. His pulse was too fast. His breaths were rapid and shallow. His organs were working too hard. What if he was bleeding internally? Let the blood work, he needs time. It's what I told myself over and over again as the seconds stretched on too long, buried under all the blankets and edges of the tarp. The metallic smell of blood, Levi's blood, hung in the back of my throat. Impossible to get rid of. My skin stuck to his where the remnants of it had begun to dry. That's your call, medic. What had I done? We go out as one. What had I done? Hold on, Levi, they're coming, I've got you. They would come, we come back as one. I know you do. What had I done? 19. It's my fault, I said, voice small, as much a question as a statement. No, little flower, it isn't your fault, my dad assured me as he knelt. Gray peppered his auburn hair. His brown eyes met mine. In the family room, my mother doted on Eli while Lara followed her around like a mini version of her. Did I do something wrong? I wanted to help. I messed with the hem of my pink dress, which I thought my mom would like. She hadn't noticed. Instead, she had yelled at me when I had distracted Eli from eating. My father brushed my auburn hair out of my face, his smile sad. You didn't do anything wrong. Sometimes people don't know how to accept help. Mom lets Lara help with everything, I pointed out, anger flaring. Somehow, even at 9, I saw the divide. Lara, the spitting image of my mother, was encouraged to help while I was always in the way. My father sighed. Let's go to the bakery. I sat in my father's truck, a song playing in the background. I drummed my fingers to the beat. Sasha, it isn't your fault. I need you to know that. He turned down the music, my hand stilled. Some people can be ill in ways you can't see. Is Mom sick? My stomach flopped. Was that why she was always hurting? Your mom is healthy, she just has hard days. We fell silent. My dad turned up the radio for the rest of the drive, but my fingers remained still. On the way home, I took a bite of my chocolate croissant. Dad, will I be sick in ways you can't see like Mom? No, you're strong, Sasha. You're my little flower. Flowers die, Dad. Above the surface, the part everyone can see, they do. But beneath they remain strong. They come back. There were voices, real voices. Light filtered through my eyelids. My eyes flew open, letting the onslaught of memories fall away. 4 people were hurrying down. Dear God. Is Levi okay? What happened? No one talk, Rumi ordered. Tell us what to do, Sasha. I was already taking Levi's pulse. He was still unconscious. Had he actually spoken to me? He should be improving. This didn't make sense. The bag that was hanging was almost empty. 2 bags of blood and a bag of fluids. He should be coming to. He was. I had missed something. I was moving. Damien, strip and take my place, I ordered as I inspected his chest and shoulder wound. There was minimal new blood on the dressing. He wasn't actively bleeding. I moved on. His skin was clammy, too cold. I pulled back the blankets. The upper right side of his abdomen was mottled, deep purple streaks running along his low ribs. I clamped down on my panic. Levi was bleeding internally. Had it just started? We had to get back to Haven. He needed more blood to do that and to stay warm. A plan started forming beyond my conscious thoughts. Get in. He lost a ton of blood. He needs body heat. Hypothermia risk, I was telling Damien, but my voice felt disconnected from my body. Damien didn't say anything as he climbed in. I was throwing blankets on them. All three of you can give him blood. Rumi, you first. Rumi was removing her layers quickly. Someone's sweater was thrust in my hands. I tugged it on, covering myself. I can give blood, Damien was saying from under the blankets. You can't, you're B negative. You're the one person who can't. Just keep him warm. Wouldn't his suit keep him warm? Patrick asked as Isla pleaded desperately. What about us? What can we do? She was staring at Levi in a way I had never seen her look at him. Her remorse was so potent I could taste it. It will, but I can't get him into it until we set his shoulder. It's dislocated. A strangled curse escaped Damien. I inserted the catheter into Rumi's arm. She didn't even flinch. I set up her bag before swapping out the hanging empty bag for more fluids. You two are going to help me get his shoulder back into the socket. He's unconscious, so the muscles shouldn't fight us. Then we have to suit up and move. The wound is packed, but we need to get back. It's still open, but his arm he loves the mats, Isla uttered. Isla, now is not the time, Rumi advised. I did what I had to do, I said. I know, but his arm, his health score, Isla said frantically. I know. I couldn't give panic a foothold. I'd risk infection closing it here. I need to get him to Kumar. Now. But, are you the medic? I demanded. Sunshine, stop, Damien said. Sasha, we're at the edge of the abyss, Patrick stated. No, no. You either help me get him there or get the fuck out of my way. I will not give up. I'll help, of course I'll help. It's just a long ways. I had my stethoscope to Levi's lungs. Isla was attacking Patrick. Damien was saying something. Shut I barked. They did, I listened. His lungs were fine. The bleeding wasn't affecting them yet. The door swung open. The last members of the unit hurried down. I shoved aside my relief that Tristan and Ingrid were safe. I could hear Patrick filling Ingrid and Tristan in as Damien spoke to Levi quietly. We've got you. You're okay. Sasha's a beast, you were right about her. She's got you. Tristan was beside me. Tell me what you need me to do for his shoulder. It's all he said. His eyes locked on mine like he couldn't look at the man he had called his partner for 7 years. Everyone eat and drink if you're not helping, I ordered. We're gonna need calories for giving blood and running back. I can get it for everyone, Isla said, already moving. Patrick, get the suits ready. He's bleeding internally. We have to go. We have to get him back as quickly as we can, I said. Everyone stopped for a second, the weight of what I said settling on them. Damien, straddle him. Keep him still if he comes to. Tristan, go to the other side. I pulled my soaked pants from the pile next to me as I knelt. Lift him, Tristan. Tristan dropped to his knees and lifted Levi's upper body as I wrapped my pants around Levi, under his socket, near his armpit. I joined the legs together and handed them to Tristan, the blood staining his hands. Hold these and pull toward yourself. I rolled up my sleeves before I grabbed Levi's wrist, slowly pulling his arm toward me. His muscles made the arm reluctant to release enough to manipulate the joint. I held on as I placed my foot on Levi against the fabric of my pants that Tristan held, seeking more countertension. A low groan escaped Levi. I ignored it as I pulled before starting to lift his arm. The joint shifted. I lifted higher and his arm fell into the socket. I released a breath I hadn't realized I had been holding as I slowly, gently rotated his arm. Usually, I'd stabilize it. The suit would have to be enough. Sasha, my bag is full, Rumi said, bringing me back. Great. Everyone, suit up. I'm going to leave the line in, Rumi, in case I need another bag before we get to Haven. There was movement all around me. I exchanged the bags attached to Levi. I'll go next, Isla said before shoving a nutrient paste tube in my hands as she rolled up her sleeve. I had just finished setting her line when firm hands grabbed my arms, halting me. Are you injured? Tristan asked. You're covered in blood. I shook my head. It's all his. He knocked me out of the way. I pushed away the emotions that statement attempted to set free. I had to get Levi back. You're bleeding, Tristan said. I glanced down. Blood dripped from the IV line I still had in my arm, my movements causing it to shift. But that wasn't what Tristan was referring to. There was a shallow cut beneath it from when I tried to get through the trap. I'll wrap it. It's nothing. I'll tape the IV in case I need to give more, I muttered, moving toward the med bag. Tristan stopped me. How many have you given? I pulled away from him, but he held on. How many, Sasha? We need to go, Hayes. Answer me. Those green eyes bored into me, wild and demanding. 2. There are 3 bags, Sasha. I glanced over. My suit was open as Patrick switched out oxygen tubes. I collected that in Haven in case Damien or I got hurt. Damien can only take my blood and I can't take anyone's. Something shifted in Tristan's eyes. Have you eaten anything? Hayes, we have to go. I know, and you'll collapse if you don't take care of yourself, and we will be dragging 2 fucking people back. Have you eaten? No. You're done, the rest of us can give. You won't put yourself at unnecessary risk. Everyone, suit up. Someone give Cadel some pants and food. Clothing and paste were shoved into my hands. What of your unnecessary risk, Hayes? We move out in 5, Tristan said, ignoring me. Ingrid, help me get Levi in his suit. Everyone began suiting up, Isla working around the bag attached to her. I held my tongue. The things I wanted to say crawled up my throat. Now wasn't the time. Later. Everything hinged on later. I took Levi's vitals one last time before Isla and Damien helped me into gear. I watched helplessly as they covered Levi's body with his suit, until the injuries vanished beneath the exoskeleton. My suit encased me as bile crawled up my throat. Each click and pressure locked in every mistake I had made since the world fell to shit. I swallowed my sob. Crying wouldn't help me. I packed up the med bag, making sure it was organized for the journey back as my parents' voices echoed in my mind. Julia, she needs you, my father shouted. Sasha has never needed anyone, not even as a young child. She never wanted to be held like Lara and Eli. She's independent like you, my mother spat. Lara and Eli need me. She's aware of how you're treating her. She thinks it's her fault. She's only 11. Why, Julia? Why are you like this with her? You left Eric. I was stuck with a colicky baby. Then you left again. I was 3 months pregnant and had a toddler who listened to no one, and you left me to do it all. For work. Do you think I wanted to be over there and not here with you and Sasha? But you were. I was alone. You hurried out for that second deployment. You knew what I did when we got together, Julia. Don't play the victim in this. It is Sasha's fault I was gone. Don't take your anger out on her. She's a child. She looks just like you. Sasha, you ready? Someone in the unit was saying. Yes. I pulled my helmet down, pushing away the question no one ever gave me an answer to. Patrick was giving us a weather and radiation read, checking oxygen levels as Tristan carried Levi up the stairs, Damien following with the tarp. They all seemed to be moving in slow motion. I threw my pack on my back, the med bag on my front. I followed them up as more memories tapped along the confines of my mind, waiting to pounce. I adjusted Levi's exposed arm, ensuring there were no kinks in the line before bundling the arm up. The arm piece of his suit Tristan had ripped off sat in Levi's lap. I covered him with blankets as Tristan, Patrick, and Ingrid held corners of the tarp, ready to pull. I quickly hit the two top buttons on my chest plate, the pressure releasing. Cold air slithered into the crevice. I wouldn't be protected from the radiation, not fully. The temperature was already dropping as the sun started to sink. I worked the bag of blood attached to Levi close to my skin to keep it warm. I could worry about the radiation exposure later. Another later added to the pile. We only stopped to switch bags. Let's go, Tristan instructed. I didn't say anything to anyone as Tristan, Patrick, and Ingrid began to jog. I hit the partner communication button, and Levi's breaths filled my helmet. We ran back to Haven. I'd rather actively chase my death than wait for it. 20. As long as I lived, I doubted I'd ever be able to recount how we made it back to Haven as quickly as we did, how Levi was still breathing when we arrived, or how all of Unit 7 was still standing as I took blood from everyone. A rotating blood bank. Everyone shed their suits for long enough to give blood. If anyone worried about the consequences of the radiation exposure, they didn't mention it. They gave themselves to Levi without a word. Everyone except Damien, he gave in every other way that he could. It was nothing that could be changed. He wasn't a suitable donor and yet being excluded ate at Damien. He did everything he could to make up for it, carrying whatever people shed as I drew blood, pulling the tarp through gritted teeth as he pushed his ankle too far. When I tried to approach him about it, he completely dismissed me, carrying on surviving. We all were. Oxygen tanks were changed at each outpost. Water guzzled, food shoved down before we were running once more in the dark. I swore I saw a star peer through the gray clouds at one point. I couldn't stop to be sure. I outran memories and bartered with the God I had renounced, offering anything, everything, in exchange for Levi's life. Maybe I'd live long enough to regret what I offered up. Maybe it didn't even matter. I doubted anyone listened to my desperate prayers anyway. The unit pushed through, but our movements were sluggish, breaths passed labored. No one complained or voiced their exhaustion. No one considered stopping, but in the last 5 hours everyone had switched to partner communication, the unit communication silent, as if in our reserves, our most vulnerable desperation, we could only stand the voice of our partner to get us through. I didn't know what they said to one another. Was it encouragement, shared sorrow, anger? I didn't know. My partner remained quiet as I begged him to hold on for me. I told him how they were all trying. Rumi ran close to Patrick. He carried 2 packs, his hand on Rumi's elbow as if to guide her as she struggled. The others pulled. Isla and Damien tugged next to each other, arms touching, like their combined efforts could make up for the evident deterioration of Damien's ankle. Ingrid and Tristan still held the tarp. They had carried the brunt of pulling the entire way back. Neither took breaks. Ingrid matched Tristan's energy and effort, barreling through exhaustion undeterred. Was she haunted by her race back with Lily? Tristan carried 3 bags while he pulled. He had donated twice. I wondered where his well of strength came from as I kept their pace, keeping the line straight for Levi's transfusion. 3 suited figures ran toward us as we approached the buildings that surrounded Haven. I wondered if someone had actually heard my prayers. We switched over to the group communication to hear it was the oddest trio: Henderson, Abbott, and Jackson. Tristan was the only one to talk, directing the others as we kept moving. No one said a word about a member outside of an exploratory unit coming above. I didn't have it in me to care to even look Jackson's way. We were almost to the ward. He was at the shack, the gruff voice Henderson stated. He offered to accompany me. I didn't care who it was, I just wanted to help. Do you need more blood, medic? I'm O positive, happy to help however I can. I felt the bag against my chest. It was still half full. What bag were we on? No, I need someone to tell Dr. Kumar to be ready. He's bleeding internally. He's a positive. Right delt and pec laceration that need closing. Possible liver lac. I'm fast. I'll run ahead and tell him, Wilma was saying, staring at Levi before she turned and sprinted, her arms pumping. Grab the tarp, Tristan said to Jackson and Henderson. Take Cruz and Isla's places. We need fresh legs. Ingrid, do you need a break? Tristan adjusted his grip. No, let's run. I switched back to my partner communication. Levi's breaths filled the helmet. Just a little bit longer. Hold on, Levi, please. We entered the holding box several minutes later, our helmets tossed aside. Tristan bent down, gathering Levi over his shoulder. Can you run, Cadel? Yes, my legs shook, but I ignored them. Unit is yours, Sato, Tristan said without a backward glance as he took off to the ward. I kept up, my hold on the bag I had taken out firm, but my hold on myself slipped through my grasp. The sounds of the ward surrounded me, and I was bombarded by my past mistakes, mixing with every confession I had witnessed within these walls. They swallowed me whole. Death's angel, Commander Hayes, hurry, tell me everything. Kumar rushed toward us. I grappled at the tattered remains of who I once was, pulling myself together enough to tell Kumar everything he needed to know. I conveyed every choice I had made, except one, as Tristan got Levi out of his suit, tossing the pieces to the ground. Kumar was moving, barking orders at those in aprons. I will take it from here. I've got him. Good work. Kumar was moving, more people dashing in. You need to leave here, someone was saying to us. I didn't fight as they ushered us out, each step toward the exit heavier than the last. Wait. I turned to see a man in an apron rushing toward us. Dr. Kumar says you both can wait in his office. Tristan pivoted as I continued toward the exit, any remaining strength escaping me. Have him send word. I'll be right back, Tristan was saying behind me. His sure steps followed me. A gentle hand grabbed my arm, pulling me down a tunnel I knew and into the closet, All I saw was me carrying Lily to the ward to die. Had I just done the same thing, the sound of a door shutting was too loud. My own breathing grated my shattered nerves. "Sasha," Tristan said too kindly. I couldn't stand it, couldn't accept it. The hand on my arm was covered in dried blood, Levi's blood. There had been so much blood, little details I had pushed aside in the moment filled the closet. Suddenly, I couldn't breathe. "Sasha, tell me what you need." I was shaking, my soul unmoored. The consequences of our Herculean efforts devastated my will. Both of Tristan's blood-covered hands held my suited arms. "I've got you, breathe." His hands found my face, gently cradling me. Tristan was saying something else that sounded like gratitude. His thumb rubbed against my cheek. The metallic smell stung my nostrils. I waited for the beast to pounce, but it didn't come. It remained silent. My hands found Tristan's arms as I pushed him away and met his exhausted gaze. "You went below alone," I said, my voice raw like I had been screaming. "We got Ingrid's call. You went below alone. We changed direction to get to you." The confession decimated my insides. Tristan withdrew. He opened his mouth, but I couldn't hear it any more than I could tell Tristan why I had urged us to change directions, that I had waited before and lost. "You said we all come back as one." My voice trembled. "We were coming to help you. I made the call to help you." Something shattered in his green eyes. It was the last thing I saw before I ran from him. I jogged back to the living quarters, beelining for the bathroom. I struggled with the suit, my mind and body somehow disconnected as if I were watching myself from above. Rumi slipped in and began pushing buttons on my suit to help me. Her wide eyes found mine. "Your chest plate. You disconnected it above." "Don't tell the others," I heard myself say. "You were exposed to radiation." "Don't tell the others," I repeated. She nodded, taking the pieces of my suit outside and shut the door, leaving me alone. I stumbled to the sink as my entire body shook violently. I remained silent as I gave in, trembling head to toe, my mouth clamped tightly closed as bile crawled up my throat. Quietly, I stopped holding myself together. My reflection in the small mirror reflected the beast I hid within. Dried blood coated my body. Dark circles sat heavy under my eyes, my face peppered with tiny cuts from Levi pushing me out of the way. New bruising mixed with the pale green remains of my bruise from Murray. My hair was matted to my scalp, the rest a tangled disaster. My left arm ached horribly. I glanced down to see more bruising. My IV line had dug into my skin. I removed it and my makeshift bandage as I climbed into the shower. I had caused this. The cold water washed away the blood until the tile was painted red. I watched crimson remnants circle the drain before disappearing. My insides were a raging fire, burning everything, destroying me. I let it, waiting for the creature I resembled to devour it all. It didn't come. Nothing came, only my internal screaming. I had tried for Unit 7. I had begun to care. Again. Finally, I shut off the water. Hollowness tumbled in with me as I finally fell into my bed, the room empty. I was alone, but not for long, as ghosts kept me company while I slept. "We should start including Lara in these lessons," my father told me. He hovered over my shoulder, watching me attempt sutures from his med kit. He claimed I might need to know how in case one of the kids got hurt. I had told him he could do it, but he insisted that I learn. My hand slipped at the suggestion, ruining the suture. But this is our thing. Lara has mom. I didn't want to share this with her. This time was mine. My father took the fleshy-like practice pad from me, undoing my work. It would be good for you to have someone else who also knows these things, my dad suggested. I have you. And if one day I'm gone, what will you do then? Then I'll do it by myself. I can do it alone, I said, throwing my shoulders back. I believed it. I'll take care of them. My father placed the pad down, turning my chair to face him. His gaze met mine. When I was younger, I thought the same thing, convinced I could do everything alone. You can't, little flower. Lara doesn't even like this type of stuff. She's like mom. I practically sneered, my jealousy obvious. Have you asked her? I shook my head. Then how do you know she doesn't want to be with you to help you and learn if you haven't asked? His brown eyes searched my face. It's okay to need people, Sasha. We all do. I smiled, even if I didn't believe it. Not when the person I had always needed had never helped me. We had been given 48 bells off. One day rolled into the next, the beds next to me always filled with someone sleeping, each one bringing updates. Levi did have an internal bleed. They have it under control, Ingrid told me before collapsing. She fell asleep facing me. Levi is stable, Rumi said sometime later before sleeping. I turned toward the wall as tears fell. Were they relief, grief? I didn't know. I slept more. Levi is awake, Isla shouted, rushing in during the middle of the night. Everyone had dressed and hurried out. I hadn't. I told myself he'd have his unit. That 7 people were too many people to visit at once. Sasha, you coming? Damien yelled into the room. I didn't answer. Is she okay? Patrick asked from the room beyond. She's been sleeping a lot, Isla said. The door opened, and they left. My memories came back as I fell back asleep. It's me, I said quietly. The room was dark, the war underway. My mother lay in her bed, too thin, too frail. My father had died a month ago. She had been ill since, slowly deteriorating. A part of me wished she'd just get on with it as I watched my siblings teeter between hope and desperation. I didn't know what I hated more, myself for wishing it would just end, or her for not even attempting to stay. I brought more broth, I said. She turned away from it. Anger welled up in me at her dismissal of me, of life. The letter informing us of my father's passing lay next to the bed. Maybe I hated that the most. They need you, I said, angry tears welling in my eyes. Lara and Eli need you. They'll manage, they have you. You have always been capable, she told me weakly, as if talking was trying for her. Just drink the broth. Give it to the kids, she said, turning away from me completely. Her shoulder was nothing but bones. The way she referred to only Eli and Lara as kids steeled my spine. So you're quitting. You're just giving up on them. They have you. You have all your father's training and courage. They don't need me. Angry tears fell. What about me? You've never needed anyone." My heart collapsed upon itself at the lie. Was that what my mother had told herself all these years? I needed you, my whole life I needed you. I wasn't capable. I became capable because you weren't there. I need you, Mom. She turned toward me, her face gaunt. I haven't asked you for anything in years. I'm asking you, I'm begging you to fight for Eli and Lara. Please, Mom, don't leave us. She didn't fight. A day later, when I took my brother and sister out for some fresh air, she died. Utterly alone. She died alone. The beast stayed quiet when I woke. The days blurred together. The unit provided me updates on Levi. By the third day he was awake, his shoulder mended, and he maintained complete function of his hand. He would recover. Maybe no one had informed Burden. Burden was all smiles at formation on the third morning when Unit 7 was due back. To my knowledge, we hadn't discovered anything that helped our impending doom. We had failed to find more provisions. But she congratulated us on a successful mission, telling the entire force of Levi's injury. A heroic injury, she had called it, pontificating how valuable Levi's time in the force had been. How we should all be inspired to have a career like his. It felt more like a retirement speech or a eulogy. Based on the stiff bodies of Unit 7, I wasn't the only one who felt that way. The next 2 days, I moved from one thing to the next in a haze. My life was once again dictated by bells. The days were distorted. One moment a bell told me to wake, but before I ever truly woke up, another bell told me to sleep. In my beast slumber, I drifted through the tunnels like one of the ghosts that haunted me. "Cadel, can I have a word?" Tristan called as the others headed toward the mess hall, our day wrapping up. It was the first day the unit seemed to have regained some life from our journey. Maybe the others all talked about it. I hadn't. I simply moved to where I was told to be as Unit 7 operated around me. I felt as if I were in a bubble, isolated from them. "Come with me," Tristan instructed. I followed him as he weaved through the gym, the entire force heading toward the mess hall. He pulled open the door to the exploratory room. The door shut and we were alone. The map lit with several dots moving above. I couldn't look at it. "Are you sleeping? Eating? I haven't seen you in the mess hall since we returned." No one else has either. I was sleeping, but not like I had on the mission. I was eating sometimes. I thought of the dried fruit I had awoken to, wrapped in a piece of cloth yesterday. I didn't know who had brought it. "What do you want, Hayes?" I asked tiredly. "To make sure you're okay, you're avoiding our unit." "Your unit." "Our unit," he corrected firmly. "You haven't gone to see Levi." I flinched like he had struck me. Is this a wellness check or a guilt trip? Tristan's shoulders deflated. He raised a hand like he might reach out to me. "Sasha, I am sorry for how I was at Outpost 3. I appreciate everything you did to keep Levi alive. I was worried about you burning yourself out. I know how easy it is to overstretch yourself for others, but I should have been kinder. I was scared. I should have kept us in the suits. I should have stayed Levi's partner instead of me." My guilt pushed against my skin. "No, you are Levi's partner now. I am trying to apologize," Tristan told me, his hand a tight fist as it fell heavy at his side. "I don't want your apology." "Damn it, Sasha. Would it kill you to just have a normal conversation with me? To just listen? I thought something had changed on the mission. I thought when he fisted his hands. I thought things were better between us. When I was cold and needed warmth, you thought that meant something. I bit out, almost choking on my viciousness. Something screamed in me, begging me to stop. Tristan's eyes went wide. I thought. You thought wrong, Hayes. If you had just left me in expansion, you would still be Levi's partner, and this wouldn't have happened. Is that what you think? Tristan demanded, his eyes wide in disbelief as they searched my face once more. If I left you in expansion and Levi got injured in the abyss, he would have died. You saved him, Sasha. Why are you punishing yourself for that? I made the call to come to you. I made the call, Hayes, I exclaimed. My regret tore through my flesh as flashes of Levi's injury pelted me. Tristan shifted closer to me. You were worried about your unit. That isn't a bad thing. It was, though. Why couldn't he see that? You made the call. You also stopped the bleeding. You pulled a grown man back to Outpost 3. You commanded your group as their medic. I shook my head. You found the internal bleed. You collected and administered blood while we ran. You kept Levi alive. Levi is alive in the ward because of you. I shook away the things that tried to break free. Would you have gone below alone if Levi had been your partner? Tristan pulled back. Why does that matter? Would you? I asked again. I am Ingrid's partner. That question isn't relevant. It does matter, I spat. Have you ever considered the ramifications of this injury? Of Levi's health score? I kept him alive, fine. But what is the cost of that? He might never spar again. He might be alive because of me, but he's in the fucking ward because of me too. You need someone to blame. Tristan closed the distance between us, his gaze boring into mine, anger of his own there. I already had someone to blame, and there was nothing Tristan could say to change that. I was drowning in it. He moved closer, only inches between us. My breath caught as he tilted his head down toward me, his dark brown curls falling forward. I've told you once. I'll tell you again. Hate me. Blame me, he demanded. I needed a medic. I requested you for months. I took you from expansion. I went a Kumar behind my force commander's back to try to sway the other sector leaders. I orchestrated this. I chose my unit over you, over what you wanted. Levi's injury is on me. His health score is on me. I went down alone. I am the reason you made the call. So hate me, Sasha. My lungs collapsed, my heart battering my ribs. Please, Tristan said quietly. Just hate me instead. I wanted to, needed to, but as his green eyes collided with mine, I found I couldn't. I knew I should. I knew what happened to those who stayed close to me. I had lost them all. I should push him away, but just like in the outpost, I didn't. Unit Commander Hayes, are we interrupting something? Tristan and I flew apart. Burden stood by the door, her brows impossibly high. No, Lissa, Tristan said, spine stiffening. The door snapped closed. Jackson stood behind her, something blue clutched in his left hand. Are you sure? Burden asked. That seemed rather intimate. Her cunning sapphire gaze flickered between us. Tristan remained quiet, his jaw tight. Well, if you're sure, I was showing Jackson the exploratory room for his new assignment. Something ominous and sticky slid into the pit of my stomach as Jackson smirked gleefully. What new assignment? Tristan asked. I had planned to tell you alone, but you ignored my summons last night, Burden stated. I was in the ward checking on Levi. Anything you need to tell me can be said in front of my medic, Tristan said coldly. We both know that isn't even remotely true, but seeing how it affects her, she might as well stay. Tristan's gaze found Jackson before flying back to Burden. What have you done? Executed my power. You found an entrance. You will need to go above and soon. Sooner than poor Williams can heal and be cleared. If he's cleared at all, tragic injury. Thank goodness for your medic. Burden strutted to a table where white dots skittered about. You need a cadet with experience and skill. The protocol is a full team for missions. I know how much you love rules and protocols, Hades. The way she said his call sign caused a chill to sweep over me. It was practically sensual. I told you Henderson was happy to lend Peterson or Monroe, Tristan told her. Abbott also personally volunteered to fill in for Williams until he returns. All are suitable options. Your proposal of using a cadet from 5 or 12 in Williams's place was rejected. With the increased threat of injury, I need all of my exploratory units whole in case your unit fails. Units 5 and 12 are on restock duty until then. Your requests are declined. Burden flicked her dark braid over her shoulder. Lissa, Tristan bit out. A warning, curse, and damning all in one. It's Force Commander Burden. You made it clear the other day that that is my only role. You made a lot of other claims. I listened. I am exercising my authority as Force Commander to appoint a new unit member for you, effective immediately. I cannot see how you can have any complaints. The cadet is skilled, properly trained, scored well during auction, and has a rather long history with your medic. I know you insist on preserving histories and respecting human connections. Jackson chuckled. Burden placed a hand on Jackson's shoulder. Let me introduce your new unit member and her partner. Hey, partner, Jackson gloated. Miss me. 21. What the actual fuck? The entire unit sat crammed on the sofas as Tristan filled them in on the new member of Unit 7. Burden and Jackson had remained in the exploratory room. Tristan and I didn't exchange a word as we walked. The anger that spilled from Tristan was palpable. I thought we were reviving the Rent-A-Cadet, Damien exclaimed. Didn't Henderson say we could use a unit member? Patrick demanded from the middle of the farthest sofa. They're people, Patty. You don't use people, Isla shot at him from the opposite sofa. In this case, you do. We have a full unit. Levi is coming back. We aren't getting a new member, Damien said. Patrick ran his cross back and forth along his gold chain. I need to look through the laws. There has to be a way around this. Jack's hole really? Damien asked from the arm of the sofa next to Isla. Really, Tristan said. He stood, his arms crossed to the right of where I had fallen into the chair. My leg bounced constantly. Rumi huffed a breath next to Patrick. I don't understand why any of you are shocked by this. Jackson has been waiting for an opportunity to get into the exploratory units. He's performed well every auction. It was bad enough having one new member here, but having her fuck buddy. It's bullshit, Ingrid spat next to Patrick. I had, for a moment, thought things with Ingrid were different after the mission. I was wrong. I didn't try to defend myself. Surprisingly, I didn't have to. That's not fair, Damien said. Sasha ended it a while ago. Rumi leaned forward past Patrick, zeroing in on Ingrid. What would you have done if you had been with Levi when he got hurt? Rumi asked, barely above a whisper. My leg went still. That isn't the point, Ingrid began angrily. It is the entire point, Rumi countered. What would you have done? What would any of us have done? Room fell silent. That's what I thought. Levi would have died out there. Levi sits in the ward with full use of his arm. The air whooshed out of my lungs. Levi had full use of his arm. Because of Sasha, you still act like she did something wrong. It was more than I had ever heard Rumi speak as she gave voice to everything she saw bluntly. Rumi, Ingrid began. Rumi cut her off. You once begged to get to her. You demanded we get to Sasha to help Lily. You're angry with her because Lily died. That was Sasha's fault. Lily should have told us before leaving on that mission that she didn't feel right. You're mad at the wrong person, Ingrid. If I learned anything above, it's that if Sasha could have saved Lily, she would have. We are lucky to have her. Patrick shifted uncomfortably, sandwiched between them. We're all here because of her, Rumi continued. She tried with Lily. She tried with Hayes before she even knew him. She tried for Levi. The least you can do is try for her. That applies to everyone in this room. Patrick opened his mouth, but Rumi rounded on him. You have no right to judge anyone on how they keep going. Any of you. Rumi made her way to her usual spot on the mat. Still no one spoke as she sat, crossing her legs. I don't think I have to tell you that if Levi heard any of this, you would all be fucked. The ghost of a chuckle escaped Tristan. I glanced up to see a small smile there. Fine, Rums, we admit the beast is useful, Damien claimed, grinning widely. I whipped my head toward him. Beast. Yeah, you are a beast. I've decided it's your call sign. The beast in me purred its approval. I didn't know how to feel about its recognition. Was the thing that lived beneath my skin obvious to everyone around me? Damien winked. Masochist just didn't have the same ring to it, you know. Tested out venomous bitch as well, VB for short. Cause you spit venom when you're angry. Felt wrong too long. Isla had a shorter word for it. Isla whipped her head toward him, her face bright red. So you're beast. Any objections? I felt eyes on me, but no one said anything. Beast it is. And for the record, in case Levi does hear about this, I didn't say shit against Sasha. Damien turned to Rumi. But we can all agree that Jack's hole has no use. He's deadweight, and we are all better off without him, right? There was a grumbling of agreement. Tristan fell into Rumi's vacated seat. I gotta get dressed for patrol. Patrick dropped his necklace. You coming, Ingrid? Ingrid hadn't moved as she stared at her lap, her hands mindlessly tugging at the hem of her shirt. I knew that look too well. Ingrid, you're off witching hour, Tristan said. Rums, if you aren't locked in already, you're back. Ingrid, go to the kitchens and see Bretta. Ingrid crossed the room without a word, slamming the door on her way out. Rumi's dark brown eyes popped open as she smiled. She sprinted off to the girl's room. You're not going to get back with him, right? Damien asked as he stood stretching. No, I muttered. I refused to look in Tristan's direction. Good. All jokes aside, you're better than he is in every way. I've got your back if he tries anything, Beast. My throat felt tight. Thanks, buddy. His call sign was hesitant and quiet as I said it. Isla stared at me in disbelief. Damien beamed. That's our medic. Thankfully, Rumi and Patrick returned, saving me from responding. The partners grinned as they left for the witching hour patrol. Fucking weirdos. Damien shook his head as a bell dinged. We better go, sunshine. Where are you two off to? Tristan asked. I still couldn't look at him. I'm off to the bars on the hunt, Damien claimed, shaking out his black waves. Isla is going to visit Levi. Strange, Hayes muttered. Henderson canceled our meeting tonight, said he had more important matters to tend to. Damien laced up his boots, his cheeks flushed. I have no idea what could be so important. They left. The air in the room shifted as Tristan, and I looked everywhere but at each other. Everything we had said before Burden interrupted bounced around the empty room. I had so much anger in me, so much hatred. It was safer to hold, easier. I didn't know if I would ever not be consumed by it. My gaze finally found Tristan. He had asked me to hate him twice now, begged even. Why couldn't I? The list of things I hated was endless, the things he had done for me to hate him just as long. His throat bobbed as he swallowed, his brows heavy as if the last week had worn on him. I found myself wanting to cross the distance between us. I should leave before I did something we would both regret. As if reading my mind, Tristan said, I need to go track down Taylor for processing, schedule, and paperwork. He ran a hand down his face. There were smudges beneath his eyes. Was he sleeping poorly too? You don't have to be his partner if you don't want to. We can move things around. I can't ask that of Rumi and Patrick or Damien and Isla. You can ask it of me, Tristan offered. And be Ingrid's partner, I asked incredulously. Tristan blew out a dejected sigh. We can figure something out. You're really going to let Burden force him on us. I'm going to have a war on my hands getting Levi back after this injury. I can't waste my ammo on something trivial like Jackson. Always the soldier. No matter how annoying I find it, Lissa is still pissed about the Murray thing. What happened with Murray? I never thought to check in on the man who had attacked me. I had him thrown out of the force. He's in expansion now. My stomach swooped. You didn't have to do that. Yes, I did. That's not what Lissa's really pissed at. I took a page out of her book. She's mad at me for going behind her back to get you and for our mission proving your worth. She hates being proven wrong, especially publicly. I attended a sector meeting after we got back. Have you rested at all? I asked, stunned. Tristan had pulled Levi more than anyone, donated blood twice, and yet he had been working since we returned. Some. He dismissed my concern. Dr. Yuri confirmed after what you did for Levi, if you had been on more missions, Unit 12 might not have lost at least 2 members since we started searching in the abyss. He's on board with training medics. Dr. Kumar is gathering recruits. That's good for you guys. I should have ended the conversation there and walked away from him, but I couldn't seem to move away. His gaze held mine. The searching look in those dark green eyes scared me. There was nothing of worth for him to find. I'm sorry, Sasha, Tristan said quietly. My brows pulled in as my heart began to pound. I'm sorry I pulled you from expansion. I'm sorry I took away what you wanted. Selfishly, I am happy I did, if just for above. For Levi, thank you for saving my best friend. As much as you hate me for everything, I am, he cleared his throat, his voice thicker. I am so fucking thankful you were with him. Emotion clogged my throat. I stood speechless, with no ammunition to fire, my feet unwilling to move away. Once we have enough medics trained for the exploratory units, he shifted uncomfortably. Even if we haven't completed the mission, I will see to it that you are permitted back in expansion. But I know about the mission. I can't leave, right? I said, despite Tristan granting me what I had wanted this whole time. Did I want out of the unit now? I will do everything in my power to get you out. I'll personally petition before command. I rescind my previous offer. I will let you go as soon as I can. My chest tightened. Thank you. Right, have a good night, he said, turning to leave. Hayes, I called. Tristan stopped. I don't hate you. His jaw flexed, his hands tight fists, all of him focused on me. My skin erupted in goosebumps at the attention. I want to, but I don't. Blazing emerald eyes met mine. I can't. He opened his mouth, but I found myself cutting him off. Above, my throat tightened. Tristan held my gaze like a lifeline. At night, You were looking for warmth, Hayes assured me, but he hesitated, his hand on the door handle. I swallowed the word I had almost said, another confession I had almost set free. Right, I lied. I'll see you tomorrow. I didn't stop him as he disappeared into the tunnel beyond. I stared after him, thoughts swirling at what I'd given away, but also what I knew needed to be done. I fell into bed sometime later, my mind too full. I prayed the nightmare stayed away. I was tired. I was tired of being haunted. The dead couldn't help me anymore. The living were waiting. I needed to visit Levi. I slept. For the first time since Levi's injury, I felt the fog that had settled heavily over me lift. The nightmare stayed away. At formation, Rumi stood in Levi's usual spot as second in command. I found the appointment entirely earned. The others shifted, filling in Rumi's normal spot, leaving Jackson, the lowest, to my left. He had approached Unit 7 with his old unit in tow. They had scurried off after one look from Tristan. Burden debriefed the force and discussed upcoming missions, reporting the increase in civil unrest and a possible impending storm. She gave out assignments. A smirk twisted her pretty features as she watched Jackson lean into me. It'll be hard to run away from me now, Death's angel, Jackson drawled. He spoke quietly enough so that only I could hear. My spine was so straight it ached, my shoulders thrust back as my hands shook. I love it when I make you shake, partner, Jackson noted. I bit down hard. I knew what he was doing. I wouldn't give in and cause more issues for Tristan. Burden mentioned something about the ward, but I never heard the extent of it. I'll do my best to fill in for your partner, Death's angel, Jackson said, his voice sickly smug. I won't miss a single place he filled for you. That's why you ran off, right? Thought you found better in Williams. I counted my exhales. I guess I should thank Williams for getting injured, giving me an opportunity to run up and save you guys, Jackson continued. Something snapped in me. Dismissed, Burden called out. The gym broke out in movement. I whirled on the pompous ass I had once wasted my time with. 5 fucking moons. I raised my fist, but Damien was there. His arms wrapped around my waist as he pulled me away. "He isn't worth it, Sasha," Damien told me. The rest of the unit converged on the scuffle. "You didn't save shit," I spat at Jackson. "I pulled the tarp of deadweight. I came above and helped you," Jackson retorted. Damien's grip on my arms loosened. "You came above to play the fucking hero," I snapped, something murderous raging in my veins. Jackson smiled. "Just trying to be what you're into these days." I lunged forward. Isla grabbed onto me, tugging me away. Patrick seized the back of Damien's shirt. "Range," Tristan said, thundering toward Jackson until his body blocked mine. "Move, Taylor." Isla and Patrick released us. The unit moved away as I hung back with Damien. "You good?" Damien asked, lingering close enough to grab me. "Did you hear him?" I seethed. "Hard to ignore, but he's Jack's hole," Damien said. I forced my blood to cool. "Why did Patrick grab you?" "I told you last night I've got your back. If I can't stop you, I'm joining you." "Come on," Damien said, following after the rest of the unit. Surprise ran through my veins. He slowed when we passed Unit 12. A man with pale blonde hair and ice-blue eyes dragged his gaze over Damien. I assumed the iceberg of a man had to be Henderson. "Cruz," Henderson said, mid-conversation. "Henderson." Damien fell back in line with me again as we passed the mats like nothing had happened. "You shouldn't have stopped me," I bit out. "And let Burden get sick pleasure from punishing Hayes. Honestly, I should have stopped you moons ago." "You wouldn't have been able to," I admitted. It wasn't pride that laced my tone. It was stickier, harder to swallow. "Probably not. Still, I should have tried. Friends don't let friends sleep with assholes," Damien said. I fell silent at his statement. "Look, Rums was right. I thanked you for my ankle, but I didn't thank you for Levi." I glanced his way to find his gaze waiting for me. "So, thank you. We are lucky to have you." Unease dripped into my stomach, twisting it into intricate knots. "Don't be weird about it," Damien groaned as we walked past the large dividers separating the rest of the gym from the range. "You're one of us." I didn't know how to respond to that. "Fuck, you're going to make it weird, aren't you?" Damien grumbled. I huffed a breath as we took up the last 2 open lanes of the firing line. Tristan placed Jackson and me at opposite ends of the range, giving him no ability to provoke me without the entire unit hearing. The light went green and safeties went off, but I didn't shoot right away. Damien's declaration of friendship and being one of them sat heavy in my chest. My eyes skated over Unit 7 as they shot, assessing their techniques as my father's instructions echoed in the recesses of my mind. I didn't run from it. Rumi got her call sign for her ability to see everything and for being a good shot. I understood immediately. She hit every target, though not as accurately as I did. She was overcompensating for the recoil, making her shots slightly lower than dead center. Still, out of the group, Tristan was the only one who shot as confidently as she did. Both remained relaxed. Patrick seemed to be trying the hardest, his body rigid, his pistol held in a death grip that somehow tightened with each pull of the trigger as he held his breath. For the first time, I wondered why it was hard for him to pull the trigger. Isla seemed utterly uncomfortable. Her aim was fine at best. Ingrid seemed distracted as she hit the targets. Damien wasn't tense as he shot, but favored his left foot, killing his balance. He seemed to be in his head the entire time. No one was a lousy shot, but everyone could use improvement. It was obvious that shooting had taken a back seat to the exploratory aspect of their job. There could be war again, unrest. It needed to be a priority. "Any day now, Sasha," Tristan prompted into the ear protection. My eyes found Tristan for a heartbeat. The way he searched my face like he was looking for any hurt left by Jackson made my skin feel too warm. "Scared, death's angel," Jackson taunted, uncertainty leaking from his words. I pulled my gaze from Tristan, focusing solely on Jackson. Every one of his insults and taunts filled me, finding joy in Levi's injury, trying to taint my respect and friendship with my real partner, and questioning Unit 7's commander. I turned to the targets, clicked off the safety. Each shot siphoned my anger until there was only one target left. I untethered my hatred and shame for myself for ever seeking Jackson out. I buried a bullet in that part of me, squarely in the middle of the target. A perfect shot. I didn't mourn the loss. "How, Cadle, why can you shoot like that?" Patrick asked, all on his face as I cleared my pistol before holstering it. My left thumb brushed the handle of my knife, my father's knife. The EC engraved there barely felt through my shirt. At the targets, I saw my father running his hands over them, smiling widely at me, giving a thumbs up. I couldn't tell them. I might never be able to talk about him. I did the next best thing. "I can give lessons to whoever wants them," I offered, dropping my hand as the image of him disappeared, but not before I swore my father's ghost eyes crinkled. A rumble of interest to my offer met me. My eyes snagged on Tristan. A hint of a smile sat there. During the remaining time in the range, I went from person to person, gifting my father's knowledge, distributing little pieces of him. By the end of the session, Rumi's shots were higher as she relaxed more into the recoil. Isla still seemed uncomfortable, but she consistently hit her shots. Ingrid had just grunted at me. Maybe Rumi's words had wounded her too much. Patrick was the most enthusiastic, asking endless questions. By the time I moved on, his shoulders were still tense, but he was at least breathing and not putting the pistol in a choke hold each time he pulled the trigger. Damien listened to everything I could correct in front of the unit, nodding and joking by the end. I told Jackson I had to observe him more, causing him to sweat, his aim increasingly inaccurate. "Try not to panic," I grunted at him. I began walking back to my stall when Tristan cleared his throat. "What about me? Any critiques?" Tristan asked. I didn't look his way. "Your aim seems pretty good, Hayes," I said as I walked on. "Complacency breeds mediocrity," Tristan quipped. I stopped, turning back. "I don't aspire to be mediocre in anything. I would like your advice." I swallowed, coming to a stop in front of him. "Show me. Hit below the target on the left," I instructed. "How far down?" Tristan asked, lining up his shot. 3 inches, I told him, observing his hands and body. His stance and grip were solid. "Just 3, he asked, clicking off the safety. "Yeah, 3, I confirmed. Tristan held his breath and fired. From here it looked almost perfect. Tristan lowered his pistol and waited. "Thoughts?" "When you pull the trigger on your right hand, your ring finger and pinky, the grip is too tight. It's pulling your shot slightly to the left." "His pinky, seriously," Jackson drawled. I ignored him. Try doing the same thing to the top target, but wait before you shoot. Tristan listened without hesitation. I reached out, then paused. May I? You don't have to ask, Tristan told me, holding his aim. My calluses scraped across the back of his hand as I pushed the fingers up. Keep them there, I told him, heat coiling up my spine. I gave him space. Clear. Tristan pulled, the shot landing dead center. He cleared his pistol and holstered it. A bell rang. I put distance between us as I removed my protective gear. You're a good shot, Hayes. The unit began to move, making its way across the gym. Thank you, Tristan told me as he replaced his eye and ear protection. My hand found my father's knife again, my thumb brushing against the EC. Tristan tracked the movement. He taught you well, your father, Tristan said quietly, a hint of a question lacing the words. My thumb stilled. He would be proud. I'll never know. I walked away, hurrying after the unit as they made their way toward the obstacle course. For the first time since our mission, Isla led the pack, practically skipping with a smile. It didn't last. Jackson pushed past her on a set of hanging bars, edging her out and sending her flying to the mat. What in the world did you see in him, Sasha? Isla spat, sprawled on the mat. Rumi, Damien, and I instantly dropped to the ground to help her. Across the way, Hayes held back Patrick, who looked ready to commit murder. Jackson smirked. A part of me wished Tristan would just let Patrick go. He didn't. Isla didn't smile again. Lunch was a quiet affair after the obstacle course. I pushed the food around, the sticky feeling lingering, clinging to me as guilt swarmed me. I couldn't help but feel responsible for Jackson's presence. Tristan took the open seat on my left, Levi's usual seat. He sat down, placing 2 cups of coffee before Patrick and Rumi. Both seemed tired. The witching hour shift into a full day was catching up with them. Thankfully, Jackson sat across the mess hall with Unit 10. His arms wheeled wildly through the air as he reenacted something that looked an awful lot like Isla falling, met with a chorus of chuckles. I hate him, Isla gritted out across from me. Join the club, Damien muttered. He's a pompous prick. Patrick joined in between Rumi and Isla, grabbing the coffee. Thanks, Hayes. I'm sorry you two had witching hour into a full day. After the house, you can go. I'll handle the breakdown and paperwork, Tristan said. The fucking house. Why, Jaxhole has done it, Damien bemoaned on my right. It's okay. We can stay, Rumi assured him as she sniffed the cup. It was worth it to see Rums's face at being named second, Patrick told Tristan, a rare smile playing at his mouth. Rumi shifted in her seat. Isla stabbed a piece of rehydrated meat with her fork. I can think of no one better, Tristan told her, taking a bite. Cheers, Damien claimed, knocking his water into Rumi's coffee. But seriously, the house. Seriously, the house, Tristan repeated. There will be birds and the sky will be closed. What do you have planned, Commander? Damien asked. His brow quirked in interest as he leaned across me. Are you scheming? Tristan just shrugged, taking a bite of food, his right arm brushing against mine, the same arm I had trapped between us as I curled my body around his. Where'd Ingrid go? Isla asked, looking around the mess hall. Kitchens, Tristan told her. Again? Isla asked, taking another bite. She cleared it with me. She's struggling. She's been struggling, Damien muttered. Patrick nodded, talking around a mouthful. At some point, she's going to have to move on. It's hard to move on from death, I told my plate. Everyone fell quiet. Rumi whispered, we all grieve differently. Lily was her partner. After the house, can I leave Hayes? Isla asked, toying with her remaining food. Sure. Patrick pushed his empty plate away. Why do you need to leave after? Isla gathered her things. I'm going to the ward to check on Levi. Didn't you go last night? Patrick asked. Rumi's wide eyes volleyed between Isla and him. Damien sighed. I did, Isla said as she stood, taking her tray. Damien stared at the ceiling as Tristan focused on his food, but Patrick watched her the entire time. Damien finally broke the silence. You going to drink that? Rumi shook her head, pushing the cup toward him. 30 minutes later, we stood inside the houses holding room in our low-radiation gear. This was our last task before dinner and the end of the day, which everyone clearly needed. The unit shoved on their helmets, the mood among us bleak the moment Jackson rejoined us. Had I been this bad for them to work with? Tristan's voice filled the helmet. All right, Taylor, you've done this before. You know the rules, correct? Correct, Hades, Jackson told him, leaning against the wall. It's Commander Hayes, Tristan corrected him. I had never once heard him correct anyone for not using his title. The unyielding tone caused goosebumps to erupt. Commander Burden called you Hades, Jackson shot back. You don't get the privilege to use a call sign or have one until you've been above with your unit, Taylor, Tristan said, stepping toward him. An imposing force. My core tightened. Lissa gave you a place in my unit. You didn't earn it. Do not disrespect a member of my unit by using something you have no right to. It's last names for you, Taylor. Oh fuck, Damien exclaimed, smiling. What? Isla asked. Call signs, Damien said giddily. We get to pick his call sign. Splat, Patrick said grinning, extending his fist. Damien bumped his fist into it, splat. Jackson bristled as he didn't back down. What of your disrespect, Commander Hayes? The smiles disappeared from Patrick's and Damien's faces. What disrespect would that be, Taylor? Tristan asked, his voice lethal. Force Commander Burden, Taylor drawled, his helmeted head tilting. Tristan didn't back down as he practically growled. Force Commander is an earned title. When she earns it, I'll use it. Sato McMurphy, you're leading. Sato is scout. Cruz Ford second. Cadle Taylor third. Sorensen and I will take the rear. As the unit fell into order, Taylor pressed on. Oh, I wasn't talking about you using her title, Commander Hayes, Taylor continued, coming to stand next to me, too close, Tristan's helmet locking on the proximity. Partner check, Rumi called out, interrupting whatever had started between them. Partners paired off and everyone moved, the energy tangible. Jackson hit the button on my chest, partner communication taking over. Did I have it wrong? Jackson taunted, grabbing my straps. He pulled tightly. Williams was only a second. Why settle for that when you could get in with a unit commander? I underestimated your ambition. His hand found my hip. No wonder the boot-kissing asshole hates me, knowing I've had you over and over again, crawling across Haven for me. I pushed his arm off, quickly grabbing his straps and pulling on them. Grow up, Jackson. Jackson chuckled like he was enjoying it. Want to know a secret? I was promised a place with the heathens if I can bring down the fucking dream team. He moved closer, my helmet tipping up. I'll be Kalio's second if I get Hayes detained and you kicked back to expansion. Hayes is known for caring a little too much for his unit. I figured I'd pick on you all, but he seems particularly concerned about you. Anger filled me. His unrelenting jabs had been calculated. His face shield went up, a smirk upon his handsome face. He tapped my helmet, my face shield retracted, my chest heaving. Fuck you. His hand landed on my chest, his eyes dancing. Gladly. I knew you'd grow tired of the boot-kissing bastard. He's not your type, it's not what gets you off. Jackson chuckled, pushing my chest harder, causing me to sway slightly. You're not good enough for him, for any of them. You never will be, and you know it. You're too fucked up. It's why you always end up in my bed. Silence rang in my ears as I glanced down at his hand, resting above the unit communication. The things I thought I had buried with that bullet swarmed me. 6 helmets stared in my direction. Jackson winked at me before his shield came down. Mission 11,202,611. Extract 3 hostages. Hostages will be in white. All others are considered enemies. Enemies are to be killed on sight, Patrick said into the helmet. My face heated as my frantic pulse whooshed, drowning everything out. A hiss filled the air as the door to the house pulled back. I shoved down my shield, took my spot behind Damien. Not even 3 minutes later the lights were on. We had failed the mission spectacularly. It was Hayes in Jackson's face, but Patrick, Damien wedged in between them. Even as hatred coursed through me, I couldn't deny Jackson's abilities in the house. He blended in with the rest of them, his moves fluid and confident. You put us all at fucking risk, Patrick yelled. Sato is the scout. Patrick, Damien called, pushing him back. Maybe your scout should do her job, Jackson sneered. She has the best record in the house, Isla told him. More kills than anyone else, Ingrid chimed in. Can't even control his unit with minor changes. Kalio leaned over the observation bar. The sky was clear. It's chaos. Burden stood next to him, her sapphire eyes cold and calculating. Think you can do better, Kalio? Hayes called up, his helmet discarded. Kalio snorted. Yes, but I'd rather watch you all squabble. Jackson laughed. 1 second Jackson stood in front of Damien. The next he was slammed against the wall, Ingrid inches from his face. She was the same height as him. This isn't a game. People's lives depend on us. Enough, Hayes, my office now, Burden demanded. You too, Kalio. I watched them leave, a storm cloud gathering over Tristan's broad shoulders. I knew what I had to do. I would get Levi back for them, no matter the cost. 22. The graveyard shift had just started when I slipped into the ward, weaving through the cavernous space. Partitions, hanging fabric and panels created hallways and tiny rooms with beds, cots, and chairs. It reminded me of an ant colony. The doctors and workers scurried between each little nook. It was quiet now, almost still. Occasional coughs or groans filled the room, echoing off the soaring ceiling. Levi would be in the recovery section. Isla might still be with him as visitation hours ended. With the shift change, The staff would update the incoming crew about the current patients while sweeping the rooms and escorting visitors out. Everyone's focus would be elsewhere. I ducked my head and turned left. Moving silently, I traced my old route that led to records. I pressed myself into the curtains as someone grabbed a handful of charts and documents, and another dumped a pile on the oversized table, the ward's filing system. The first time I saw the table, I saw it only as disorganized. A few moons later, I realized it could easily be used to the patient's advantage. By the end of my first year, I was constantly abusing the system, changing records to protect health scores. I'd slip into the room beyond the table. Within minutes, I'd have what I wanted and slip out again. A familiar sensation pulled at my ribs for all the other forms I had lied on. This time it was different. I needed two. I stared at the chart in my hand. A perfect score. There wasn't a single mark against my health. No ward staff were around as I approached the table of current patients. An announcement filled the air. Visitation hours have ended. All non-ward personnel are required to leave at this time. All movement in the ward concentrated on the exit, giving me time. I sorted through the pile on the table until I came across the chart I needed. My hands didn't shake as I peeled my identification number from the top of the document. I held it on my finger as I removed the same part from Levi's chart, ignoring the life sentence the marks solidified. I attached my name to it. Footsteps sounded throughout the ward. My time was up. I tossed one of the charts into the current patient pile before replacing the other chart in the archives. The first part was complete. I spun as the steps stopped, coming face to face with Kumar. "So it is finally time, Death's Angel," Kumar said as he greeted me. Of course he knew I was here. For as long as I had been in the ward, very little happened within that Kumar did not know about. He would make a wonderful sector leader when Dr. Yuri stepped down. A chart doesn't tell you anything about how a patient is actually doing. You have to see them. I know. Yet here you are. Maybe I'm not ready to see him. Yes, you are, or you wouldn't have come. He turned and headed toward the section Levi would be in. Would you like an update from me, or has the chart told you enough? I'd like an update, I followed him. Mr. Williams should make a full recovery barring any infection. It was a nasty laceration, but the axillary nerve wasn't damaged. He maintains full function of his hand. He will need PT for mobilization, and scar tissue could be an issue for the joint. You were correct about the liver lac. Your administration of antibiotics and fluids was excellent. You packed the wound wonderfully, and I applaud you on avoiding hypothermia with the temperatures above. The walking blood bank you performed. Kumar turned to me. Well, I am sure you have heard from your unit. I haven't. Kumar lowered his glasses, chuckling. It sounded pained. Of course you haven't, you should ask them about it. He continued walking. Alas, we both know you won't. They have been in and out, recounting the story to Mr. Williams. I believe words like the best, strong, amazing, dedicated were all used. However, the one with the hurt ankle, Mr. Cruz, his description of fucking badass was a personal favorite. There was more, but we would have to confer with the nurses to be sure. They always have the best gossip. Several people in white aprons and white coats hurried past us. My chest hurt as words became difficult. I had heard similar words used before to describe a different Unit 7 member. I couldn't accept that they now used any of them for me, not when I did not deserve them. They shouldn't. I am the reason Levi was injured. I made a call, and it ended with him here. Kumar stopped again, removing his glasses. Reluctantly, I stopped with him. He stared at me, his gaze heavy. You made a decision that resulted in injury, a fatal injury. Mr. Williams is here because of the countless decisions you made in the aftermath, Sasha. I shook my head as my throat threatened to close. Kumar did not understand. He cleaned his lens on his coat before replacing them. Life is but a series of decisions in a game that ultimately ends in loss. The only certainty we all have is that we will lose. We have a finite time to play before we all end in the same place. It is why I chose this profession eons ago, that the decisions I had I would choose to help my fellow man. His sure hand, speckled with age spots, stretched out hesitantly, giving me time to reject it. I didn't. His hand landed on mine. You made a decision, you received a result. A window of time as imminent loss hurtled toward you. You stood in that window and made difficult choices. You had the knowledge, the equipment, and you fought, Sasha. It is why I wanted to train you to be a doctor. You are not like other people. You did not panic. You didn't give up. You fought valiantly. I didn't know he would make it. Several times I didn't know, I confessed thickly. I hadn't said the words out loud. I hadn't been able to accept how close I knew we had come to losing Levi. But I needed Kumar to know, to understand why I hadn't come, why I hadn't breathed properly since. Yet he did. He is alive because of you. Kumar squeezed my hand once before he carried on. I wiped wildly at my eyes. I wondered if he let go to give me a moment. I followed him, my ribs squeezing my heart too tightly to add anything of value to the conversation. You now know that the name you abhor so much was my doing. I fear with the heroics of your excellent medical care, death's angel is even more infamous. Rightfully so, even though I know you will loathe the acknowledgement. Nonetheless, not a day has passed that you have not been a topic of revered gossip. The woman who, covered in gore, gave countless pints of blood without tiring as she ran, pulling her partner all the way back to Haven. Already 3 doctors and 6 nurses have volunteered to train as medics. I grimaced. It didn't happen like that at all. Why would someone want to volunteer to do that? I had not done it alone. I would have failed alone. What I had done, it hadn't been heroic. Not in the moment and certainly not since. The doctors and nurses, the people telling the story, they didn't understand. It wasn't something to be talked about with adoration. It had been hell, horrifying and soul-altering. I was not stronger or better because of it. I had simply done all I could and would carry the damage, another fissure in my soul, until death finally found me. It depends on which perspective you'd like to take, the one that paints others in a good light or a bad one. I want to hear both. Kumar smiled at me. Always a realist. Another reason you'd make an excellent doctor. Which first? The bad. Naturally. I believe people hear such stories that portray a person as a hero based on an outcome, and they latch onto it. They want to obtain it because they see the success and not the process, the sacrifices and pain it took to achieve it. They glorify only the ending and convince themselves if they achieve it too, they will be worthy of whatever it is they are desperate to acquire. They will be a hero. It wasn't, I'm not a hero. The people portrayed as the hero usually see themselves as the villain because they alone know what it took to get there. They still carry the sacrifices and pain. A villain, however, makes themselves appear as a hero. And the good, I asked, as more people in white moved about. A few whipped their heads toward me before breaking out in whispers. They find inspiration in the whole story and do not seek the outcome but the power, the decisions gifted to them, the ability to arm themselves and fight. They do not seek the recognition, but a place for the things they have seen or carry, to save others from the same pain they know. Dr. Kumar, Doctor May asked me to give these to you, a young woman in an apron interrupted. She couldn't have been more than 20. I was thankful for the interruption, Kumar's words too much. Thank you, Dr. Kumar said, taking the charts. Edra, let me introduce you to Death's angel. Crystalline blue eyes met mine as I shook her hand. Her raven hair was pulled back in a low braid. It's nice to meet you, Sasha. She released my hand and left without another word. Kumar hummed as he leafed through the charts. Only 19. She transferred from the kitchen's last petition. They practically raised her, but they raise all orphans. The other sectors aren't suitable for children. She was only 13 when she came to Haven, too young. I haven't heard her story yet. She keeps to herself like someone else I know. She was the first to write down her name for medic training. Shall we? Kumar tucked the papers under his arm as he gestured toward more curtains. I nodded, following him. I feel you should understand my entire inspiration, Kumar said quietly as he turned right down a curtained hall. Entire inspiration for what? I asked, my thoughts on the girl. She would have been 11 when the war started. Your name, I would like you to understand, fully before you take on your new name, Beast. My brows raised. Your unit talks, shares with one another. Are you familiar with the old tales of the angel of death? I shook my head. Religions vary on the exact role. However, they share the belief that the angel in question is tasked with separating the soul from the body upon death. You named me after that, I demanded. What a horrible role to have to be associated with. Kumar carried on. Yes, you seem to see souls and not the bodies and the ailments they carried. You sat in the midst of illnesses and waited for death, unafraid of the risk to yourself. But I sat with them hoping I'd go too in the beginning, I admitted without meaning to. I couldn't handle any more of his words painting me as something I was not. Kumar's heavy sigh rattled my soul. I was there the day you rushed in here, skin and bones, screaming for help. You were a sight. I thought your sister's death would take you too. You were all alone. I saw that haunted, dead look in your eyes. I knew it. I once wished for the same, so I gave you an apron and prayed you'd come back. I looked at the man next to me in disbelief. The war broke many of us. I am happy you didn't let it break you. But it had. I no longer knew who I was outside of the vicious thing I harbored beneath my skin. No part of my soul remained unmarred. I was broken. You have also gifted many souls with more time by taking advantage of my system, risking yourself once again but for life, forgetting to mark ailments, cutting time, stealing resources. You have stood between life and death since you came running in here screaming for help. I do not think you are merely whispered about because you will not die, as you put it, but because you have protected the humans left with more life. You knew. The floor dropped out from under me at the acknowledgement of what I had done here. I had thought no one knew about all the forms I had lied on, granting people better health scores, ensuring they might qualify for more treatment. I had only seen the harshness of the health score. I hadn't seen it the way Kumar did. Didn't know people knew. Sasha, this is my home. Of course I knew. Why didn't you stop me? Kumar halted. We were in the section for recovering patients. There is no life without death, and no death without life, Sasha. You see ways to help others, and you step into them selflessly. I shall never stop someone from trying to save others. I did not think it would be such a young woman who would realize the opportunity I had created. Funny how the bravest among us are sometimes the most unassuming. Kumar glanced back down the way we had come. But alas, I have said too much, and I have made you uncomfortable. Did you know that your partner is quite popular? I have never had a patient with so many guests, female guests. His brows raised as he gracefully changed the topic. I hid my surprise, but I could see why Levi's silent, brooding demeanor mixed with his looks drew people in. His romantic history had never been a topic we discussed. I will be quick, I said. I know visitation hours are over. You are never a visitor here, Death's angel. Go sit with life, Kumar said before bidding me good night. Alone, I slowly made my way down the hall, but I came to an abrupt stop as voices met me. Thanks again for the book, Levi muttered quietly. The sound of movement beyond the curtain filled the air when Levi spoke again. Isla. I pushed myself against the wall of curtains at the name. I had never heard Levi sound like that, desperation thick and all-encompassing. Don't. The movement stopped. Levi, Isla began. Don't, Levi repeated. I don't want your pity. It isn't pity. Then what is it? Levi demanded. No words came. I wanted to disappear. That's what I thought. I'm not a damn placeholder, Levi shot back. I'm not going to fill a role just because the one you really want won't. It isn't like that, Levi, Isla said, anguish in her voice. You were just with Patrick. I was only because, Isla stumbled over her words. Do not blame this on drinking, Levi said darkly. I was. The shifting of bodies filled the room with the rustle of hospital bedsheets. You should go. Visitation hours are over, Levi said firmly. Levi, maybe I was wrong, Isla said, her voice small. Maybe isn't good enough. I told you 3 years ago, Isla. I won't be your consolation prize. You're not. Your actions have shown otherwise. You need to go. Is this about Abbott? Isla started barely above a whisper. I heard you're seeing Stewart now. Several moons ago it was Garcia. I know there are others. It's impossible to keep track of who you're with. Then don't keep track. Is she the reason? You are the reason, Isla. You. Levi. Isla, Levi said, her name a plea. I asked you to choose me. I did that. After everything I've been through, I asked you to choose me. You didn't. There is nothing here for you. It's over between us. Go, please, and don't come back. It's over between us. The discomfort and loaded glances the unit had shared every time Isla and Patrick got too close slowly made sense. The coffee Damien had thrust into Levi's hands the morning after Isla had stayed with Patrick. The clues had been there. I had missed them. Quick footsteps filled the hall. I pressed farther into the curtains, hoping they'd swallow me whole as I watched Isla storm from the room. For one moment, I contemplated fleeing, but the anger that had permeated Levi's voice kept me here. His pain still lingered in the silent air. I realized my anger wasn't as hard to hold when he stayed. Levi had confessed in the abyss. I walked into his room. Blue eyes met mine, emotions whirling in their depths as time slowed down. A prayer pulsed around me and beat with my heart. Levi's alive. I let those two words run through me, trampling the memories of him ripped open and bleeding out. I allowed my heart to accept that he was okay. "This is becoming a habit of yours," Levi drawled dryly, his face yielding nothing as he dumped the book Isla had given him on the table beside his bed. He looked strong and healthy. He moved his right arm, which was in a sling, shifting the blankets. He could use his arm. My legs wobbled as relief blasted through me. He wasn't just alive, but okay. He tilted his head, watching me. Another challenge. My lips tugged up. "I didn't realize all of your important conversations happen in the dead of night," I countered. There was no point denying the damn elephant in the room. "Do you want to talk about Isla?" Levi shook his head. I could respect that even more. I understood it. "Do you want me to go or stay?" I asked hesitantly. "Stay." Levi settled into his pillows. I pulled a chair toward his bed and took a seat. Flashes of him dying flickered before my eyes. I reined in emotions that threatened to break through. He was alive. Levi nodded at me, unspoken understanding filling the air between us. We couldn't discuss it, not yet. "You look like hell," Levi finally said. "Thanks." Tears filled my eyes. "Are you sleeping?" "Some." "Miss the cuddling," Levi teased. I glared at him even as solace ran through me that something so trivial and normal still existed. "If it makes you feel better, I don't think you're alone in that. Your cuddle buddy seems lonely too, unless you're cozying up with your new partner." There was no judgment in the statement, just curiosity. "Isla tell you?" I asked, leaning back into the chair. Levi nodded, his jaw tight. "I'm not seeing Jackson again and I don't have a new partner. You're my partner." "I don't want another one." I meant it. I cared for Levi as a partner, as a friend. Levi sighed, running his uninjured arm down his face. "You're probably going to need one, Sasha." "My health score is fucked." "No, it won't be." "Been talking with Hayes." I nodded, my eyes finding his ID band. "We'll figure something out." Levi shook his head. "He'll try. Hell, he'll probably get on his knees at Lissa's feet if that's what she wants. She's so fucking vindictive that she'll probably ask for that and more. Even that might not be enough. I can't ask Hayes to do that for me." We both knew he wouldn't have to ask. Tristan would do so willingly. "There will be another way," I assured him. I realized at some point in my numbness that I couldn't stand the idea of the Force, the unit, existing without him. They needed him needed to stay whole. "You sound like Hayes," Levi said, shifting, his face pulling tight as he used his injured arm. "How do you feel?" "Fine, desperate to get out of here. Too accessible to all your female guests." This place is a gossip, Levi grumbled. I've had a few female visitors. Something about almost dying makes everyone need to assuage their guilt for all their shitty choices. I'm tired of listening to everyone's regrets. Break me out. You're a damn god in here. We could walk right out, and I doubt anyone would say a word. I rolled my eyes. I am not. Kumar would never let me take you this soon. You are. Fuck, I know, but every day I stay my health score drops. You aren't here to lie for me now. Levi, your arm was ripped open to the bone. You had internal bleeding. You received a blood transfusion. You have to stay a bit longer. Levi deflated. I know. But seriously, how's your arm? It's fine, I'll recover, thanks to you. Tears spilled at last, hot and quick. I was afraid. Levi held a hand out, open, waiting, his dark blue band visible. I always believed in you, Sasha. I had no intention of being the one to prove to the others, but I knew you could do it. My hand found his, and he squeezed it fiercely. I returned it, conveying all the things I still didn't have the right words for. Sorry, Sasha, Levi began, his eyes finding mine. All of my guilt died in my throat as his words filled the room. Everyone had come to assuage their guilt and shitty choices. I swallowed the words, saying the only thing that needed to be said. I'm happy you didn't die. I should have come sooner. It wasn't you. I just couldn't. I didn't know how to come back here. I know. Levi smiled at me, truly smiled. It made him look younger, like the child he never got to be. You're here now. Why are you smiling? I demanded, crying harder at the sight of it. You almost died. Your time in the Force is in question. Nothing. I'm happy you're my partner, Sasha, Levi said simply. I got my call sign. I heard beast, he snorted. It wouldn't have been my first choice. I settled into the chair, my body relaxing for the first time since our descent. What would you have chosen? Phoenix, Levi told me. You don't give up. You're keeping hope alive, Sasha. We sat in a comfortable silence, my blinks growing longer, until Levi cleared his throat. I want to talk about it. I sat up straighter, shaking off the drowsiness. Isla and I had a thing, he said. I met her trying to get into Haven when the doors were about to close. They had started rejecting people because we were at capacity. She was all alone and in bad shape. So I lied at the shack, said she had family inside, and got her in. I brought her here to the ward. She asked me to come back, so I did. A lot. We became really close. I encouraged her to go into the Force, trained her. I loved her. Levi faced the ceiling, his voice barely above a whisper. Then Hayes got injured above, and I was distracted, withdrawn. I just needed some time to sort it all out in my mind. She met Patrick when she was training for auction. Suddenly what we had wasn't enough. I wasn't enough. She chose Patrick. Patrick won't ever choose her, not fully. He turned, his face vulnerable and open. Why? There's no simple answer. But it's been years, and nothing has changed between them. Is it hard being in the same unit? I thought of all the times something between Patrick and Isla seemed to be brewing. Damien and Rumi provided a buffer as Levi withdrew. How did they all work together so well? In the beginning, yes. Sometimes it still is, when I watch her choose something that only hurts her. And Patrick, Levi shrugged. He didn't know about us when they started. He's apologized profusely since, not that he owed me one. Neither did she, we saw it differently. The whole world was ending. I didn't think we needed to title it. She did, but Patrick is good for the unit. Hayes chose them, even with all of that. Hayes believes in people, sees things others miss. He built a great team. I have learned to compartmentalize it. There was me and Isla prior to Unit 7. Now there is just Unit 7. That didn't stop me from sparring with Hayes until we were both bloody. He let me have the upper hand the entire time. Pissed me off more. I love who he is, but sometimes I also hate it. Hayes asked me to hate him, I confessed, matching his honesty. Again. He told you about the first time. The look he cast me screamed, of course. Did you put him out of his misery? I told him I couldn't. It'll kill him to know he's still the only one. My brows pinched. Everyone has demons. I didn't ask him to elaborate, I couldn't. Leave or stay. Levi tossed me a pillow, scooting over. I dragged the chair closer, placing the pillow by Levi's knee. I had slept like this too many times, surrounded by these curtains, to find the position uncomfortable. The ward around us was quiet as Levi said, "Thank you for trying. I'm glad I held on." I curved my body over the edge of his bed, his identification band inches from mine. I fell asleep in the ward. I didn't wait for death to take my seat. I was with life, and for the first time since I entered Haven, it was comforting. 23. The sounds of the ward waking up filled our curtained area. Conversations between doctors and patients, and the sound of people handling charts echoed around us. My spine shrieked its complaints from my sleeping position. Morning. Rumi greeted me as I rubbed the lingering sleep away. Morning. Once I might have found her knowledge of my whereabouts odd. I didn't anymore. I brought you both a coffee, Rumi said, dressed in her patrol uniform. Levi half sat awkwardly in the bed, my arms wrapped around the pillow and his legs. I released him sheepishly. He scooted up, grabbing my abandoned pillow and placing it behind his back. Cuddler. Levi smirked at me, taking the coffees from Rumi. Shut up. Happy to be back on the witching hour, Levi asked, handing me a steaming cup. Thrilled, I missed it. Why do you like it so much? I asked, taking a sip of the coffee. Its warmth bloomed throughout my stomach. It's quiet, freeing. Most are asleep and no one pays attention to you. How's being second? Levi asked, sipping his drink. Fine, it's just while you're away, Rumi answered. I expect that bullshit from the others, but not you. You know how this plays out. I want your honesty, Levi stated, void of all emotion. Rumi didn't cower from his intensity. Hayes has a way of making the impossible possible, and he isn't the only one trying, so I don't know how this plays out. Levi snorted, but I didn't miss the hope that flickered in his gaze before it disappeared. I thought of the forms from the previous night. Resolute faith in my decision coursed through me. I tightened my now too loose band. Levi didn't seem to notice his band's suddenly snugger fit. It would be worth it. We should hurry, Rumi said to me. Formation is next bell, and Levi is about to have company. Levi lowered the cup, his body tensing. There was a bit of a standoff as Abbott tried to get a coffee. A cadet didn't seem to believe the coffee was for Kaleo. "Does Kaleo not drink coffee?" I asked. "He does," they both said. Before I could ask how they knew that, Levi asked, "Any update before my unwelcome visitor? I assume that's why you're here." "The observatory is sealed from everyone but those who monitor the weather," Rumi said. "No one is getting in. All forms go directly to command, which all but confirms your theory." "What theory and what observatory?" I asked, looking between them. "The Meteorology Observatory. They're a small group who monitor the weather patterns above, test soil samples, and measure radiation for resurfacing," Levi explained. Rumi crossed her arms. "We think they're tampering with the weather reports, finding ways to regulate when we go into the abyss." "Why? What sector do they belong to?" "They belonged to the force for a long time, but last Petition Terrell, the expansion leader, fought to move them to his sector," Levi said. "He claimed their role falls under expanding for human life." "He said the same about the exploratory units at one point," Rumi countered. "He lost both times. Currently they're watched over by all sectors. The ward also tried to claim them, but that doesn't matter. We don't know why the weather reports are being tampered with. We're trying to find out, or Rumi is, since I'm stuck here now." Footsteps approached behind the curtain. "That's our cue," Rumi said, standing. "Tell Dr. Kumar his security is shit," Levi grumbled, sitting up straighter. "Anything else?" I shot back at him as I followed Rumi out. "Don't let Abbott in here," he practically pleaded. The movement faltered outside. Rumi pulled open the curtain to reveal Wilma Abbott standing awkwardly, coffee in hand. "Abbott," Rumi greeted, exiting into the hall. "Sato, Cadel," she greeted. "Hi," I said awkwardly. We hadn't talked since she helped me with my belt. She entered the room as Rumi released the curtain door. I ignored the looks thrown my way as we weaved through the halls. "What's the deal with Levi and Abbott?" I asked. "They hooked up off and on back when they were with their old unit. Ended things with her not too long after he met Isla. He hasn't stayed long with any of them since," Rumi stated plainly. "I'd think you'd understand." "What do you mean?" "Levi has no interest in romantic love. Never did until Isla. Doubt he will after her. He enjoys being alone and having his friends. It's safer." We turned toward the tunnels that led to the force sector. "How was the witching hour?" I asked Rumi, running away from the comment that hit a little too close to home. "Eventful. I need your help," Rumi said abruptly. I stumbled. "My help?" "You can access the charts in the ward and you don't talk to people." They weren't questions. My stomach dropped. I tugged my sleeve down. Did she know what I had done to the charts and bands already? "I mean, anyone can really. They aren't exactly organized or locked up." Rumi didn't look my way as she asked, "And the charts of the dead?" "It's just a big closet. There's no organization there either. Just endless piles. Why do you need the chart of someone who's dead?" I shook away the images of the long closet, a mausoleum stuffed with charts. The countless I'd laid to rest there. No one ever asked to see the files once they'd been placed within, except Burden had taken the files of all the souls I couldn't save. I need confirmation on 3 people from expansion who died 5 moons ago and their cause of death. You can access them without drawing attention. The hair on the back of my neck stood on end. Why? Are they important to you? I asked, thinking of the building she had stopped at above. Rumi hesitated. No, not among the dead. I read the death roll at the end of every witching hour shift. There was a name on there recently that was on the shack log this morning. It doesn't add up. Between that and the observatory, something isn't right in Haven. What do you think it is? I don't know. Rumi, for once, seemed uncertain. I do know that when people have unchecked power, things go wrong unless people stand up to it. If people are faking their deaths in Haven, I want to know why. It would be easy to fake your death. The paper charts were disorganized. Most who died didn't have family members to confirm the death. I stared at my new band that I had swapped with Levi S. in the middle of the night. It was dishonest, and I didn't regret it. Unit 7 would remain whole as long as no one looked too hard. The system was flawed. I can look. Good, keep this between us. I don't want others knowing. Even the unit. Yes. Why? Rumi sighed heavily. The same reason you didn't tell them about your chest plate, or tell anyone you tampered with the files when you belonged to the ward, to mitigate the fallout if others find out. So keep it between us. Okay, my own curiosity won. You said you weren't looking among the dead. Are you looking for someone who's alive? Silence fell over us as we entered the force sector. I don't know any more, Rumi whispered. What do you? Rumi cut me off. Our conversation is done. I hate small talk. I closed my mouth as we turned down our tunnel. Why? Rumi stopped outside our living quarters. Because it's not real. It's just noise to fill the space of the things people are too afraid to say. She handed me a folded piece of paper. Here the names. Make sure to wake the idiots. She left. I pushed open the door. I wondered if she ever grew tired of seeing what everyone else missed, if it weighed heavy on her. I threw on my uniform before waking the 2 sleeping forms on the couch. Patrick immediately sprinted to the bathroom. Damien sat up, hair standing on end. What time is it? He slurred. Formation is next bell, I told him. He cursed, coming to a stand only to sit back down as Patrick's retching rang out from the bathroom. What happened? I asked. Patty and I waited for Hayes, but he never showed. Patty proceeded to get drunk, couldn't let him do it alone, Damien confessed, kicking the empty bottle. God, my fucking head. I'm getting too old for this shit. I stared down into my half-finished coffee. I held it out for him. Here. Thanks, Sasha, Damien said, taking the cup. He took a deep sip as I laced up my boots. I miss Levi. Things are all fucked without him. I pulled open the door. I missed Levi too. 2 more days passed. At night when I closed my eyes, all I saw was the clock in the exploratory room counting down. Anxiety crawled in bed with me. I knew time was against us and what was at stake. We were wasting time. It wasn't just Haven's time. We needed to get back to the abyss, even if it meant Jackson would come. I'd started twirling my ID band as I lay awake each night. I had my own expiration date now. Petitions would come, and I wouldn't be able to help Unit 7. My time was dwindling. Jackson had reined in his behavior. His new tactic of resorting to rude looks and small taunts was tolerable. Both disappeared when Tristan came around, which wasn't often. We hadn't exchanged a single word since Jackson's vitriol in the house. A part of me was thankful he wasn't around. I didn't have anything to refute Jackson's words. Levi's absence was a gaping hole. Isla's smiles had returned, but she wasn't the same bubbly presence. Patrick was quiet, and the two of them were careful not to sit next to each other. Damien was around in the gym, his usual joking self, but when we weren't in the gym, he was nowhere to be found. Rumi seemed busy with her new duties and her witching hour shift. Ingrid was a ghost, only around when necessary. Had Rumi's words really upset her that much? It seemed like more than that. She constantly seemed tired and distracted. Without my permission, I cared about them. In that admittance, my heart sat in a vice grip as I incessantly monitored Unit 7, waiting for a threat that might arrive that I couldn't protect them from. As we left breakfast, Tristan informed us that we had the mats, everyone except Rumi and Patrick, who had the morning off after their night shift. Tristan seemed tense about it. I wondered if he had been avoiding the mats like I had been, if they reminded him of Levi, if it was painful to be there without him. Isla and Ingrid sparred first. It was an unfair matchup, but I quickly realized it was strategic, as they both simply went through the motions. No real fight to either of them. I was paired with some girl with bright blonde hair who attempted to armbar me, only for me to get out of it before getting her into a choke hold to make her tap. Damien had the unfortunate luck of being paired with Jackson. Jackson was taller than Damien. He seemed to have the upper hand, but to Damien's credit, he wasn't a pushover, counter-striking and adapting to Jackson's moves. Then there was a flurry of movement and Damien doubled over. "Taylor!" Tristan bellowed, making his way onto the mat, partners scurrying out of his way. Isla rushed across the mat, dropping to her knees as she grabbed onto Damien, who held his stomach, gasping for air. "What part of friendly sparring do you not understand?" "It's not my fault he can't handle it," Jackson shot back. Tristan stopped, and the movement on the mats came to a halt with him. He ripped a band from his wrist, pulling his hair up as he rolled his shoulder. "Did you forget Lissa's warning?" "People can't get better without a challenge, Commander Hayes," Jackson retorted. "You want a challenge, Taylor?" Tristan asked, closing the distance. "Hayes," Ingrid warned. Tristan ignored her, all of his focus on Jackson, whose smug smile faltered. Tristan noted it, grinning, and my breath caught. Tristan leaned closer to him. "Scared?" Jackson shrugged it off, coming into a fighting stance. It was rigid, though. I found sick pleasure in that. "You sure, Hayes?" Ingrid asked. Tristan nodded. "Until someone taps." "No faces," Kaleo called out, striding onto the mat. There was excitement in his voice. Tristan rolled his neck, approaching Jackson. There wasn't an ounce of tension to him, his eyes flattening. A chill quaked through me. It started slow. The two of them circled each other, Jackson tense, while Tristan marked his opponent, sizing him up, uncovering weaknesses. "Any day now, ladies," Kaleo said, bored. "Speaking of ladies," Jackson began. My heart picked up its pace. Tristan's shoulders went taut, but he didn't look away. "It bothers you, doesn't it?" Jackson continued the slow circling. An audience slowly gathered around the mats. The number of times I've had her on her knees moaning my name. Tristan's chest heaved as my face reddened. He didn't take the bait. The audience looked between me and the fight. So did Jackson, his eyes gleaming. It was a mistake that cost him. Tristan punched Jackson in the ribs so forcefully that it took my breath away. Jackson grabbed at his side. Again, Tristan took advantage, another hit connecting. Jackson stumbled. Pathetic, Kaleo ridiculed. His words sent Jackson forward, a fist connecting with Tristan's face. My head whipped toward Kaleo, but he didn't stop it, his teeth flashing. Red ran from Tristan's eyebrow. Jackson's eyes went wide, impressed with himself. In that moment, Tristan had an opening. He could have knocked Jackson out. Instead, he took Jackson to the ground, landing with a force that echoed around the gym. Kaleo crouched, smiling wider. The match became one-sided the moment their bodies hit the mat. Within seconds, Jackson tapped, but Tristan didn't let go. Jackson's elbow pressed at an odd angle. If Tristan wanted, he could snap it. He zeroed in on the stressed joint like maybe he would. He tapped, Ingrid called out. Tristan applied a little more pressure until the skin around the joint blanched. I tap, Jackson shouted, his swaggering demeanor gone. It's not fun when someone picks on you, is it? Tristan spat. Jackson muttered something incoherent. It's a different fear when your fate sits in the hands of someone who doesn't play by the rules. I get it, I tap. Fuck, you win, Jackson yelped as Tristan added more pressure. He was going to snap it. Kaleo, do something. Kaleo didn't chime in, his dark gaze victorious. They don't call me Hades for just my kill count, Tristan warned brutally. I didn't breathe at the fury radiating off him. I had never seen him so unhinged. I should snap your arm, finish your time in the force. You won't speak of Cadle again. Do you understand me? Fine, Jackson repeated. Say it, Tristan growled. I won't talk about Cadle again, Jackson almost whimpered. I sucked in a sharp breath at the look in those green eyes. Tristan's head snapped up, finding me. He released Jackson's arm, pushing off of him. Be thankful I'm not you, Tristan bit out, standing over him. Come after one of mine again, Taylor, and I'll show exactly how I got my call sign. I won't fucking hesitate. Tristan stormed to the edge of the mat, coming up to Kaleo, who wasn't grinning anymore. He stood assessing, reevaluating the threat like he had underestimated Tristan. Is this what you wanted? Raising a mini version of you? Tristan demanded, blood dripping from his eyebrow. I should have a look at it. Kaleo finally grinned. I'm just glad to know Hades is still in there. I thought we'd lost him. Sorensen, unit's yours today. Tristan didn't look back as he stalked off. Sasha, Isla called. The way she said it, I was moving toward her. She hovered over Damien. My heart hit my throat as tears gathered in his eyes. My stomach bottomed out. He clutched his left ankle. 24. Things were all fucked without Levi. That thought followed me as I pretended to run an extended version of a medical check on Damien, buying time until the bell tolled and the force were sent to their next activities. His broken, rapid breaths racked him as his panic flooded the entire gym. Only when everyone had moved on, Isla having told Ingrid to get Jackson away, did I attempt to move Damien. He assured us he could walk. He crumpled on his first attempt. Isla and I were left to carry him between us back to our living quarters. I assessed Damien, but I couldn't give him any answers without access to an X-ray. Best case, he rolled it. The joint was loose, the ligaments were unsteady, and the mobility limited compared to his good ankle. I tested it as much as possible, causing Damien to devolve into rant swearing. I wish that had lasted, but Damien's words shifted as I wrapped the ankle tightly. Dread took root. It's fine. It's fine. I just stepped wrong. I just need some meds and I'll be fine. Damien, what happened to your ankle before? I asked. I need to know how you injured it, how it healed. Damien looked to Isla, who sat beside him on the sofa, his hands in hers. You have to tell her, Isla said. She should know. His levity and jokes were nowhere to be seen. Something brittle and miserable huddled on the sofa. I barely recognized him. His gaze finally met mine, eyes teeming with ancient suffering. We were making our way to Haven, myself and 5 of my cousins. We had been traveling for a month. It had been 7 of us in the beginning. It was becoming harder to find resources. We had been sleeping in an abandoned barn. We always inspected the places we stayed in case there was anything we might be able to use. While I was looking, some equipment fell on my leg. Damien took a breath, refusing to look at me. His knuckles blanched from how tightly he held Isla's hand. If it hurt her, she didn't flinch. My ankle took the brunt of the damage. It was too heavy for me to lift it on my own. I yelled for help. My cousins decided I would slow them down. One less mouth to feed, they said. They left me. Isla's knuckles had gone white too as she held her partner. Anger raged through me. How could they leave him behind? How did Damien have the courage to laugh at anything? If he didn't use humor, would he always be the broken man before me? Was it all a facade to hide his pain, physical and mental? Damien was fiercely loyal. I had always respected it. Now I understood it. Loyal to his unit, his new family, who never left anyone behind, who came back as one. I wanted to ask if his cousins ever made it here. I assumed the people they loved had all died, but perhaps he carried the weight of being estranged from someone he loved. It was a different type of grief. I tried to lift it, but I couldn't. I waited, hoping someone would come by. No one did so. Damien sucked in a shaky breath. I twisted and pulled until my ankle slipped out. I found some wooden boards. I ripped my shirt into pieces and used my belt to brace it. It's all I had. They took my stuff. It took me another month to get to Haven. I went to the ward when I first got here. I heard about the health score, so I hid my ankle. I told them I had simply tripped getting into Haven. I haven't told you about what happened to it because I don't know. It swelled up like crazy and I just kept going. Damien wiped his eyes. Look, I'm fine, Sasha. I just need to elevate it. Jackson just caught it funny as he took me down. I'm fine. I walked alone for a month to get to Haven. I can walk on it above. I'm fine. Maybe if he had said it enough, it would have been true. The joint was already swelling. His hands broke from Isla's hold, grabbing mine. Tell me I'll be fine, please. All I saw was how he pushed himself to give in every way he could above when he couldn't donate blood for Levi, making sure he wasn't left behind, but I couldn't lie to him. So Isla did. Of course, buddy, when aren't you fine? You just wanted out of the house. Isla bumped into him, supplying the humor Damien couldn't. Her eyes met mine. There was fear of her own there. The smile painted on her beautiful face was just for show. I'll go to the ward. I'll get some medication for the pain, I told them, standing. I darted into our bunk room, grabbing my blanket and pack. Rumi roused, following me out. I placed the pack on the table, throwing the blanket over it before placing Damien's ankle on it. Keep it elevated. I tried to come up with something funny but couldn't find it in me. How did Damien do it? How was he able to find humor in the mess of it all? Rumi beckoned me away. The lingering traces of sleep disappeared. How bad is it this time? She asked quietly. I don't know yet. I'm going to the ward to get medication. I'll look for the names. Behind her, Isla said something. Damien laughed. It sounded hollow. Don't ask or share the names with anyone, Rumi reminded me. Okay. If you can locate ice for Damien's ankle, it'd be helpful. I turned to Isla and Damien as Rumi left. I'll be back. Don't move, Damien, I mean it. He saluted me, a grin there. It was a different kind of courage to smile for the sake of others. Isla smiled as well. Would they drop them the moment I left? Were they partners because they didn't have to pretend when it was just them? I yanked the door open. I didn't look back to find out. I entered the ward, the movement busier than my last visit. The guy at the front desk didn't stop me as I moved past the queue and headed toward the charts, slipping into the stockroom for medication. I grabbed several bottles and tucked them into my pockets before heading to where charts of the deceased were kept. My pulse raged beneath my skin as I closed the distance. I hadn't been to this room since I placed Lily's file in it. I hesitated, my hand darting to the list of names in my pocket. I didn't recognize any of them. What if they weren't dead? What were some of the survivors up to? I could understand why someone might want to disappear from what was left of our world. I opened the door. Files crammed every inch of the long, narrow room. Some piles reached the ceiling. Countless files, lives, gone. Yet they were but a fraction of what we had seen waste to in the war. The noises of the ward faded away as I stood paralyzed. How many files had I placed here? How many had loved ones walking these tunnels without them? How many more would join the masses if we failed to find the supplies? My hand shook as I took out the piece of paper. The names were written in block letters. I read them 3 times before replacing the sheet and began my search. I dug through the paper graves. Certain names jumped off the files, faces flashing before my eyes, secrets they had whispered. Many names I didn't recognize. I hadn't known them, I never would. There were too many files to search through. I would have to spend hours down here. I sifted through another pile. I realized Rumi's task would be impossible. You always loved poring over charts, usually those of the living, death's angel. A male voice spoke behind me, a man who had never used that name for me. I dropped the file I held to find Owen standing in the doorway. Though it had only been 6 months, he looked older, his jaw more pronounced, his hair longer, his brown eyes more serious. Before I left the ward, we had merely coexisted after I had successfully ripped the thing between us to shreds. They're less personal, I said, gesturing to the charts around us. We both know you don't like personal. I waited for the comment to sting, but it didn't. He was right. He had tried to form something between us, hadn't hid the feelings he had developed. He had been a boy then, lanky and thin. He wasn't anymore. You grew up, I said, as did you. You look different. Owen placed another file into the paper cemetery. His white coat shifted. You're a doctor. By Haven standards, yes. Kumar gave me this soon after you left, Owen said, fixing his coat. Congratulations. His mouth pulled up, lost between a smile and a smirk as he regarded me. "What?" "You look well," Owen said simply. "Maybe the Force was a good thing for you." I rolled my eyes, unable to stop myself. "I heard about your walking blood bank," Owen said venerably. I glanced at the open door behind him. "That must have been difficult for you and your unit." Owen was the first to acknowledge that, and I couldn't agree with him. "We managed." He shook his head but didn't move. "I never understood Kumar's interest in training you, especially not after how things ended. I told him medicine needed people who cared, that you didn't." I didn't say anything. I had nothing to counter his statement. I stepped forward, ready to be done with this interaction. I didn't need Owen to breathe more life into the things I knew about myself. I was wrong. "You just care in a way I didn't understand," Owen said quietly. "I get why he was deeply affected when you left for expansion, why he was so excited when you ended up in the Force as a medic. He understood you. You should hear the way he talks about your work above, even without the coat. You have always been his favorite." "I doubt that," I muttered. "You shouldn't. I'm pretty sure this was meant for you," Owen said, gesturing to his coat. I shifted uncomfortably. "Don't worry, not my first time not being enough for someone." A touch of bygone bitterness laced his words. That stung. Owen had wanted more between us back then. I was pretty sure we had been each other's first. He had been so nervous, but I had never asked him. He was mine, though. He had never concealed how badly he wanted someone to hold on to as the world fell apart. I thought of the cot I had treated Unit 7 on in that other closet, how the man before me had brought it there for the two of us. He had created a place for us to stay together so he could tell me about his life before the war. I had tried to stay, once. I hadn't been able to stand it to hear it. His pain awakened the things I fought to ignore. It was too much for me. So I had been ruthless and horrible. It had nothing to do with his goodness. It was my brokenness. It always had been. "Did you need something from the dead, Death's angel, or do you prefer Beast now?" I whipped toward him. "Kumar," he shrugged. "It's what the Force calls me." Owen exited the room. I followed him out. "I can see it." Of course he could. I shook off the image of him in that closet, anger painted across a kind face as I dismantled his benevolence. "Sasha will always be my favorite, though," Owen continued. "I see her more in your face now. Who'd have thought the brutality of the Force would be the thing you needed?" "I don't know what you mean," I told him, a bite finding its way into my voice. Owen chuckled. "Still quick to scare, I see. Are you here about the illness? I can't imagine another reason you'd want to pursue the dead." My brows pulled in as shock lit up my veins. "What illness?" Owen wordlessly handed me one of the charts he carried. I read the notes. Dread curled in my stomach. "When did this start?" "A fortnight from the kitchens. I thought you heard. It just claimed its first victim." The file he had placed in the room. I snatched the rest of the charts, the notes all the same. "How many?" "10 more were admitted today. It's only the 12th bell. We're at 19. It's moving," Owen told me seriously. "I work to swallow. The kitchens, where everyone went, it would move quickly." "Where's Kumar?" I demanded, harsher than I intended. I needed to see him. His office. I was taking these to him. I'll take them. I didn't wait for a response as I left him behind, walking as fast as my feet could carry me without running. I half-heartedly knocked before ripping the door open. How many more? Kumar began but stopped, finding me in his doorway. To what do I owe the pleasure? I want Levi released today, I demanded before the door closed. Because of his score or the charts? Kumar asked, leaning back in his chair. Charts you shouldn't have access to. I crossed my arms. If you didn't want me to have them, you'd change your system. I took them from Owen. Kumar smiled at me. I am sure he was thrilled to see you. He was. You meant a great deal to him. My brows disappeared. Kumar explained, we are close, Owen and we talk. I cringed, mortified. We were talking about Levi. We were. Why do you want Mr. Williams out? The charts or his score? Kumar asked again, surveying me as if my answer was the missing piece to something he was trying to solve. He can't catch this, I said, placing the charts on his desk. Unlike the table outside, Kumar's desk sat in pristine condition, nothing out of place. Once I had wondered why the chart system wasn't organized as well. Now I understood it was a mess on purpose, so things could exist outside our new rules. We will need the beds. All non-emergent patients will be released over the next 48 bells, Kumar informed me gravely, regardless of command's orders. My chest felt tight. What do you mean, orders? Kumar considered me over his glasses. Force Commander Burden informed the ward that Williams wasn't to be released until his stitches were fully removed, that the injury wasn't suitable for the force sector. That would mean at least a week longer. That would, my mind raced. How could a force commander do something like that? That would make it so he couldn't get care ever again. She's effectively ensuring his death. The blue band felt heavy on my wrist. My pulse hammered in my ears. After everything that had been done by our unit to save him, Burden was killing his chances at life. Fury ripped through my insides. Were you going to listen to her? The information came from Dr. Yuri. I will make sure Levi is released soon. Dr. Yuri supported Burden's decision. What bigger games were at play? Can I just take him now? I asked. You care for him. He's my partner. It was the most I could say. I cannot let you take him now. You may, however, tell him. I do need to do this by the book with the paperwork, Kumar told me, rubbing his hand down his face. He appeared tired in a way I'd never seen. Even with that, there will be consequences for your choice. He tapped a chart on his desk. Of course, he already knew what I had done. I know. The marks that were on Williams's chart are too severe, Sasha. His injury is too public to lie on the forms. I cannot save him from their system, which means I cannot save you if you take his place. There will be no coming back from it. You realize that everything you are working for, you will lose. I will figure it out. I have no doubt that you will try. I will do what I can to help you. There are no written protocols for medics in the force. We will use that. I thought of the names Rumi had asked about. What if I just faked my death disappeared? Is such a thing possible? A silence fell over us as I held his stare. Could I ask him about the names? Such a thing would be ill-advised, but not impossible. You are of better use to Haven alive, Sasha. I didn't push. Is it bad, the illness? I believe it will claim 2 more souls within the next 48 bells, Kumar confided, coming to a stand. It's just beginning. Do you need help? I will not ask that of you. You are a member of the force now. You didn't ask, I did. We both know I don't get ill. I could help. Just because you haven't gotten ill does not mean you will never fall ill. You are human. Focus on your mission above. Haven needs more time to get it right. Tell your unit not to come here, and tell Commander Hayes I will seek him out when it is the right time. Right time for what? He will know. Kumar crossed the room, his hand landing on my shoulder. Sasha, I am proud of how much you have grown. I wanted you to know that. Stay well. I turned away from his kindness. I was unable to accept it. I said nothing as I left, moving quickly, desperate to tell Levi the news and to check on Damien. I also needed to look at Tristan's brow. I slowed as I approached Levi's room. More than Levi's voice met me. I froze, the other voice undeniably female. I wasn't doing this again. I strode forward, glancing in for just a second to find the blonde I had sparred with on his bed. Levi held a coffee in his left hand, his face light for once. Kumar would tell him soon enough. I carried on, weaving through the tunnels. 30 minutes later, Damien's ankle was rewrapped and elevated once more with ice on it. I didn't bother asking Rumi how she came about getting the ice. Damien swallowed several pills. I didn't know what good it would do. I felt tortured by the helplessness I harbored that left me restless. I longed for anything to quiet the storm that I felt building beneath my skin. Patrick sat on the couch next to Damien. Isla perched on the chair as they played cards. Isla had filled Patrick and Rumi in. Rumi sat on the mat, but her eyes were open for once as she watched the others. My helplessness reflected in that all-seeing gaze. "Have you seen Hayes?" I asked her. I hadn't bothered to remove my boots. Isla hadn't said anything about it. The exploratory room. "He asked us to come by before the shift," Rumi told me. Her voice dropped. "The list." "I didn't find anything. Your search is hopeless. The room is a mess. There are too many," the word files caught in my throat. I couldn't reduce the dead to a piece of paper. "Even for someone from the ward, someone who's been in that room a lot?" she asked. The others all laughed at something. "Even for someone from the ward, I doubt Dr. Yuri himself would be able to find anything." I twisted the blue band on my wrist. "Okay," conversation done. Her eyes landed on the bag I held. Hayes was in a mood. Jackson cut his brow. I don't know if he needs stitches. I gripped the bag tighter. Also, Levi will be released soon. You can tell the others. No one goes to the ward. There's an illness spreading. Rumi didn't ask any questions, nor did she seem shocked by the information. But then, when was she ever shocked by anything? I'll let them know. I left, weaving back through the tunnels. I approached the exploratory room door. Indecision lay thick on my skin. We were 2 members down. What good had I done? Tristan had a medic at the cost of his second and now his comm officer. They had been a complete unit, a family, until he tried to cram me into the hole Lily had left. I should go. But if Tristan needed care, I didn't want him to go to the ward where illness was spreading. I knocked. The door opened. Green eyes met mine, defeat in their depths. I froze as his gaze shifted immediately, scanning me. What happened? I came to fix your cut. I held up the bag pathetically. The cut above his brow lay open, dried blood along the edges. He gestured inside. Come in. I followed him in. The map was active and dots moved above, all close to Haven. Notebooks and folders sat on the far table. A wadded-up towel covered in dried blood lay forgotten next to two empty coffee cups. I turned to find Tristan pulling his hair back, knotting it into a bun before throwing himself into a seat. All yours, he told me, tilting his head back and exposing the strong column of his throat. His legs spread wide, his hands rested in his lap. I opened my bag, taking out disinfectant. Tristan's eye fluttered closed as I approached him. The cut wasn't bad, it was a clean split. A few adhesive strips was all it needed. Relief hit me at its simplicity, something I could actually fix. I raised my hand, hesitating. May I? I never thought about asking to touch a patient when caring for them. It had always been my job. Somehow, I felt I had to ask him. Tristan sighed, the sound ghosting over my skin as he looked up at me. I already told you, you don't have to ask. Emerald irises bored into mine. A wild flutter filled my chest, quickly filling my veins, tightening my skin. I nodded, not trusting my voice as I wiped down the cut. He sucked in a breath, his throat bobbing. It might sting, I mumbled, lightly touching his jaw with my other hand. The feel of his skin and rough stubble beneath my fingertips scorched me. A little late, Tristan told me. I walked away quickly, grabbing the adhesive tape. I cut uniform strips while I willed myself to breathe. You had an opening on the mats. You could have knocked him out with one shot. Why didn't you? I asked, walking back. His heavy-lidded gaze followed my every move, leaving me unsteady. Something curled low in my stomach. I brushed a hair away from the wound, his eyes closing as I bent over him again. My eyes ran over his face, the heaviness present even with his eyes closed. The weight of his brow, the tightness of his lips. I wanted to chase them away. Then I would be no better than he is, he murmured. My throat went tight at his words. How could he ever fathom he was anything like Jackson? You can't mean that. All I have left is my word, Tristan said quietly. If I forego that, I have nothing. I shouldn't have taken the bait in the first place. I pinched the wound closed as I placed the first strip, ignoring the war that raged beneath my skin. The need to erase the weight he carried. His fears that he wasn't good. It's a clean cut. It might scar, though, I confessed, drifting closer until my leg brushed against his thigh. His warmth spread through me like wildfire. It can join the others, he said tightly, his hands clenched between his legs. You didn't have to tell him not to talk about me. I didn't need to be defended, I found myself saying. I would have done it for anyone in my unit. I knew he was telling the truth. It was one of the many things that made him good. A good person, a good leader, a good friend. The way he held Jackson made him say he wouldn't talk about me again. The fury that had been on his face, though, the composure that had slipped. Would that have slipped for anyone else in his unit? Would the rage have consumed him if it had been someone else being degraded? My hand shook as I placed the last strip, then grabbed the antibiotic ointment. "One more thing and I'll stop bothering you," I assured him. My gaze snagged on the top paper, a report he had filled out for Jackson's behavior. My stomach dropped. Tristan had also reported himself for misconduct. Acid filled my veins. "You're never bothering me." The air was too thick as I approached him for the last time, my steps slower than they should be. His eyes remained closed. I took him in, hating myself for the reports on his desk, for his best friend's injury, for the idea he thought he might not be the man I knew him to be. He had every reason to be as vicious and angry as me. The things he had seen in the war, the injuries, the losses. He could be a horrible person like so many of us had become, and yet he was. I couldn't stand that he considered for even a moment that he was anything less than extraordinary. I wanted to give him the place for those things, a place already broken and wretched. "You didn't deserve to be taunted like that. I deserve it. You didn't. You don't." Tristan went too still. His fingers wrapped gently around my wrist, halting me. His eyes opened, the look in them scorching me. "No, you don't." I shook my head, words too much. He pulled my hand away from his face as he came to stand, towering over me. My head tipped back, his gaze piercing me like he saw right through me, to the shattered remains I carried. He moved closer when we both knew he should run. "You deserve so much more, Sasha." My eyes burned. I hated what those words did to me, how they landed in my chest, filling it with things I knew in my soul I didn't deserve. I swallowed around the lump in my throat, looking away before he saw it. "I promise you, Hayes, I don't." Our unsteady breaths were the only sounds for a moment. "How?" he began, releasing my hand and tipping my face up to his, searching me. He didn't hide his desperation as his eyes traced the lines of my neck, his hand following until it rested in the hollow. My pulse was a frenzy beneath his thumb, giving me away. "How can I help you see it? Tell me, please." I shook my head, but his hand remained. Some sane part of my brain told me to push it away, to run before I spilled out on him, tainting him. But I was exhausted, tired of grasping at the remains of life from the war, of the war that I battled within me, but mostly at attempting to be anything but a beast trapped in the confines of my flesh. "You can't." He stepped into me, erasing the dwindling space between us, my pulse racing beneath his hand. His other hand touched my cheek, cupping it gently. "Let me try." His eyes searched mine, open, pleading. I should push him away. Tell him he was making a horrible mistake, that the things I cared for never lasted, that I ruined people. I had to stop this. I didn't. He leaned down slowly, giving me time to stop him, searching my gaze as emotions churned in his, terrifying me. The bridge of his nose brushed mine. A shiver ran through me. I couldn't breathe around his presence. Just like I couldn't bring myself to hate him, I found myself unable, unwilling to stop him. I leaned forward, giving as much permission as I could manage. His eyes flared in the realization that I wouldn't stop him. His fingertips slid to my jaw, tilting my head. I swore his hand trembled. His breath caressed my skin before he closed the distance. His lips grazed mine, a whisper of a kiss. Hesitant, seeking permission, so at odds with the raw strength I had seen on the mats. The gentleness of it unraveled me. The war beneath my skin quieted. I had never been touched in such a way. That maybe I was worth keeping, protecting. Something fragile that should be handled with care. My eyes fluttered closed. His lips tentatively met mine again. His thumb brushed against my skin with the same tenderness. In the warmth of his arms, in the quiet of the room, away from the desolate remains of what was left of the world, I let myself be, if just for this moment. Christian pulled back, his gaze wild, his breathing heavy, matching the savage beat of my heart. He opened his mouth like he had something to say, but I was too much of a coward to hear it, to voice anything that had taken hold. Too selfish to let this go just yet. I wanted to delay the inevitable for just a few more moments. I grabbed his shirt, tugging him into me, the sound of the ointment hitting the floor punctuating the silence. Rising onto my toes, I captured his lips once again, giving in to the need I had denied for so long. I dragged my tongue across his lower lip, seeking permission of my own. He gave it to me quickly, without hesitation, opening for me. I swept in greedily. He threaded his hand into my hair and angled my head, pulling me closer, deepening the kiss desperately. Overwhelming need crashed through me. A delicate noise escaped me. He groaned. I grasped his shoulder, tracing the rough scar under the fabric of his shirt. My other hand gripped his muscled arm, pulling him closer until our bodies fused together. I gave in to every second I had spent denying this, giving myself just this one time to feel him against me, letting the kiss say the things I would never admit. He answered them, the want shifting. He dragged his hand down my body, snaking around my waist as I arched into him. His kiss devoured me, and I matched his tongue stroke for stroke. I wanted more. This wasn't close enough. The desire gathered speed until I was helpless to it, unable to deny how I needed him. Christian released my hair, his powerful hands landing on the outside of my thighs as if I had voiced it out loud. He lifted me without breaking the kiss, and I wrapped my legs tightly around his waist. I clung to his shoulders like a lifeline. He groaned into my mouth as he swept the table clean with one arm, the sound of items scattering about the room. He placed me gently on the table, my legs bracketing him. He pulled away. I swallowed a whine that tried to escape, but my breath hitched at the sight of him, his towering strength, his searing gaze. The thing I refused to name was bottomless and all-consuming, engulfing us both. Disbelief and longing poured from him. I knew what it meant. At what would come the moment this kiss ended. "Don't stop," I begged, beyond caring how it made me look. I couldn't let go just yet. His eyes danced, untethered and devastated. He captured my face, calluses scraping against my smooth skin. "I don't think I could if I wanted to," he confessed. His lips met mine again, silencing my ghosts. I searched for that voice that had demanded I run. I couldn't find it. It was only him. The sound of the door closing filled the room. Needless to say, I missed a few key things while I was away, Levi taunted slyly. I jerked back to find him leaning against the door. "Care to fill me in?" 25. For a week I avoided Christian, but I couldn't stop thinking of how it felt to lose myself in the feel of him against me. How I had pleaded for him not to stop. We hadn't talked one-on-one since. I was terrified that if we were alone I'd demand more, that I would blurt my own confession, that maybe I couldn't stop. I had fled the moment Tristan embraced Levi, unable to face what I had done. I barely held myself together, the feel of his lips upon mine branded on me. My skin was too sensitive, wanting more, needing more, desperate in a way I had never known. Every glance we shared felt weighted. Each time he sat next to me in the mess hall, I fought the urge to lean into him. My body screamed for more. It was too much, so I ran, pushing away all the thoughts until each night in my bed in the dark, the memory of Tristan's body against mine returned, leaving me tossing and turning. A damn riot raged beneath my skin. Now I found myself in the exploratory room, unable to look away from the commander in the room, the table he had placed me on. "It's Sasha's call," Tristan said. I snapped to attention as 7 faces turned in my direction. We were going above in 2 days. At least 6 of us were once I delivered the blow. Levi already knew he couldn't go above. Damien, on the other hand. Tristan held my gaze. Is Damien fit to go above? My pulse pressed against my skin as I hesitated. "What would you do, little flower?" my father had once asked me. He'd been grilling me over scenarios following our time in the woods for a week. I didn't know who was winning the war as it engulfed the globe. Atrocity after atrocity filled our screens, blurring lines between good and bad. Varying national leaders broadcasted, justifying the bombings of innocent people. The enemy somehow hidden among them but never found. We were losing our humanity. I didn't have an answer to his question. He cut me off. "You hesitated. In that single moment you second-guess your gut and people die. You die." I knew the answer he wanted and I couldn't give it. He poured more coffee into my cup, leaving his empty. All his scenarios left me here, unable to destroy my own humanity, unable to choose one life over the other. He talked like it should be easy. I couldn't find it in me. "In war, you have to make these decisions, Sasha. You won't have time for hesitation. You must silence that part of you tied to your moral compass. It won't do any good. I need you to know the answers to these questions." "You're leaving." The realization strangled me. They called last week. When these questions had started, "Was all of this just so you could go?" I asked. "No, you should know these things. So I can protect them while you go and fight." Something irreparable broke in me at that table. I pushed away from it, from him. "Military comes first. Always has. Sasha, this is war. If we don't stop them, we will all fall. Our country will fall." "I was trained for this," he said calmly, matter-of-factly. I wish he had yelled it, showed just a glimpse that this was eating him alive. He didn't. That infuriated me. For once I let it land right where it had always belonged, at the man who demanded more of me than my siblings, who pushed me to my limits. "And if you go and the military still fails, you've trained me, right? Because Mom is too sick. Lara is too delicate and Eli is a child. So you trained me, stealing my humanity for theirs." The answer to all his questions. Someone always has to sacrifice. The others aren't like you. You are strong, Sasha. You cannot hesitate. Every day since I wondered if he had known what he asked of me, what it would cost me, he did. I hated that. He knew and did it anyway. Someone always has to sacrifice. What if I was tired of sacrificing? What if I was done being strong? "Sasha," Tristan asked, his brow furrowed. I let the memory go. I met Damien's pleading stare. Damien hadn't had enough time to heal for the mission we had been assigned. He'd stay behind with Levi. I took a deep breath. You can't go above Damien. My ankle is improving, he protested. It was. He could walk on it. But it wasn't enough. At the end of each day he limped, the pain and swelling too much. He skipped dinner every night and kept to our living quarters, the ankle elevated as we all brought him little bits of food. It is improving, but... Then let me go. I can do it. I'll make it work. I won't slow you down. Don't make me stay behind. Isla placed her hand on his knee, squeezing. His story from the other day tore me apart. I know you would figure out a way, I said, but you can't go. Your ankle won't hold up on 3 days of walking. What if you fall and injure it worse? What if we have to run back due to weather? Damien opened his mouth, ready to fight. If you go, you put Isla at risk, I said, knowing it would cause him to give in. Isla watched him, her face grave as she cupped his cheek. Damien's jaw went tight as he worked to swallow, but he caved. I hated that I knew bringing Isla into this would cause him to listen, that my father had been successful. A bell tolled. It's decided then, Tristan said. Buddy and Raven are out this mission. This stays within 7. Even with Jackson, we won't have a complete unit, Hayes, Patrick interrupted. I know, but no one else will know that. If Burden hears about Damien, she will call the mission, Tristan said. For all she knows, Damien is fit to go above. She's more focused on the sector meetings pertaining to this illness. Command is distracted. The ward is officially closed to all non-ward personnel. Expansion followed suit. Haven is close to a lockdown. We found an entrance. We press on. We're all going to the entrance I found. We go beneath together. If we split up, someone will be a group of 3. That's decided. Now you know the drill. No booze, no bars, no fights, and meet in 2 days at the 7th bell. I'll inform Taylor of the departure. Everyone nodded, a heaviness about them at the fractured unit. Damien didn't look my way again. The unit began to disperse. Green eyes flickered my way, but Tristan left the room. I need a medic, Levi said as he grabbed his bag from the table. Why? Is not wearing the sling affecting you? I demanded. I'd told him he was being stupid not to wear it, and he had brushed me off. The discussion had ended there. Levi pulled a sweater out, followed by a journal, a small ball, and a white bag, only using his right arm. No, I need the stitches out. It's been long enough and they itch like mad. When Kumar released me, he gave me this. Levi handed me a small white bag. I pulled out a suture kit as Levi tugged off his shirt and took a seat. I approached him wordlessly, looking over the cut. The sutures were indeed pulling on the freshly healed wound. The skin was shiny and disfigured. The scar tissue made the once smooth muscle uneven. Guilt sank in my gut at the sight of it. I've maimed you. Kumar himself stitched it up, so technically he maimed me. I had to leave it open for too long. It's just a scar, Sasha. One I hold dear because it's proof good people still exist. I am happy for the scar, that I'm alive to have it. I grabbed the tiny shears and tweezers from the bag, unable to say anything back. Slowly, I began snipping the stitches. Levi let me work silently, shuddering occasionally as I pulled a thread from his skin. "Does it hurt?" I asked. "No, just tight, but Kumar told me it would be. I'll need to massage the area and stretch. I can help you. I pulled another stitch from his skin. You kissed Hayes, Levi said. It was a statement, a question, and something more. I pulled a suture tight, snipping the knot and tugging the string free. It was a mistake. Why? I captured another suture, pulling, my mind filling with endless answers to the question. I don't want to talk about it. Okay, Levi responded. I was thankful for his acceptance. But what does your mistake have to do with us? Why are you avoiding me? Because I walked in. I risked a glance at his face. His eyes that usually yielded nothing met mine. Something like hurt sat there. I lowered the shears as I swallowed. I thought, he's your brother. He is, Levi agreed, holding my gaze. I shook my head. I respected that Levi never filled the space, giving others their chance to say what they needed to. That he didn't pry, never acted entitled to a person's thoughts. In this moment I wished he was different as my following words left me uneasy, too exposed. How could you want your friend with someone like me? I'm not a good person. Levi stayed still as I finished removing the remaining sutures, moving as quickly as I could. I tugged on one that caught. I repositioned my tweezers, pulling again. I'm sorry. Levi spoke quietly as he stared straight ahead. That someone in your life made you think you weren't good. That you weren't worthy of good things. My hands shook. I pulled harder until the suture came free. Levi's left hand wrapped around my wrist as he waited quietly until I begrudgingly looked at him. You are worthy of good things, Sasha. I shook my head. You're wrong. Levi's hand tightened. You are. He held my gaze for a moment before he dropped it. I began snipping the dwindling sutures. We remained silent until I finished, and Levi tugged his shirt back on, packing his bag as I gathered my things. Even if I get kicked out of the force, you're my partner, Sasha, Levi told me, leaning against the table, and my friend. Don't shut me out, regardless of what happens between you and Hayes. Okay. Why? If I say something emotional, you'll hate it and run off, Levi stated, crossing his arms. I didn't miss the way his lips pulled tight as he moved his injured arm like it hurt him. So let's just say I'm settling debts. I can carry my anger now. I'm trying to help you do the same. It's a waste. I made my way for the door. Sasha, Levi called out. Dr. Kumar asked me to watch over you. Why? He meddles, always has. I darted from the room. I had only made it halfway through the gym when Ingrid beelined for me. Need something? I asked, confused. I hadn't really seen Ingrid in days. Every moment not mandatory, she was gone. Ingrid shifted her weight on the balls of her feet. Dark blue smudges sat heavy beneath her eyes. She looked exhausted up close. Med bag is restocked, she said woodenly. Hayes said we have to go pick it up. All right, I can go, I told her. No, we have to go get it now, Ingrid told me as she widened her stance. Her jaw worked like it took effort to talk to me, but I was too tired to answer. We go now, right now. All right, I repeated, noting the inability to stand still. I'll go alone. I didn't want to risk exposing her. No, I'm coming with you. Ingrid, I am going with you. My eyes ran up her at the unwavering determination. I knew it well. Okay. Shock radiated across Ingrid's face. She had expected a fight. She turned abruptly, striding away from me. I practically jogged, trying to keep up with her as she strode out of the gym. I didn't see any of our unit. Where'd everyone go? I don't know, I don't care, she told me, no room for conversation in her tone. I remained silent, treading behind her until she reached the ward. She waited at the doors. Go ahead, hurry. Is everything okay, Ingrid? I asked hesitantly. Let's just get the bag, she said, an edge to her voice. She probably just wanted to be rid of me. I darted into the ward. I approached the desk and came face to face with Owen. You're back again. Your partner was released, Owen said as he greeted me, noting my uniform. His tight curls were slightly unruly, like he hadn't slept much. I know. I need to get the med bag for above. I was told it was restocked. Owen nodded, pleasantries from the other day gone. A weight sat on his shoulders. I'll go get it. He disappeared. The girl Kumar had said put her name down to train turned the corner, a stack of clothes in her hands, a recycling load. Here you go, Owen said, returning. He handed me the heavy pack. Kumar told me to tell you there's a list of medical notes he wanted you to have in the front pocket. Anything else? He told me to tell you good luck, that the people in his sector are with you and Unit 7. Stay well, Sasha, Owen told me before walking off. How many? I called after him, unable to stop myself. He came to a halt. 97. Panic hit me. I'm not certain what you do up there, but if it in any way helps us below, I pray you have luck. We need it. We will be overwhelmed before the new moon. His voice dropped to a whisper. I leaned in. We don't have the medication or means to handle this. We are